The Conquering Sword of Conan by Robert E. Howard. Narrated by Todd McLaren. Copyright 2005 by Conan Properties International, LLC. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with the Random House Publishing Group, a division of Random House, Inc., and was produced in the year 2009 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Introduction. This volume completes the Wandering Star collection of Robert E. Howard's Tales of Conan of Cimmeria. Every story, fragment, synopsis, and note that Robert E. Howard ever committed to paper about the Cimmerian, even including some of the drafts, and only those written by Howard himself, can now be found in the discs of the 3 volumes comprising this collection. Incredible as it may seem, it is a world premiere. Howard's complete Conan stories had never before appeared in a uniform collection free from revision, rearrangement, and interpolations by others. For the first time, Howard's Conan series can be judged on its own merits. It is also the first time the stories are published not arranged according to the character's biography, but in the order Howard wrote them, as seems to have been his intention. That's why they skip about so much, without following a regular order. The average adventurer, telling tales of a wild life at random, seldom follows any ordered plan, but narrates episodes widely separated by space and years, as they occur to him. Previously, any conclusion one was tempted to draw regarding Howard's achievement with his Conan series could only be based upon a presentation which not only didn't show Howard's growth as a writer, but presented the stories according to Conan's career, in a manner which, I would argue, was meant to bolster an interpretation of that career alien to Howard's original conception. The interpolation of non-Howard Conan stories into the series, the altering and rewriting of certain passages in Howard's texts, notably in The Black Stranger, the adding of introductory paragraphs before every story, and even the retitling of Howard's novel from the original The Hour of the Dragon to Conan the Conqueror, all worked toward presenting the whole series not as the life of the average adventurer, as Howard would have it, but as a cohesive saga with a beginning, a middle, and an end, a kind of Tolkien-esque quest in which each story represented yet another step up a ladder from penniless thief, as depicted in Tower of the Elephant, to mighty monarch of a civilized empire, The Hour of the Dragon. Conan's haphazard and carefree life was artificially transformed into a career. What made the series so wonderful? That intense sentiment of freedom resulting from the complete independence of each story from its predecessor and successor. Almost no recurring character other than Conan in these tales was undone, and Conan's adventurous life became a manifest destiny, so to speak. It then became easy enough to see in Conan nothing more than a Superman who would rise from poverty to kingship through his physical might, as exemplified in the Hollywood version of the Cimmerian. That Conan eventually became king of Aquilonia is not in question, of course. He was king in the very first story Howard wrote about him. But nowhere in the stories as Howard wrote them do we detect a hint of a plan to become king one day. In Beyond the Black River, Conan comments, "I've been a mercenary captain, a corsair, a Cossack, a penniless vagabond, a general. Hell, I've been everything except a king, and I may be that before I die." In Red Nails, he is no more precise. "I've never been king of a Hyborian kingdom, but I've dreamed of being even that. I may be, too, some day. Why shouldn't I?" Conan became a king simply because the situation presented itself to him at a particular moment of his life, not because of any predetermined plan. As to Howard's conception of kingship, it was not an imperialistic one, but rather an Arthurian one, in which the king is first and foremost at the service of his people, and not the reverse. So much so that, in fact, King Conan's only ambition at times would be not to be a king anymore. Prospero. These matters of statecraft weary me as all the fighting I have done never did. I wish I might ride with you to Nemedia. It seems ages since I had a horse between my knees. But Publius says that affairs in the city require my presence. Curse him! I did not dream far enough, Prospero. When King Numedides lay dead at my feet, and I tore the crown from his gory head and set it on my own, I had reached the ultimate border of my dreams. I had prepared myself to take the crown, not to hold it. In the old free days, all I wanted was a sharp sword and a straight path to my enemies. Now, no paths are straight, and my sword is useless. When his supporters proposed that he conquer another kingdom, after having been dispossessed of Aquilonia in the Hour of the Dragon, Conan's answer is unequivocal. Let others dream imperial dreams. I but wish to hold what is mine. I have no desire to rule an empire welded together by blood and fire. It's one thing to seize a throne with the aid of its subjects and rule them with their consent. It's another to subjugate a foreign realm and rule it by fear. I don't wish to be another Valerius. No, Trocero. I'll rule all Aquilonia and no more, or I'll rule nothing. We are here very far from the perception the general public has of Conan, that of a fur-clad, semi-illiterate brute. For Conan and the media suffered the same fate as Burroughs' Tarzan. Both mysteriously lost their ability for articulate speech. Bent only on raping, slaying, and conquering. The tales of Conan as a king, the last ones chronologically speaking, should thus in no way be considered as the culmination of a lifelong saga that leads to becoming the most powerful ruler of the Hyborian age. After all, these tales of King Conan were penned rather early in the history of the series. The Phoenix on the Sword and The Scarlet Citadel were among the very first Conan stories written by Howard in 1932, and The Hour of the Dragon, written in 1934, was essentially a cannibalization of earlier efforts. All the tales in this third volume were written well after The Hour of the Dragon. It is therefore in these that we will find Howard's final words on Conan, the conclusion to his 4-year stint with the character that brought him fame. They do not represent any sort of conclusion whatsoever to the character's life. How could they when Howard himself pleaded ignorance? As for Conan's eventual fate, frankly, I can't predict it. In writing these yarns, I've always felt less as creating them than as if I were simply chronicling his adventures as he told them to me. But they are the conclusion to the series. Red Nails was completed in July 1935, 11 months before Howard's suicide. No evidence exists that Howard ever wrote anything about the character after that date. Weird Tales' inability to pay Howard regularly probably played a great part in this, and it could be said that Howard was forced by circumstances to abandon the character. The fact that he submitted only one story to Weird Tales after Red Nails supports the idea. However, by late 1934, Howard was clearly branching out from fantasy fiction and was more and more interested in the history and lore of his own country, the American Southwest, and in its potential as a subject for fiction. It is this growing passion which colored the last Conan tales. For the first time, Howard's interest was something with which he was in touch in his everyday life. His knowledge of the Celts, which had permeated many of the early Conan stories, was gained from books only. The last Conan stories, those contained in this volume, were tales in which Howard would continue, as he had in all the stories to date, to explore his theme of barbarism versus civilization. But for the first time he was in a position to add much more sincerity and first-hand knowledge of his subject. 3 of the tales contained in this volume are among Howard's best Conan stories: Beyond the Black River, Red Nails, and The Black Stranger. The first 2 are overwhelmingly considered by Howard's scholars and connoisseurs alike to be among the best tales of the entirety of Howard's fiction. Here was a writer at the peak of his talent, producing the tales which would eventually propel him beyond the status of exceptional storyteller to that of an author who also had a message to deliver. With these last Conan tales, Howard proved that he was indeed worthy of critical attention. It is in that sense that we can consider the last Conan stories as a conclusion to the series, but also as a form of literary testament. The events depicted in Beyond the Black River were nothing especially new in Howard's fiction, replete with tales depicting successful forays of savages against civilized settlements and cities that had grown too weak to defend themselves. In Beyond the Black River, as in those other tales, it is the inevitable division of the civilized people and the weakening that goes with it which brings about their defeat. What sets Beyond the Black River apart, however, is that the background and characters ring true, because all were drawn from sources that were so much closer to Howard than his usual pseudo-Celtic or pseudo-Assyrian settings. The settlers, farmers, and workers that people this particular story are not cardboard characters, but are as alive and vibrant as Conan himself. Few are the writers of fantasy stories who have succeeded in mingling fantasy with realism with such mastery. The story is a masterpiece because Howard didn't let any damsel in distress get in the way, because he subdued the more fantastic elements of the tale and refused to resort to pulp magazine conventions. He carried his grim opening predicament through to its bitter end, and didn't let melodrama get in the way. The last Conan stories are much more realistic than fantastic, and it is that realism which sets them apart. Howard was very much aware of this. Just after he had sold Red Nails, he commented to Clark Ashton Smith, "Too much raw meat, maybe, but I merely portrayed what I honestly believe would be the reactions of certain types of people in the situations on which the plot of the story hung." It may sound fantastic to link the term realism with Conan, but as a matter of fact, his supernatural adventures aside, he is the most realistic character I ever evolved. If Beyond the Black River represents Howard's definitive statement of his views concerning barbarism, he chose, in Red Nails, the other Conan masterpiece, to explore the other side of the coin, decaying civilizations. Once again, it was definitely not a new theme for the Texan. For example, Conan's predecessor, Kull of Atlantis, was the king of the decadent empire of Elusia, and countless Howard stories are set in locales that usually were somewhere between decadent and decayed. The situation inevitably led to a final destruction, usually at the hands of the barbarians who were always, conveniently, at the gates, waiting for such a moment. In Red Nails, however, Howard dispensed with the barbarians and made sure his city was utterly isolated. Red Nails would thus be the story of a decaying process that would be carried to its logical conclusion. Written at a time when Howard's mother's health was declining at an alarming rate, her body slowly decaying under her son's eyes toward a conclusion that was as inevitable as it was obvious, the last Conan story is a tale which is particularly rich in resonance with the terrible events that were happening in Howard's life and mind at the time he was composing the story. With the Conan stories, Howard ensured his literary legacy. His suicide at age 30 cut short a career that had promised to be an exceptional one. Less than a month before his death, he wrote Lovecraft, "I find it more and more difficult to write anything but Western yarns. I have always felt that if I ever accomplished anything worthwhile in the literary field, it would be with stories dealing of the central and western frontier." Howard would probably have become an important writer in that field, but fate decided otherwise. However, the Conan stories transcend by their very nature the genre they are derived from, whether it be Western, history, or high adventure. By displacing them from their historical context and cloaking them in a Hyborian guise, Howard gave those stories a universality they would not have had in another form. They became timeless, as truthful today as they were 70 years ago. "Scratch the veneer at your own risk," I wrote, concerning the stories found in the first volume. You are about to discover that the veneer is almost non-existent in most of the tales of this last opus. This is Howard at his rawest, at his best. Patrice Louinet, 2005. The Servants of Bit Yakin. 1. Paths of Intrigue. The cliffs rose sheer from the jungle, towering ramparts of stone that glinted jade blue and dull crimson in the rising sun, and curved away and away to east and west above the waving emerald ocean of fronds and leaves. It looked insurmountable, that giant palisade with its sheer curtains of solid rock in which bits of quartz winked dazzlingly in the sunlight. But the man who was working his tedious way upward was already halfway to the top. He came of a race of hillmen, accustomed to scaling forbidding crags, and he was a man of unusual strength and agility. His only garment was a pair of short red silk breeks, and his sandals were slung to his back, out of his way, as were his sword and dagger. He was a powerfully built man, supple as a panther. His skin was brown, bronzed by the sun, his square-cut black mane confined by a silver band about his temples. His iron muscles, quick eye, and sure foot served him well here, for it was a climb to test these qualities to the utmost. 150 feet below him waved the jungle. An equal distance above him, the rim of the cliffs was etched clear-cut against the morning sky. He labored like one driven by the necessity of haste, yet he was forced to move at a snail's pace, clinging like a fly on a wall. His groping hands and feet found niches and knobs, precarious holds at best, and sometimes he virtually hung by his fingernails. Yet upward he went, clawing, squirming, fighting for every foot. At times he paused to rest his aching muscles, and, shaking the sweat out of his eyes, twisted his head to stare searchingly out over the jungle, combing the green expanse for any trace of human life or motion. Now the summit was not far above him, and he observed, only a few feet above his head, a break in the sheer stone of the cliff. An instant later he had reached it, a small cavern just below the edge of the rim. As his head rose above the lip of its floor, he grunted. He clung there, his elbows hooked over the lip. The cave was so tiny that it was little more than a niche cut in the stone, but it held an occupant. A shriveled brown mummy, cross-legged, arms folded on the withered breast upon which the shrunken head was sunk, sat in the little cavern. The limbs were bound in place with rawhide thongs which had become mere rotted wisps. If the form had ever been clothed, the ravages of time had long reduced the garments to dust. But thrust between the crossed legs and the shrunken breast, there was a roll of parchment, yellowed with age to the color of old ivory. The climber stretched forth a long arm and wrenched away this cylinder. Without investigation, he thrust it into his girdle and hauled himself up until he was standing in the opening of the niche. A spring upward, and he caught the rim of the cliffs and pulled himself up and over, almost with the same motion. There he halted, panting, and stared downward. It was like looking into the interior of a vast bowl, rimmed by a circular stone wall. The floor of the bowl was covered with trees and denser vegetation, though nowhere did the growth duplicate the jungle denseness of the outer forest. The cliffs marched around it without a break and of uniform height. It was a freak of nature, not to be paralleled, perhaps, in the whole world, a vast natural amphitheater, a circular bit of forested plain, 3 or 4 miles in diameter, cut off from the rest of the world, and confined within the ring of those palisaded cliffs. But the man on the cliffs did not devote his thoughts to marveling at the topographical phenomenon. With tense eagerness he searched the treetops below him, and exhaled a gusty sigh when he caught the glint of marble domes amidst the twinkling green. It was no myth, then. Below him lay the fabulous and deserted palace of Alcmenon. Conan the Cimmerian, late of the Barachan Isles, of the Black Coast, and of many other climes where life ran wild, had come to the kingdom of Kashan following the lure of a fabled treasure that outshone the hoard of the Turanian kings. Kashan was a barbaric kingdom lying in the eastern hinterlands of Kush, where the broad grasslands merge with the forests that roll up from the south. The people were a mixed race, a dusky nobility ruling a population that was largely pure Negro. The rulers, princes, and high priests claimed descent from a white race which, in a mythical age, had ruled a kingdom whose capital city was Alcmenon. Conflicting legends sought to explain the reason for that race's eventual downfall and the abandonment of the city by the survivors. Equally nebulous were the tales of the teeth of Gwahlur, the treasure of Alcmenon. But these misty legends had been enough to bring Conan to Kashan, over vast distances of plain, river-laced jungle, and mountains. He had found Kashan, which in itself was considered mythical by many northern and western nations, and he had heard enough to confirm the rumors of the treasure that men called the Teeth of Gwahlur. But its hiding place he could not learn, and he was confronted with the necessity of explaining his presence in Kashan. Unattached strangers were not welcome there. But he was nonplussed. With cool assurance he made his offer to the stately, plumed, suspicious grandees of the barbarically magnificent court. He was a professional fighting man. In search of employment, he said, he had come to Kashan. For a price he would train the armies of Kashan and lead them against Punt, their hereditary enemy, whose recent successes in the field had roused the fury of Kashan's irascible king. This proposition was not as audacious as it might seem. Conan's fame had preceded him, even into distant Kashan. His exploits as a chief of the Black Corsairs, those wolves of the southern coasts, had made his name known, admired, and feared throughout the Black Kingdoms. He did not refuse tests devised by the dusky lords. Skirmishes along the borders were incessant, affording the Cimmerian plenty of opportunities to demonstrate his ability at hand-to-hand fighting. His reckless ferocity impressed the lords of Kashan, already aware of his reputation as a leader of men, and the prospects seemed favorable. All Conan secretly desired was employment to give him legitimate excuse for remaining in Kashan long enough to locate the hiding place of the Teeth of Gwahlur. Then there came an interruption. Thut-Mekri came to Kashan at the head of an embassy from Zimbabwe. Thut-Mekri was a Stygian, an adventurer and a rogue whose wits had recommended him to the twin kings of the great hybrid trading kingdom, which lay many days' march to the east. He and the Cimmerian knew one another of old, and without love. Thut-Mekri likewise had a proposition to make to the king of Kashan, and it also concerned the conquest of Punt, which kingdom, incidentally, lying east of Kashan, had recently expelled the Zimbabwean traders and burned their fortresses. His offer outweighed even the prestige of Conan. He pledged himself to invade Punt from the east with a host of black spearmen, Shemetish archers, and mercenary swordsmen, and to aid the king of Kashan to annex the hostile kingdom. The benevolent kings of Zimbabwe desired only the monopoly of the trade of Kashan and her tributaries, and, as a pledge of good faith, some of the Teeth of Gwahlur. These would be put to no base usage, Thut-Mekri hastened to explain to the suspicious chieftains. They would be placed in the temple of Zimbabwe beside the squat gold idols of Dagon and Derketo, sacred guests in the holy shrine of the kingdom, to seal the covenant between Kashan and Zimbabwe. This statement brought a savage grin to Conan's hard lips. The Cimmerian made no attempt to match wits and intrigue with Thutmekri and his Shemetish partner, Zargeba. He knew that if Thutmekri won his point, he would insist on the instant banishment of his rival. There was but one thing for Conan to do: find the jewels before the king of Keshan made up his mind, and flee with them. But by this time he was certain that they were not hidden in Kashia, the royal city, which was a swarm of thatched huts crowding about a mud wall that enclosed a palace of stone and mud and bamboo. While he fumed with nervous impatience, the high priest Gorulga announced that before any decision could be reached, the will of the gods must be ascertained concerning the proposed alliance with Zimbabwe and the pledge of objects long held holy and inviolate. The oracle of Alkmeenon must be consulted. This was an awesome thing that caused tongues to wag excitedly in palace and beehive hut. Not for a century had the priests visited the silent city. The oracle, men said, was the Princess Yelaya, the last ruler of Alkmeenon, who had died in the full bloom of her youth and beauty, and whose body had miraculously remained unblemished throughout the ages. Old priests had made their way into the haunted city, and she had taught them wisdom. The last priest to seek the oracle had been a wicked man, who had sought to steal for himself the curiously cut jewels that men called the teeth of Gwalior. But some doom had come upon him in the deserted palace, from which his acolytes, fleeing, had told tales of horror that had for 100 years frightened the priests from the city and the oracle. But Gorulga, the present high priest, as one confident in his knowledge of his own integrity, announced that he would go with a handful of followers to revive the ancient custom. And in the excitement, tongues buzzed indiscreetly, and Conan caught the clue for which he had sought for weeks: the overheard whisper of a lesser priest that sent the Cimmerian stealing out of Kashia the night before the dawn when the priests were to start. Riding hard as he dared for a night and a day and a night, he came in the early dawn to the cliffs of Alkmeenon, which stood in the southwestern corner of the kingdom, amidst uninhabited jungle which was taboo to common men. None but the priests dared approach the haunted city within a distance of many miles, and not even a priest had entered Alkmeenon for 100 years. No man had ever climbed these cliffs, legend said, and none but the priests knew the secret entrance into the valley. Conan did not waste time looking for it. Steeps that balked these black people, horsemen, and dwellers of plain and level forest, were not impossible for a man born in the rugged hills of Cimmeria. Now, on the summit of the cliffs, he looked down into the circular valley and wondered what plague, war, or superstition had driven the members of that ancient white race forth from their stronghold to mingle with and be absorbed by the black tribes that hemmed them in. This valley had been their citadel. There the palace stood, and there only the royal family and their court dwelt. The real city stood outside the cliffs. Those waving masses of green jungle vegetation hid its ruins, but the domes that glistened in the leaves below him were the unbroken pinnacles of the royal palace of Alkmeenon, which had defied the corroding ages. Swinging a leg over the rim, he went down swiftly. The inner side of the cliffs was more broken, not quite so sheer. In less than half the time it had taken him to ascend the outer side, he dropped to the swarded valley floor. With one hand on his sword, he looked alertly about him. There was no reason to suppose men lied when they said that Alkmeenon was empty and deserted, haunted only by the ghosts of the dead past. But it was Conan's nature to be suspicious and wary. The silence was primordial. Not even a leaf quivered on a branch. When he bent to peer under the trees, he saw nothing but the marching rows of trunks, receding and receding into the blue gloom of the deep woods. Nevertheless, he went warily, sword in hand, his restless eyes combing the shadows from side to side, his springy tread making no sound on the sward. All about him he saw signs of an ancient civilization. Marble fountains, voiceless and crumbling, stood in circles of slender trees, whose patterns were too symmetrical to have been a chance of nature. Forest growth and underbrush had invaded the evenly planned groves, but their outlines were still visible. Broad pavements ran away under the trees, broken, and with grass growing through the wide cracks. He glimpsed walls with ornamental copings, lattices of carven stone that might once have served as the walls of pleasure pavilions. Ahead of him, through the trees, the domes gleamed, and the bulk of the structure supporting them became more apparent as he advanced. Presently, pushing through a screen of vine-tangled branches, he came into a comparatively open space where the trees straggled, unencumbered by undergrowth, and saw before him the wide, pillared portico of the palace. As he mounted the broad marble steps, he noted that the building was in far better shape of preservation than the lesser structures he had glimpsed. The thick walls and massive pillars seemed too powerful to crumble before the assault of time and the elements. The same enchanted quiet brooded over all. The cat-like pad of his sandaled feet seemed startlingly loud in the stillness. Somewhere in this palace lay the effigy or image which had in times past served as oracle for the priests of Kashan. And somewhere in the palace, unless that indiscreet priest had babbled a lie, was hidden the treasure of the forgotten kings of Alkmeenon. Conan passed into a broad, lofty hall, lined with tall columns, between which arches gaped, their doors long rotted away. He traversed this in a twilight dimness, and at the other end passed through great double-valved bronze doors which stood partly open, as they might have stood for centuries. He emerged into a vast domed chamber which must have served as audience hall for the kings of Alkmeenon. It was octagonal in shape, and the great dome up to which the lofty ceiling curved obviously was cunningly pierced, for the chamber was much better lighted than the hall which led to it. At the further side of the great hall there rose a dais with broad lapis lazuli steps leading up to it, and on that dais there stood a massive chair with ornate arms and a high back which once doubtless supported a cloth of gold canopy. Conan grunted explosively, and his eyes lit. The golden throne of Alkmeenon, named in immemorial legendary. He weighed it with a practiced eye. It represented a fortune in itself, if he were but able to bear it away. Its richness fired his imagination concerning the treasure itself, and made him burn with eagerness. His fingers itched to plunge among the gems he had heard described by storytellers in the market square of Keshia, who repeated tales handed down from mouth to mouth through the centuries, jewels not to be duplicated in the world, rubies, emeralds, diamonds, bloodstones, opals, sapphires, the loot of the ancient world. He had expected to find the oracle effigy seated on the throne, but since it was not, it was probably placed in some other part of the palace, if indeed such a thing really existed. But since he had turned his face toward Kashan, so many myths had proven realities that he did not doubt that he would find some kind of image or god. Behind the throne there was a narrow arched doorway, which doubtless had been masked by hangings in the days of Alkmeenon's life. He glanced through it and saw that it led into an alcove, empty, and with a narrow corridor leading off from it at right angles. Turning away from it, he spied another arch to the left of the dais, and it, unlike the others, was furnished with a door. Nor was it any common door. The portal was of the same rich metal as the throne, and carved with many curious arabesques. At his touch, it swung open so readily that its hinges might recently have been oiled. Inside he halted, staring. He was in a square chamber of no great dimensions, whose marble walls rose to an ornate ceiling inlaid with gold. Gold friezes ran about the base and the top of the walls, and there was no door other than the one through which he had entered. But he noted these details mechanically. His whole attention was centered on the shape which lay on an ivory dais before him. He had expected an image, probably carved with the skill of a forgotten art. But no art could mimic the perfection of the figure which lay before him. It was no effigy of stone or metal or ivory. It was the actual body of a woman, and by what dark art the ancients had preserved that form unblemished for so many ages, Conan could not even guess. The very garments she wore were intact, and Conan scowled at that, a vague uneasiness stirring at the back of his mind. The arts that preserved the body could not have affected the garments. Yet there they were, gold breastplates set with concentric circles of small gems, gilded sandals, and a short silken skirt upheld by a jeweled girdle. Neither cloth nor metal showed any sign of decay. Yelaya was coldly beautiful even in death. Her body was like alabaster, slender yet voluptuous. A great crimson jewel gleamed against the darkly piled foam of her hair. Conan stood frowning down at her, and then tapped the dais with his sword. Possibilities of a hollow containing the treasure occurred to him, but the dais rung solid. He turned and paced the chamber in some indecision. Where should he search first in the limited time at his disposal? The priest he had overheard babbling to a courtesan had said the treasure was hidden in the palace, but that included a space of considerable vastness. He wondered if he should hide himself until the priests had come and gone, and then renew the search. But there was a strong chance that they might take the jewels with them when they returned to Keshia, for he was convinced that Thutmekri had corrupted Gorulga. Conan could predict Thutmekri's plans from his knowledge of the man. He knew that it had been Thutmekri who had proposed the conquest of Punt to the kings of Zimbabwe, which conquest was but one move toward their real goal, the capture of the teeth of Gwalior. Those wary kings would demand proof that the treasure really existed before they made any move. The jewels Thutmekri asked as a pledge would furnish that proof. With positive evidence of the treasure's reality, the kings of Zimbabwe would move. Punt would be invaded simultaneously from the east and the west, but the Zimbabweans would see to it that the Kashani did most of the fighting, and then, when both Punt and Kashan were exhausted from the struggle, the Zimbabweans would crush both races, loot Kashan, and take the treasure by force, if they had to destroy every building and torture every living human in the kingdom. But there was always another possibility. If Thutmekri could get his hands on the hoard, it would be characteristic of the man to cheat his employers, steal the jewels for himself, and decamp, leaving the Zimbabwean emissaries holding the sack. Conan believed that this consulting of the oracle was but a ruse to persuade the king of Kashan to accede to Thutmekri's wishes, for he never for a moment doubted that Gorulga was as subtle and devious as all the rest mixed up in this grand swindle. Conan had not approached the high priest himself, because in the game of bribery he would have had no chance against Thutmekri, and to attempt it would be to play directly into the Stygian's hands. Gorulga could denounce the Cimmerian to the people, establish a reputation for integrity, and rid Thutmekri of his rival at one stroke. He wondered how Thutmekri had corrupted the high priest, and just what could be offered as a bribe to a man who had the greatest treasure in the world under his fingers. At any rate, he was sure that the oracle would be made to say that the gods willed it that Kashan should follow Thutmekri's wishes, and he was sure, too, that it would drop a few pointed remarks concerning himself. After that, Keshia would be too hot for the Cimmerian, nor had Conan any intention of returning when he rode away in the night. The oracle chamber held no clue for him. He went forth into the great throne room and laid his hands on the throne. It was heavy, but he could tilt it up, The floor beneath, a thick marble dais, was solid. Again he sought the alcove. His mind clung to a secret crypt near the oracle. Painstakingly he began to tap along the walls, and presently his taps rang hollow at a spot opposite the mouth of the narrow corridor. Looking more closely, he saw that the crack between the marble panel at that point and the next was wider than usual. He inserted a dagger point and pried. Silently the panel swung open, revealing a niche in the wall, but nothing else. He swore feelingly. The aperture was empty, and it did not look like it had ever served as a crypt for treasure. Leaning into the niche, he saw a system of tiny holes in the wall, about on a level with a man's mouth. He peered through and grunted understandingly. That was the wall that formed the partition between the alcove and the oracle chamber. Those holes had not been visible in the chamber. Conan grinned. This explained the mystery of the oracle, but it was a bit cruder than he had expected. Gorulga would plant either himself or some trusted minion in that niche to talk through the holes, and the credulous acolytes, black men all, would accept it as the veritable voice of Yelaya. Remembering something, the Cimmerian drew forth the roll of parchment he had taken from the mummy and unrolled it carefully, as it seemed ready to fall to pieces with age. He scowled over the dim characters with which it was covered. In his roaming about the world, the giant adventurer had picked up a wide smattering of knowledge, particularly including the speaking and reading of many alien tongues. Many a sheltered scholar would have been astonished at the Cimmerian's linguistic abilities, for he had experienced many adventures where knowledge of a strange language had meant the difference between life and death. These characters were puzzling, at once familiar and unintelligible, and presently he discovered the reason. They were the characters of archaic Pelishtim, which possessed many points of difference from the modern script with which he was familiar, and which, 3 centuries ago, had been modified by conquest by a nomad tribe. This older, purer script baffled him. He made out a recurrent phrase, however, which he recognized as a proper name, Bit Yakin. He gathered it was the name of the writer. Scowling, his lips unconsciously moving as he struggled with the task, he blundered through the manuscript, finding much of it untranslatable, and most of the rest of it obscure. He gathered that the writer, the mysterious Bit Yakin, had come from afar with his servants, and entered the valley of Alcmenon. Much that followed was meaningless, interspersed as it was with unfamiliar phrases and characters. Such as he could translate seemed to indicate the passing of a very long period of time. The name of Yelaya was repeated frequently, and toward the last part of the manuscript it became apparent that Bit Yakin knew that death was upon him. With a slight start, Conan realized that the mummy in the cavern must be the remains of the writer of the manuscript, the mysterious Pelishtim, Bit Yakin. The man had died as he had prophesied, and his servants, obviously, had placed him in that open crypt high up on the cliffs, according to his instructions before his death. It was strange that Bit Yakin was not mentioned in any of the legends of Alcmenon. Obviously, he had come to the valley after it had been deserted by the original inhabitants. The manuscript indicated as much. But it seemed peculiar that the priests who came in the old days to consult the oracle had not seen the man or his servants. Conan felt sure that the mummy and this parchment were more than 100 years old. Bit Yakin had dwelt in the valley when the priests came of old to bow before dead Yelaya. Yet concerning him the legends were silent, telling only of a deserted city, haunted only by the dead. Why had the man dwelt in this desolate spot? And to what unknown destination had his servants departed after disposing of their master's corpse? Conan shrugged his shoulders and thrust the parchment back into his girdle. He started violently, the skin on the backs of his hands tingling. Startlingly, shockingly in the slumberous stillness, there had boomed the deep, strident clangor of a great gong. He wheeled, crouching like a great cat, sword in hand, glaring down the narrow corridor from which the sound had seemed to come. Had the priests of Keshia arrived? This was improbable, he knew. They would not have had time to reach the valley. But that gong was indisputable evidence of human presence. Conan was basically a direct actionist. Such subtlety as he possessed had been acquired through contact with the more devious races. When taken off guard by some unexpected occurrence, he reverted instinctively to type. So now, instead of hiding or slipping away in the opposite direction as the average man might have done, he ran straight down the corridor in the direction of the sound. His sandals made no more sound than the pads of a panther would have made. His eyes were slits, his lips unconsciously a snarl. Panic had momentarily touched his soul at the shock of that unexpected reverberation, and the red rage of the primitive that is wakened by threat of peril always lurked close to the surface of the Cimmerian. He emerged presently from the winding corridor into a small open court. Something glinting in the sun caught his eye. It was the gong, a great gold disk hanging from a gold arm extending from the crumbling wall. A brass mallet lay near, but there was no sound or sight of humanity. The surrounding arches gaped emptily. Conan crouched inside the doorway for what seemed a long time. There was no sound or movement throughout the great palace. His patience exhausted at last, he glided around the curve of the court, peering into the arches, ready to leap either way like a flash of light, or to strike right or left as a cobra strikes. He reached the gong, stared into the arch nearest it. He saw only a dim chamber, littered with the debris of decay. Beneath the gong, the polished marble flags showed no footprint. But there was a scent in the air, a faintly fetid odor he could not classify. His nostrils dilated like those of a wild beast as he sought in vain to identify it. He turned toward the arch. With appalling suddenness, the seemingly solid flags splintered and gave way under his feet. Even as he fell, he spread wide his arms and caught the edges of the aperture that gaped beneath him. The edges crumbled off under his clutching fingers. Down into utter darkness he shot, into black, icy water that gripped him and whirled him away with breathless speed. 2. A Goddess Awakens. The Cimmerian at first made no attempt to fight the current that was sweeping him through lightless night. He kept himself afloat, gripping between his teeth the sword which he had not relinquished even in his fall, and did not even seek to guess to what doom he was being borne. But suddenly a beam of light lanced the darkness ahead of him. He saw the surging, seething black surface of the water, in turmoil as if disturbed by some monster of the deep, and he saw the sheer stone walls of the channel, curved up to a vault overhead. On each side ran a narrow ledge, just below the arching roof, but they were far out of his reach. At one point, this roof had been broken, probably fallen in, and the light was streaming through the aperture. Beyond that shaft of light was utter blackness, and panic assailed the Cimmerian as he saw he would be swept on past that spot of light and into the unknown blackness again. Then he saw something else. Bronze ladders extended from the ledges to the water's surface at regular intervals, and there was one just ahead of him. Instantly he struck out for it, fighting the current that would have held him to the middle of the stream. It dragged at him as with tangible, animate, slimy hands, but he buffeted the rushing surge with the strength of desperation and drew closer and closer inshore, fighting furiously for every inch. Now he was even with the ladder, and with a fierce, gasping plunge he gripped the bottom rung and hung on, breathless. A few seconds later he struggled up out of the seething water, trusting his great weight dubiously to the corroded rungs. They sagged and bent, but they held, and he clambered up onto the narrow ledge which ran along the wall scarcely a man's length below the curving roof. The tall Cimmerian was forced to bend his head as he stood up. A heavy bronze door showed in the stone at a point even with the head of the ladder, but it did not give to Conan's efforts. He transferred his sword from his teeth to its scabbard, spitting blood, for the edge had cut his lips in that fierce fight with the river, and turned his attention to the broken roof. He could reach his arms up through the crevice and grip the edge, and careful testing told him it would bear his weight. An instant later, he had drawn himself up through the hole and found himself in a wide chamber, in a state of extreme disrepair. Most of the roof had fallen in, as well as a great section of the floor, which was laid over the vault of subterranean river. Broken arches opened into other chambers and corridors, and Conan believed he was still in the great palace. He wondered uneasily how many chambers in that palace had underground water directly under them, and when the ancient flags or tiles might give way again and precipitate him back into the current from which he had just crawled. And he wondered just how much of an accident that fall had been. Had those rotten flags simply chanced to give way beneath his weight? Or was there a more sinister explanation? One thing at least was obvious. He was not the only living thing in that palace. That gong had not sounded of its own accord, whether the noise had been meant to lure him to his death or not. The silence of the palace became suddenly sinister, fraught with crawling menace. Could it be someone on the same mission as himself? A sudden thought occurred to him at the memory of the mysterious Bit Yakin. Was it not possible that this man had found the teeth of Gwahlur in his long residence in Alkmeenon? That his servants had taken them with them when they departed? The possibility that he might be following a will-o'-the-wisp infuriated the Cimmerian. Choosing a corridor which he believed led back toward the part of the palace he had first entered, he hurried along it, stepping gingerly as he thought of that black river that seethed and foamed somewhere below his feet. His speculations recurrently revolved around the oracle chamber and its cryptic occupant. Somewhere in that vicinity must be the clue to the mystery of the treasure, if indeed it still remained in its immemorial hiding place. The great palace lay silent as ever, disturbed only by the swift passing of his sandaled feet. The chambers and halls he traversed were crumbling into ruin, but as he advanced, the ravages of decay became less apparent. He wondered briefly for what purpose the ladders had been suspended from the ledges over the subterranean river, but dismissed the matter with a shrug. He was little interested in speculating over unremunerative problems of antiquity. He was not sure just where the oracle chamber lay from where he was, but presently he emerged into a corridor which led back into the great throne room under one of the arches. He had reached a decision. It was useless for him to wander aimlessly about the palace, seeking the hoard. He would conceal himself somewhere here, wait until the Kashani priests came, and then, after they had gone through the farce of consulting the oracle, he would follow them to the hiding place of the gems, to which he was certain they would go. Perhaps they would only take a few of the jewels with them. He would content himself with the rest. Drawn by a morbid fascination, he re-entered the oracle chamber and stared down again at the motionless figure of the princess who was worshipped as a goddess, entranced by her frigid beauty. What cryptic secret was locked in that marvelously molded form? He started violently. The breath sucked through his teeth, the short hairs prickled at the back of his scalp. The body still lay as he had first seen it, silent, motionless, in breastplates of jeweled gold, gilded sandals, and silken skirt. But now there was a subtle difference. The lissom limbs were not rigid. A peach bloom touched the cheeks. The lips were red. With a panicky curse, Conan ripped out his sword. "Crom! She's alive!" At his words, the long, dark lashes lifted. The eyes opened and gazed up at him inscrutably, dark, lustrous, mystical. He glared in frozen speechlessness. She sat up with a supple ease, still holding his ensorcelled stare. He licked his dry lips and found voice. "You are you Yalaya?" he stammered. "I am Yalaya." The voice was rich and musical, and he stared with new wonder. "Do not fear. I will not harm you if you do my bidding." "How can a dead woman come to life after all these centuries?" he demanded, as if skeptical of what his senses told him. A curious gleam was beginning to smolder in his eyes. She lifted her arms in a mystical gesture. "I am a goddess. 1,000 years ago there descended upon me the curse of the greater gods, the gods of darkness beyond the borders of light. The mortal in me died. The goddess in me could never die. Here I have lain for so many centuries, to awaken each night at sunset and hold my court of yore, with spectres drawn from the shadows of the past. Man, if you would not view that which will blast your soul forever, get hence quickly. I command you. Go!" The voice became imperious, and her slender arm lifted and pointed. Conan, his eyes burning slits, slowly sheathed his sword, but he did not obey her order. He stepped closer, as if impelled by a powerful fascination. Without the slightest warning, he grabbed her up in a bear-like grasp. She screamed, a very ungoddess-like scream, and there was a sound of ripping silk, as with one ruthless wrench he tore off her skirt. "Goddess! Ha!" His bark was full of angry contempt. He ignored the frantic writhings of his captive. "I thought it was strange that a princess of Alcmenon would speak with a Corinthian accent. As soon as I'd gathered my wits, I knew I'd seen you somewhere. You're Muriela, Zargeba's Corinthian dancing girl. This crescent-shaped birthmark on your hip proves it. I saw it once when Zargeba was whipping you. Goddess! Bah!" He smacked the betraying hip contemptuously and resoundingly with his open hand, and the girl yelped piteously. All her imperiousness had gone out of her. She was no longer a mystical figure of antiquity, but a terrified and humiliated dancing girl, such as can be bought at almost any Shemitish marketplace. She lifted up her voice and wept unashamedly. Her captor glared down at her with angry triumph. "Goddess! Ha! So you were one of the veiled women Zargeba brought to Kashia with him. Did you think you could fool me, you little idiot? A year ago I saw you in Akbitana with that swine Zargeba, and I don't forget faces, or women's figures. I think I'll—" Squirming about in his grasp, she threw her slender arms about his massive neck in an abandon of terror. Tears coursed down her cheeks, and her sobs quivered with a note of hysteria. "Oh, please don't hurt me! Don't! I had to do it! Zargeba brought me here to act as the oracle." "Why, you sacrilegious little hussy!" rumbled Conan. "Do you not fear the gods? Crom, is there no honesty anywhere?" "Oh, please," she begged, quivering with abject fright. "I couldn't disobey Zargeba. Oh, what shall I do? I shall be cursed by these heathen gods." "What do you think the priests will do to you if they find out you're an impostor?" he demanded. At the thought, her legs refused to support her, and she collapsed in a shuddering heap, clasping Conan's knees and mingling incoherent pleas for mercy and protection with piteous protestations of her innocence of any malign intention. It was a vivid change from her pose as the ancient princess, but not surprising. The fear that had nerved her then was now her undoing. "Where is Zargeba?" he demanded. "Stop yammering, damn it, and answer me." "Outside the palace," she whimpered,
watching for the priests."
"How many men with him?"
"None. We came alone."
"Ha!" It was much like the satisfied grunt of a hunting lion. "You must have left Kashia a few hours after I did. Did you climb the cliffs?" She shook her head, too choked with tears to speak coherently. With an impatient imprecation, he seized her slim shoulders and shook her until she gasped for breath. "Will you quit that blubbering and answer me? How did you get into the valley?"
"Zargeba knew the secret way," she gasped. "The priest Gurunga told him, and Thutmekri. On the south side of the valley there is a broad pool lying at the foot of the cliffs. There is a cave mouth under the surface of the water that is not visible to the casual glance. We ducked under the water and entered it. The cave slopes up out of the water swiftly and leads through the cliffs. The opening on the side of the valley is masked by heavy thickets."
"I climbed the cliffs on the east side," he muttered. "Well, what then?"
"We came to the palace, and Zargeba hid me among the trees while he went to look for the chamber of the oracle. I do not think he fully trusted Gwarunga. While he was gone, I thought I heard a gong sound, but I was not sure. Presently, Zargeba came and took me into the palace, and brought me to this chamber where the goddess Yelaya lay upon the dais. He stripped the body and clothed me in the garments and ornaments. Then he went forth to hide the body and watch for the priests. I have been afraid. When you entered, I wanted to leap up and beg you to take me away from this place, but I feared Zargeba. When you discovered I was alive, I thought I could frighten you away."
"What were you to say as the oracle?" he asked.
"I was to bid the priests to take the teeth of Gwalur and give some of them to Thutmekri as a pledge, as he desired, and place the rest in the palace at Kashia. I was to tell them that an awful doom threatened Kashan if they did not agree to Thutmekri's proposals. And oh, yes, I was to tell them that you were to be skinned alive immediately."
"Thutmekri wanted the treasure where he, or the Zimbabweans, could lay hand on it easily," muttered Conan, disregarding the remark concerning himself. "I'll carve his liver yet. Gurulga is a party to the swindle, of course."
"No. He believes in his gods, and is incorruptible. He knows nothing about this. He will obey the oracle. It was all Thutmekri's plan. Knowing the Kashani would consult the oracle, he had Zargeba bring me with the embassy from Zimbabwe, closely veiled and secluded."
"Well, I'm damned," muttered Conan. "A priest who honestly believes in his oracle and cannot be bribed. Crom! I wonder if it was Zargeba who banged that gong. Did he know I was here? Could he have known about that rotten flagging? Where is he now, girl?"
"Hiding in a thicket of lotus trees near the ancient avenue that leads from the south wall of the cliffs to the palace," she answered.
Then she renewed her importunities.
"Oh, Conan, have pity on me! I am afraid of this evil ancient place. I know I have heard stealthy footfalls padding about me. Oh, Conan, take me away with you! Zargeba will kill me when I have served his purpose here. I know it. The priests, too, will kill me if they discover my deceit. He is a devil. He bought me from a slave trader who stole me out of a caravan bound through southern Koth, and has made me the tool of his intrigues ever since. Take me away from him. You cannot be as cruel as he. Don't leave me to be slain here. Please, please!"
She was on her knees, clutching at Conan hysterically, her beautiful tear-stained face upturned to him, her dark silken hair flowing in disorder over her white shoulders. Conan picked her up and set her on his knee. "Listen to me. I'll protect you from Zargeba. The priests shall not know of your perfidy, but you've got to do as I tell you." She faltered promises of explicit obedience, clasping his corded neck as if seeking security from the contact. Good. When the priests come, you'll act the part of Yelaya, as Zargeba planned. It'll be dark, and in the torchlight they'll never know the difference. But you'll say this to them. It is the will of the gods that the Stygian and his Shemetish dogs be driven from Kashan. They are thieves and traitors who plot to rob the gods. Let the teeth of Gwalur be placed in the care of the general Conan. Let him lead the armies of Kashan. He is beloved of the gods. She shivered with an expression of desperation, but acquiesced.
But Zargeba, she cried. He'll kill me.
Don't worry about Zargeba, he grunted. I'll take care of that dog. You do as I say. Here, put up your hair again. It's fallen all over your shoulders, and the gem's fallen out of it. He replaced the great glowing gem himself, nodding approval. It's worth a room full of slaves itself alone. Here, put your skirt back on. It's torn down the side, but the priests will never notice it. Wipe your face. A goddess doesn't cry like a whipped schoolgirl. By Crom, you do look like Yelaya. Face, hair, figure, and all. If you act the goddess with the priests as well as you did with me, you'll fool them easily.
I'll try,
she shivered. Good. I'm going to find Zargeba. At that, she became panicky again.
No, don't leave me alone. This place is haunted.
There's nothing here to harm you, he assured her impatiently. Nothing but Zargeba, and I'm going to look after him. I'll be back shortly. I'll be watching from close by in case anything goes wrong during the ceremony. But if you play your part properly, nothing will go wrong. And turning, he hastened out of the oracle chamber. Behind him, Muriela squeaked wretchedly at his going. Twilight had fallen. The great rooms and halls were shadowy and indistinct. Copper friezes glinted dully through the dusk. Conan strode like a silent phantom through the great halls, with a sensation as of being stared at from the shadowed recesses by invisible ghosts of the past. No wonder the girl was nervous amid such surroundings. He glided down the marble steps like a slinking panther, sword in hand. Silence reigned over the valley, and above the rim of the cliffs stars were blinking out. If the priests of Kashia had entered the valley, there was not a sound, not a movement in the greenery to betray them. He made out the ancient, broken paved avenue, wandering away to the south, lost amid clustering masses of fronds and thick-leaved bushes. He followed it warily, hugging the edge of the paving where the shrubs massed their shadows thick, until he saw ahead of him, dimly in the dusk, the clump of lotus trees, the strange growth peculiar to the black lands of Kush. There, according to the girl, Zargeba should be lurking. Conan became stealth personified. A velvet-footed shadow, he melted into the thickets. He approached the lotus grove by a circuitous movement, and scarcely the rustle of a leaf proclaimed his passing. At the edge of the trees he halted suddenly, crouched like a suspicious panther among the deep shrubs. Ahead of him, among the dense leaves, showed a pallid oval, dim in the uncertain light. It might have been one of the great white blossoms which shone thickly among the branches. But Conan knew that it was a man's face, and it was turned toward him. He shrank quickly deeper into the shadows. Had Zargeba seen him? The man was looking directly toward him. Seconds passed. That dim face had not moved. Conan could make out the dark tuft below that was the short black beard. And suddenly Conan was aware of something unnatural. Zargeba, he knew, was not a tall man. Standing erect, his head would scarcely top the Cimmerian's shoulder. Yet that face was on a level with Conan's own. Was the man standing on something? Conan bent and peered toward the ground below the spot where the face showed, but his vision was blocked by undergrowth and the thick boles of the trees. But he saw something else, and he stiffened. Through a slot in the underbrush, he glimpsed the stem of the tree under which, apparently, Zargeba was standing. The face was directly in line with that tree. He should have seen below that face not the tree trunk, but Zargeba's body. But there was no body there. Suddenly tenser than a tiger who stalks its prey, Conan glided deeper into the thicket, and a moment later drew aside a leafy branch and glared at the face that had not moved. Nor would it ever move again of its own volition. He looked on Zargeba's severed head, suspended from the branch of the tree by its own long black hair. 3. The Return of the Oracle. Conan wheeled supply, sweeping the shadows with a fiercely questing stare. There was no sign of the murdered man's body. Only yonder the tall, lush grass was trampled and broken down, and the sward was dabbled darkly and wetly. Conan stood scarcely breathing as he strained his ears into the silence. The trees and bushes with their great pallid blossoms stood dark, still, and sinister, etched against the deepening dusk. Primitive fears whispered at the back of Conan's mind. Was this the work of the priests of Keshan? If so, where were they? Was it Zargeba, after all, who had struck the gong? Again there rose the memory of Bit Yakin and his mysterious servants. Bit Yakin was dead, shriveled to a hulk of wrinkled leather and bound in his hollow crypt to greet the rising sun forever. But the servants of Bit Yakin were unaccounted for. There was no proof they had ever left the valley. Conan thought of the girl, Muriela, alone and unguarded in that great shadowy palace. He wheeled and ran back down the shadowed avenue, and he ran as a suspicious panther runs, poised even in full stride to whirl right or left and strike death blows. The palace loomed through the trees, and he saw something else. The glow of fire reflecting redly from the polished marble. He melted into the bushes that lined the broken street, glided through the dense growth, and reached the edge of the open space before the portico. Voices reached him. Torches bobbed, and their flare shone on glossy ebony shoulders. The priests of Keshan had come. They had not advanced up the wide, overgrown avenue as Zargeba had expected them to do. Obviously, there was more than one secret way into the valley of Alkmeenon. They were filing up the broad marble steps, holding their torches high. He saw Gorulga at the head of the parade, a profile chiseled out of copper, etched in the torch glare. The rest were acolytes, giant black men from whose skins the torches struck highlights. At the end of the procession there stalked a huge Negro with an unusually wicked cast of countenance, at the sight of whom Conan scowled. That was Gwarunga, whom Muriela had named as the man who had revealed the secret of the pool entrance to Zargeba. Conan wondered how deeply the man was in the intrigues of the Stygian. He hurried toward the portico, circling the open space to keep in the fringing shadows. They left no one to guard the entrance. The torches streamed steadily down the long, dark hall. Before they had reached the double-valved door at the other end, Conan had mounted the outer steps and was in the hall behind them. Slinking swiftly along the column-lined wall, he reached the great door as they crossed the huge throne room, their torches driving back the shadows. They did not look back. In single file, their ostrich plumes nodding, their leopard-skin tunics contrasting curiously with the marble and arabesqued metal of the ancient palace, they moved across the wide room and halted momentarily at the golden door to the left of the throne dais. Gorulga's voice boomed eerily and hollowly in the great empty space, framed in sonorous phrases unintelligible to the lurking listener. Then the high priest thrust open the golden door and entered, bowing repeatedly to his waist. And behind him the torches sank and rose, showering flakes of flame as the worshippers imitated their master. The gold door closed behind them, shutting out sound and sight, and Conan darted across the throne chamber and into the alcove behind the throne. He made less sound than a wind blowing across the chamber. Tiny beams of light streamed through the apertures in the wall as he pried open the secret panel. Gliding into the niche, he peered through. Muriela sat upright on the dais, her arms folded, her head leaning back against the wall within a few inches of his eyes. The delicate perfume of her foamy hair was in his nostrils. He could not see her face, of course, but her attitude was as if she gazed tranquilly into some far gulf of space, over and beyond the shaven heads of the black giants who knelt before her. Conan grinned with appreciation. The little slut's an actress, he told himself. He knew she was shriveling with terror, but she showed no sign. In the uncertain flare of the torches, she looked exactly like the goddess he had seen lying on that same dais, if one could imagine that goddess imbued with vibrant life. Gorulga was booming forth some kind of a chant in an accent unfamiliar to Conan, and which was probably some invocation in the ancient tongue of Alkmeenon, handed down from generation to generation of high priests. It seemed interminable. Conan grew restless. The longer the thing lasted, the more terrific would be the strain on Muriela. If she snapped... He hitched his sword and dagger forward. He could not see the little trollop tortured and slain by black men. But the chant, deep, low-pitched, and indescribably ominous, came to a conclusion at last, and a shouted acclaim from the acolytes marked its period. Lifting his head and raising his arms toward the silent form on the dais, Gorulga cried in the deep, rich resonance that was the natural attribute of the Kashani priest. "O great goddess, dweller with the great ones of darkness, let thy heart be melted, thy lips opened for the ears of thy slave, whose head is in the dust beneath thy feet. Speak, great goddess of the Holy Valley. Thou knowest the paths before us. The darkness that vexes us is as the light of the midday sun to thee. Shed the radiance of thy wisdom on the paths of thy servants. Tell us, O mouthpiece of the gods, what is their will concerning Thutmekri, the Stygian?" The high-piled burnished mass of hair that caught the torchlight in dull bronze gleams quivered slightly. A gusty sigh rose from the blacks, half in awe, half in fear. Muriela's voice came plainly to Conan's ears in the breathless silence, and it seemed cold, detached, impersonal, though he winced at the Corinthian accent. "It is the will of the gods that the Stygian and his Shemetish dogs be driven from Keshan." She was repeating his exact words. "They are thieves and traitors who plot to rob the gods. Let the teeth of Gwalur be placed in the care of the general Conan. Let him lead the armies of Keshan. He is beloved of the gods." There was a quiver in her voice as she ended, and Conan began to sweat, believing she was on the point of an hysterical collapse. But the blacks did not notice, any more than they identified the Corinthian accent, of which they knew nothing. They smote their palms softly together, and a murmur of wonder and awe rose from them. Gorulga's eyes glittered fanatically in the torchlight. "Yelaya has spoken!" he cried in an exalted voice. "It is the will of the gods. Long ago, in the days of our ancestors, they were made taboo and hidden at the command of the gods, who wrenched them from the awful jaws of Gwalur, the king of darkness, in the birth of the world. At the command of the gods, the teeth of Gwahlur were hidden. At their command they shall be brought forth again. O star-born goddess, give us your leave to go to the secret hiding place of the teeth, to secure them for him whom the gods love."
"You have my leave to go,"
answered the false goddess, with an imperious gesture of dismissal that set Conan grinning again. And the priests backed out, ostrich plumes and torches rising and falling with the rhythm of their genuflections. The gold door closed, and with a moan, the goddess fell back limply on the dais.
"Conan," she whimpered faintly. "Conan!"
"Shh!" he hissed through the apertures, and turning, glided from the niche and closed the panel. A glimpse past the jamb of the carven door showed him the torches receding across the great throne room. But he was at the same time aware of a radiance that did not emanate from the torches. He was startled, but the solution presented itself instantly. An early moon had risen, and its light slanted through the pierced dome, which, by some curious workmanship, intensified the light. The shining dome of Alkmeenon was no fable, then. Perhaps its interior was of the curious, whitely flaming crystal found only in the hills of the Black Countries. The light flooded the throne room and seeped into the chambers immediately adjoining. But as Conan made toward the door that led into the throne room, he was brought around suddenly by a noise that seemed to emanate from the passage that led off from the alcove. He crouched at the mouth, staring into it, remembering the clangor of the gong that had echoed from it to lure him into a snare. The light from the dome filtered only a little way into that narrow corridor, and showed him only empty space. Yet he could have sworn that he heard the furtive pad of a foot somewhere down it. While he hesitated, he was electrified by a woman's strangled cry from behind him. Bounding through the door behind the throne, he saw an unexpected spectacle in the crystal light. The torches of the priests had vanished from the great hall outside, but one priest was still in the palace, Gwarunga. His wicked features were convulsed with fury, and he grasped the terrified Muriela by the throat, choking her efforts to scream and plead, shaking her brutally. "Traitoress!" Between his thick red lips, his voice hissed like a cobra. "What game are you playing? Did not Zargeba tell you what to say?" "Aye, Thutmekri told me. Are you betraying your master, or is he betraying his friends through you? Slut! I'll twist off your false head, but first I'll—" A widening of his captive's lovely eyes as she stared over his shoulder warned the huge black. He released her and wheeled, just as Conan's sword lashed down. The impact of the stroke knocked him headlong backwards to the marble floor where he lay twitching, blood oozing from a ragged gash in his scalp. Conan started toward him to finish the job, for he knew that the black's sudden movement had caused the blade to strike flat, but Muriela threw her arms convulsively about him.
"I've done as you ordered," she gasped hysterically. "Take me away! Oh, please take me away!"
"We can't go yet," he grunted. "I want to follow the priests and see where they get the jewels. There may be more loot hidden there. But you can go with me. Where's that gem you wore in your hair?"
"It must have fallen out on the dais," she stammered, feeling for it. "I was so frightened. When the priests left, I ran out to find you, and this big brute had stayed behind, and he grabbed me."
"Well, go get it while I dispose of this carcass," he commanded. "Go on. That gem is worth a fortune itself." She hesitated, as if loath to return to that cryptic chamber. Then, as he grasped Gwarunga's girdle and dragged him into the alcove, she turned and entered the oracle room. Conan dumped the senseless black on the floor and lifted his sword. The Cimmerian had lived too long in the wild places of the world to have any illusions about mercy. The only safe enemy was a headless enemy. But before he could strike, a startling scream checked the lifted blade. It came from the oracle chamber.
"Conan! Conan, she's come back!"
The shriek ended in a gurgle and a scraping shuffle. With an oath, Conan dashed out of the alcove, across the throne dais and into the oracle chamber, almost before the sound had ceased. There he halted, glaring bewilderedly. To all appearances, Muriela lay placidly on the dais, eyes closed as if in slumber.
"What in the hell are you doing?" he demanded acidly. "Is this any time to be playing jokes?"
His voice trailed away. His gaze ran along the ivory thigh molded in the close-fitting silk skirt. That skirt should gape from girdle to hem. He knew, because it had been his own hand that tore it, as he ruthlessly stripped the garment from the dancer's writhing body. But the skirt showed no rent. A single stride brought him to the dais, and he laid his hands on the ivory body, snatched away as if it had encountered hot iron instead of the cold immobility of death.
"Crom!"
he muttered, his eyes suddenly slits of balefire.
"It's not Muriela. It's Yelaya."
He understood now that frantic scream that had burst from Muriela's lips when she entered the chamber. The goddess had returned. The body had been stripped by Zargheba to furnish the accoutrement for the pretender. Yet now it was clad in silk and jewels as Conan had first seen it. A peculiar prickling made itself manifest among the short hairs at the base of Conan's scalp.
"Muriela!" he shouted suddenly. "Muriela! Where the devil are you?"
The walls threw back his voice mockingly. There was no entrance that he could see except the golden door, and none could have entered or departed through that without his knowledge. This much was indisputable. Yelaya had been replaced on the dais within the few minutes that had elapsed since Muriela had first left the chamber to be seized by Gwarunga. His ears were still tingling with the echoes of Muriela's scream, yet the Corinthian had vanished as if into thin air. There was but one explanation, if he rejected the darker speculation that suggested the supernatural. Somewhere in the chamber there was a secret door, and even as the thought crossed his mind, he saw it. In what had seemed a curtain of solid marble, a thin perpendicular crack showed, and in the crack hung a wisp of silk. In an instant he was bending over it. That shred was from Muriela's torn skirt. The implication was unmistakable. It had been caught in the closing door and torn off as she was borne through the opening by whatever grim beings were her captors. The bit of cloth had prevented the door from fitting perfectly into its frame. Thrusting his dagger point into the crack, Conan exerted leverage with a corded forearm. The blade bent, but it was of unbreakable Akbitanan steel. The marble door opened. Conan's sword was lifted as he peered into the aperture beyond, but he saw no shape of menace. Light filtering into the oracle chamber revealed a short flight of steps cut out of marble. Pulling the door back to its fullest extent, he drove his dagger into a crack in the floor, propping it open. Then he went down the steps without hesitation. He saw nothing, heard nothing. A dozen steps down, the stair ended in a narrow corridor which ran straight away into the gloom. He halted suddenly, posed like a statue at the foot of the stair, staring at the paintings which frescoed the walls, half visible in the dim light which filtered down from above. The art was unmistakably Pelishtim. He had seen frescoes of identical characters on the walls of Ascalon, but the scenes depicted had no connection with anything Pelishtim, except for one human figure, frequently recurrent, a lean, white-bearded old man whose racial characteristics were unmistakable. They seemed to represent various sections of the palaces above. Several scenes showed a chamber he recognized as the oracle chamber, with the figure of Yelaya stretched upon the ivory dais and huge black men kneeling before it. And there behind the wall, in the niche, lurked the ancient Pelishtim. And there were other figures too, figures that moved through the deserted palace, did the bidding of the Pelishtim, and dragged unnameable things out of the subterranean river. In the few seconds Conan stood frozen, hitherto unintelligible phrases in the parchment manuscript blazed in his brain with chilling clarity. The loose bits of the pattern clicked into place. The mystery of Bit Yakin was a mystery no longer, nor the riddle of Bit Yakin's servants. Conan turned and peered into the darkness, an icy finger crawling along his spine. Then he went along the corridor, cat-footed, and without hesitation, moving deeper and deeper into the darkness as he drew further away from the stair. The air hung heavy with the odor he had scented in the cord of the gong. Now in utter blackness he heard a sound ahead of him. The shuffle of bare feet or the swish of loose garments against stone, he could not tell which. But an instant later his outstretched hand encountered a barrier which he identified as a massive door of carven metal. He pushed against it fruitlessly, and his sword point sought vainly for a crack. It fitted into the sill and jambs as if molded there. He exerted all his strength, his feet straining against the floor, the veins knotting at his temples. It was useless. A charge of elephants would scarcely have shaken that titanic portal. As he leaned there, he caught a sound on the other side that his ears instantly identified. It was the creak of rusty iron, like a lever scraping in its slot. Instinctive action followed recognition so spontaneously that sound, impulse, and action were practically simultaneous. And as his prodigious bound carried him backward, there was the rush of a great bulk from above, and a thunderous crash filled the tunnel with deafening vibrations. Bits of flying splinters struck him. A huge block of stone, he knew from the sound, dropped on the spot he had just quitted. An instant's slower thought or action, and it would have crushed him like an ant. Conan fell back. Somewhere on the other side of that metal door, Muriela was a captive, if she still lived. But he could not pass that door, and if he remained in the tunnel, another block might fall, and he might not be so lucky. It would do the girl no good for him to be crushed into a purple pulp. He could not continue his search in that direction. He must get above ground and look for some other avenue of approach. He turned and hurried toward the stair, sighing as he emerged into comparative radiance. And as he set foot on the first step, the light was blotted out, and above him the marble door rushed shut with a resounding reverberation. Something like panic seized the Cimmerian then, trapped in that black tunnel, and he wheeled on the stair, lifting his sword and glaring murderously into the darkness behind him, expecting a rush of ghoulish assailants. But there was no sound or movement down the tunnel. Did the men beyond the door, if they were men, believe that he had been disposed of by the fall of the stone from the roof, which had undoubtedly been released by some sort of machinery? Then why had the door been shut above him? Abandoning speculation, Conan groped his way up the steps, his skin crawling in anticipation of a knife in his back at every stride, yearning to drown his semi-panic in a barbarous burst of bloodletting. He thrust against the door at the top and cursed soulfully to find that it did not give to his efforts. Then, as he lifted his sword with his right hand to hew at the marble, his groping left encountered a metal bolt that evidently slipped into place at the closing of the door. In an instant he had drawn this bolt, and then the door gave up to his shove. He bounded into the chamber like a slit-eyed, snarling incarnation of fury, ferociously desirous to come to grips with whatever enemy was hounding him. The dagger was gone from the floor. The chamber was empty, and so was the dais. Yelaya had again vanished.
"By Crom," muttered the Cimmerian. "Is she alive after all?"
He strode out into the throne room, baffled, and then, struck by a sudden thought, stepped behind the throne and peered into the alcove. There was blood on the smooth marble where he had cast down the senseless body of Gwarunga. That was all. The black man had vanished as completely as Yelaya. 4. The Dome of the Teeth of Gwahlur. Baffled wrath confused the brain of Conan the Cimmerian. He knew no more how to go about searching for Muriela than he had known how to go about searching for the teeth of Gwahlur. Only one thought occurred to him: to follow the priests. Perhaps at the hiding place of the treasure some clue would be revealed to him. It was a slim chance, but better than wandering about aimlessly. As he hurried through the great shadowy hall that led to the portico, he half expected the lurking shades to come to life behind him with rending fangs and talons. But only the beat of his own rapid heart accompanied him into the moonlight that dappled the shimmering marble. At the foot of the wide steps, he cast about in the bright moonlight for some sign to show him the direction he must go. And he found it. Petals scattered on the sward told where an arm or garment had brushed against a blossom-laden branch. Grass had been pressed down under heavy feet. Conan, who had tracked wolves in his native hills, found no insurmountable difficulty in following the trail of the Kashani priests. It led away from the palace, through masses of exotically scented shrubbery where great pale blossoms spread their shimmering petals, through verdant tangled bushes that showered blooms at the touch, until he came at last to a great mass of rock that jutted like a Titan's castle out from the cliffs at a point closest to the palace, which, however, was almost hidden from view by vine-interlaced trees. Evidently that babbling priest in Kashia had been mistaken when he said the teeth were hidden in the palace. This trail had led him away from the place where Muriela had disappeared. But a belief was growing in Conan that each part of the valley was connected with that palace by subterranean passages. Crouching in the deep velvet black shadows of the bushes, he scrutinized the great jut of rock which stood out in bold relief in the moonlight. It was covered with strange, grotesque carvings, depicting men and animals and half-bestial creatures that might have been gods or devils. The style of art differed so strikingly from that of the rest of the valley that Conan wondered if it did not represent a different era and race, and was itself a relic of an age lost and forgotten at whatever immeasurably distant date the people of Alcmenon had found and entered the haunted valley. A great door stood open in the sheer curtain of the cliff, and a gigantic dragon head was carved about it, so that the open door was like the dragon's gaping mouth. The door itself was of carven bronze and looked to weigh several tons. There was no lock that he could see, but a series of bolts showing along the edge of the massive portal as it stood open told him that there was some system of locking and unlocking, a system doubtless known only to the priests of Kashan. The trail showed that Gorluga and his henchmen had gone through that door. But Conan hesitated. To wait until they emerged would probably mean to see the door locked in his face, and he might not be able to solve the mystery of its unlocking. On the other hand, if he followed them in, they might emerge and lock him in the cavern. Throwing caution to the winds, he glided through the great portal. Somewhere in the cavern were the priests, the teeth of Gwahlur, and perhaps a clue to the fate of Muriela. Personal risks had never yet deterred him from any purpose. Moonlight illumined, for a few yards, the wide tunnel in which he found himself. Somewhere ahead of him he saw a faint glow and heard the echo of a weird chanting. The priests were not so far ahead of him as he had thought. The tunnel debouched into a wide room before the moonlight played out, an empty cavern of no great dimensions, but with a lofty, vaulted roof, glowing with a phosphorescent encrustation, which, as Conan knew, was a common phenomenon in that part of the world. It made a weird, ghostly half-light, in which he was able to see a bestial image squatting on a shrine, and the black mouths of 6 or 7 tunnels leading off from the chamber. Down the widest one of these, the one directly behind the squat image which looked toward the outer opening, he caught the gleam of torches, wavering, whereas the phosphorescent glow was fixed, and heard the chanting increased in volume. Down it he went recklessly, and was presently peering into a larger cavern than the one he had just left. There was no phosphorus here, but the light of the torches fell on a larger altar, and a more obscene and repulsive god, squatting toad-like upon it. Before this repugnant deity, Gorulga and his 10 acolytes knelt and beat their heads upon the ground, while chanting monotonously. Conan realized why their progress had been so slow. Evidently, approaching the secret crypt of the teeth was a complicated and elaborate ritual. He was fidgeting in nervous impatience before the chanting and bowing were over. But presently they rose and passed into the tunnel which opened behind the idol. Their torches bobbed away into the nighted vault, and he followed swiftly. Not much danger of being discovered. He glided along the shadows like a creature of the night, and the black priests were completely engrossed in their ceremonial mummery. Apparently, they had not even noticed the absence of Gwarunga. Emerging into a cavern of huge proportions, about whose upward curving walls gallery-like ledges marched in tiers, they began their worship anew before an altar which was larger, and a god which was more disgusting than any encountered thus far. Conan crouched in the black mouth of the tunnel, staring at the walls reflecting the lurid glow of the torches. He saw a carven stone stair winding up from tier to tier of the galleries. The roof was lost in darkness. He started violently, and the chanting broke off as the kneeling blacks flung up their heads. An inhuman voice boomed out high above them. They froze on their knees, their faces turned upward in a ghastly blue hue in the sudden glare of a weird light that burst blindingly up near the lofty roof, and then burned with a throbbing glow. That glare lighted a gallery, and a cry went up from the high priest, echoed shudderingly by his acolytes. In the flash there had been briefly disclosed to them a slim, white figure standing upright in a sheen of silk and a glint of jewel-crusted gold. Then the blaze smoldered to a throbbing, pulsing luminosity in which nothing was distinct, and that slim shape was but a shimmering blur of ivory.
"Ye liar!"
screamed Gorulga, his brown features ashen.
"Why have you followed us? What is your pleasure?"
That weird, unhuman voice rolled down from the roof, re-echoing under that arching vault that magnified and altered it beyond recognition.
"Woe to the unbelievers! Woe to the false children of Kashia! Doom to them which deny their deity!"
A cry of horror went up from the priests. Gorulga looked like a shocked vulture in the glare of the torches.
"I do not understand," he stammered. "We are faithful. In the chamber of the oracle you told us—" "Do not heed what you heard in the chamber of the oracle,"
rolled that terrible voice, multiplied until it was as though a myriad voices thundered and muttered the same warning.
"Beware of false prophets and false gods. A demon in my guise spoke to you in the palace, giving false prophecy. Now, hearken and obey, for only I am the true goddess, and I give you one chance to save yourselves from doom. Take the teeth of Gwahlur from the crypt where they were placed so long ago. Alkmeenon is no longer holy, because it has been desecrated by blasphemers. Give the teeth of Gwahlur into the hands of Thutmekri the Stygian, to place in the sanctuary of Dagon and Dercato. Only this can save Keshan from the doom the demons of the night have plotted. Take the teeth of Gwalur and go! Return instantly to Kashia. There, give the jewels to Thutmekri, and seize the foreign devil Conan, and flay him alive in the great square."
There was no hesitation in obeying. Chattering with fear, the priests scrambled up and ran for the door that opened behind the bestial god. Gorulga led the flight. They jammed briefly in the doorway, yelping as wildly waving torches touched squirming black bodies. They plunged through, and the patter of their speeding feet dwindled down the tunnel. Conan did not follow. He was consumed with a furious desire to learn the truth of this fantastic affair. Was that indeed Yelaya, as the cold sweat on the backs of his hands told him? Or was it that little hussy Muriela turned traitorous after all? If it was... Before the last torch had vanished down the black tunnel, he was bounding vengefully up the stone stair. The blue glow was dying down, but he could still make out that the ivory figure stood motionless on the gallery. His blood ran cold as he approached it, but he did not hesitate. He came on with his sword lifted, and towered like a threat of death over the inscrutable shape.
"Yelaya!" he snarled. "Dead as she's been for 1,000 years! Ha!"
From the dark mouth of a tunnel behind him, a dark form lunged. But the sudden, deathly rush of unshod feet had reached the Cimmerian's quick ears. He whirled like a cat and dodged the blow aimed murderously at his back. As the gleaming steel in the dark hand hissed past him, he struck back with the intent and fury of a roused python, and the long, straight blade impaled his assailant and stood out 1.5 feet between his shoulders.
"So!"
Conan tore his sword free as the victim sagged to the floor, gasping and gurgling. The man writhed briefly and stiffened. In the dying light, he saw a black body and ebony countenance, hideous in the blue glare. He had killed Gwarunga. Conan turned from the corpse to the goddess. Thongs about her knees and breast held her upright against a stone pillar, and her thick hair, fastened to the column, held her head up. At a few yards' distance, these bonds were not visible in the uncertain light. "He must have come to after I descended into the tunnel," muttered Conan. "He must have suspected I was down there. So he pulled out the dagger." Conan stooped and wrenched the identical weapon from the stiffening fingers, glanced at it, and replaced it in his own girdle. "And shut the door. Then he took Yelaya to befool his brother idiots. That was he shouting a while ago. You couldn't recognize his voice under this echoing roof. And that bursting blue flame. I thought it looked familiar. It's a trick of the Stygian priests. Thutmekri must have given some of it to Gwarunga." The man could have easily reached this cavern ahead of his companions. Evidently familiar with the plan of the caverns by hearsay or by maps handed down in the priestcraft, he had entered the cave after the others, carrying the goddess, followed a circuitous route through the tunnels and chambers, and ensconced himself and his burden on the balcony, while Gorulga and the other acolytes were engaged in their endless rituals. The blue glare had faded, but now Conan was aware of another glow, emanating from the mouth of one of the corridors that opened on the ledge. Somewhere down that corridor there was another field of phosphorus, for he recognized the faint, steady radiance. The corridor led in the direction the priests had taken, and he decided to follow it, rather than descend into the darkness of the great cavern below. Doubtless it connected with another gallery in some other chamber, which might be the destination of the priests. He hurried down it, the illumination growing stronger as he advanced, until he could make out the floor and the walls of the tunnel. Ahead of him and below him, he could hear the priests chanting again. Abruptly, a doorway in the left-hand wall was limned in the phosphorus glow, and to his ears came the sound of soft, hysterical sobbing. He wheeled, glared through the door. He was looking into a chamber hewed out of solid rock, not a natural cavern like the others. The domed roof shone with a phosphorus light, and the walls were almost covered with arabesques of beaten gold. Near the further wall, on a granite throne, staring forever toward the arched doorway, sat the monstrous and obscene Petior, the god of Thupalishtim, wrought in brass, with his exaggerated attributes reflecting the grossness of his cult. And in his lap sprawled a limp, white figure. "Well, I'll be damned," muttered Conan. He glanced suspiciously about the chamber, seeing no other entrance or evidence of occupation, and then advanced noiselessly, and looked down at the girl whose slim shoulders shook with sobs of abject misery, her face sunk in her arms. From thick bands of gold on the idol's arms, slim gold chains ran to smaller bands on her wrists. He laid a hand on her naked shoulder, and she started convulsively, shrieked, and twisted her tear-stained face toward him.
"Conan!"
She made a spasmodic effort to go into the usual clinch, but the chains hindered her. He cut through the soft gold as close to her wrists as he could, grunting. "You'll have to wear those bracelets until I can find a chisel or a file. Let go of me, damn it! You actresses are too damned emotional. What happened to you, anyway?"
"When I went back into the oracle chamber," she whimpered, "I saw the goddess lying on the dais as I'd first seen her. I called out to you and started to run to the door. Then something grabbed me from behind. It clapped a hand over my mouth and carried me through a panel in the wall and down some steps and along a dark hall. I didn't see what it was that had hold of me until we passed through a big metal door and came into a tunnel whose roof was alight, like this chamber. Oh, I nearly fainted when I saw. They are not humans. They are gray, hairy devils that walk like men and speak a gibberish no human could understand. They stood there and seemed to be waiting, and once I thought I heard somebody trying the door. Then one of the things pulled a metal lever in the wall, and something crashed on the other side of the door. Then they carried me on and on through winding tunnels and up stone stairways into this chamber, where they chained me on the knees of this abominable idol, and then they went away. Oh, Conan, what are they?"
"Servants of Bit Yakin," he grunted. "I found a manuscript that told me a number of things, and then stumbled upon some frescoes that told me the rest. Bit Yakin was a Pelishtim who wandered into the valley with his servants after the people of Alkmenon had deserted it. He found the body of Princess Yelaya, and discovered that the priests returned from time to time to make offerings to her, for even then she was worshipped as a goddess. He made an oracle of her, and he was the voice of the oracle, speaking from a niche he cut in the wall behind the ivory dais. The priests never suspected, never saw him or his servants, for they always hid themselves when the men came. Bit Yakin lived and died here without ever being discovered by the priests. Crom knows how long he dwelt here, but it must have been for centuries. The wise men of the Pelishtim know how to increase the span of their lives for hundreds of years. I've seen some of them myself. Why he lived here alone, and why he played the part of oracle, no ordinary human can guess. But I believe the oracle part was to keep the city inviolate and sacred, so he could remain undisturbed. He ate the food the priests brought as an offering to Yelaya, and his servants ate other things. I've always known there was a subterranean river flowing away from the lake where the people of the Puntish highlands throw their dead. That river runs under this palace. They have ladders hung over the water where they can hang and fish for the corpses that come floating through. Bit Yakin recorded everything on parchment and painted walls. But he died at last, and his servants mummified him according to instructions he gave them before his death, and stuck him in a cave in the cliffs. The rest is easy to guess. His servants, which were even more immortal than he, kept on dwelling here. But the next time a high priest came to consult the oracle, not having a master to restrain them, they tore him to pieces. So since then, until Goruga, nobody came to talk to the oracle. It's obvious they've been renewing the garments and ornaments of the goddess, as they'd seen Bityakin do. Doubtless there's a sealed chamber somewhere where the silks are kept from decay. They clothed the goddess and brought her back to the oracle room after Zargeba had stolen her. And oh, by the way, they took off Zargeba's head and hung it up in a thicket. She shivered, yet at the same time breathed a sigh of relief.
"He'll never whip me again."
"Not this side of hell," agreed Conan. "But come on. Gwarunga ruined my chances with his stolen goddess. I'm going to follow the priests and take my chance of stealing the loot from them after they get it. And you stay close to me. I can't spend all my time looking for you."
"But the servants of Bityakin,"
she whispered fearfully. "We'll have to take our chance," he grunted. "I don't know what's in their minds, but so far they haven't shown any disposition to come out and fight in the open. Come on." Taking her wrist, he led her out of the chamber and down the corridor. As they advanced, they heard the chanting of the priests, and mingled with the sound the low, sullen rushing of waters. The light grew stronger above them as they emerged on a high-pitched gallery of a great cavern and looked down on a scene weird and fantastic. Above them gleamed the phosphorescent roof. 100 feet below them stretched the smooth stone floor of the cavern. On the far side, this floor was cut by a deep, narrow stream, brimming its rocky channel. Rushing out of impenetrable gloom, it swirled across the cavern and was lost again in darkness. The visible surface reflected the radiance above. The dark, seething waters glinted as if flecked with living jewels, frosty blue, lurid red, shimmering green, and ever-changing iridescence. Conan and his companions stood upon one of the gallery-like ledges that banded the curve of the lofty wall, and from this ledge a natural bridge of stone soared in a breathtaking arch over the vast gulf of the cavern to join a much smaller ledge on the opposite side across the river. 10 feet below it, another, broader arch spanned the cave. At either end, a carven stair joined the extremities of these flying arches. Conan's gaze, following the curve of the arch that swept away from the ledge on which they stood, caught a glint of light that was not the lurid phosphorus of the cavern. On that small ledge opposite them, there was an opening in the cave wall, through which stars were glinting. But his full attention was drawn to the scene beneath them. The priests had reached their destination. There, in a sweeping angle of the cavern wall, stood a stone altar, but there was no idol upon it. Whether there was one behind it, Conan could not ascertain, because some trick of the light, or the sweep of the wall, left the space behind the altar in total darkness. The priests had stuck their torches into holes in the stone floor, forming a semicircle of fire in front of the altar at a distance of several yards. Then, the priests themselves formed a semicircle inside the crescent of torches, and Gorulga, after lifting his arms aloft in invocation, bent to the altar and laid hands on it. It lifted and tilted backward on its hinder edge, like the lid of a chest, revealing a smaller crypt. Extending a long arm into the recess, Gorulga brought up a small brass chest. Lowering the altar back into place, he set the chest on it and threw back the lid. To the eager watchers on the high gallery, it seemed as if the action had released a blaze of living fire, which throbbed and quivered about the open chest. Conan's heart leaped and his hand caught at his hilt. The teeth of Gwahlur at last. The treasure that would make its possessor the richest man in the world. His breath came fast between his clenched teeth. Then he was suddenly aware that a new element had entered into the light of the torches and of the phosphorescent roof, rendering both void. Darkness stole around the altar, except for that glowing spot of evil radiance cast by the teeth of Gwahlur, and that grew and grew. The blacks froze into basaltic statues, their shadows streaming grotesquely and gigantically out behind them. The altar was laved in the glow now, and the astounded features of Gorulga stood out in sharp relief. Then the mysterious space behind the altar swam into the widening illumination, and slowly, with the crawling light, figures became visible, like shapes growing out of the night and silence. At first they seemed like gray stone statues, whose motionless shapes, hairy, manlike, yet hideously human. But their eyes were alive, cold sparks of gray, icy fire. And as the weird glow lit their bestial countenances, Gorulga screamed and fell backward, throwing up his long arms in a gesture of frenzied horror. But a longer arm shot across the altar, and a misshapen hand locked on his throat. Screaming and fighting, the high priest was dragged back across the altar. A hammer-like fist smashed down, and Gorulga's cries were stilled. Limp and broken, he sagged across the altar, his brains oozing from his crushed skull. And then the servants of Bit Yakin surged like a bursting flood from hell on the black priests, who stood like horror-blasted images. Then there was slaughter, grim and appalling. Conan saw black bodies tossed like chaff in the inhuman hands of the slayers, against whose horrible strength and agility the daggers and swords of the priests were ineffective. He saw men lifted bodily, and their heads cracked open against the stony altar. He saw a flaming torch, grasped in a monstrous hand, thrust inexorably down the gullet of an agonized wretch, who writhed in vain against the arms that pinioned him. He saw a man torn in two pieces, as one might tear a chicken, and the bloody fragments hurled clear across the cavern. The massacre was as short and devastating as the rush of a hurricane. In a burst of red, abysmal ferocity, it was over, except for one wretch who fled screaming back the way the priests had come, pursued by a swarm of blood-dabbled shapes of horror which reached out their red-smeared hands for him. Fugitive and pursuers vanished down the black tunnel, and the screams of the human came back, dwindling and confused by the distance. Muriela was on her knees, clutching Conan's legs, her face pressed against his knee and her eyes tightly shut. She was a quaking, quivering mold of abject terror. But Conan was galvanized. A quick glance across at the aperture where the stars shone, a glance down at the chest that still blazed open on the blood-smeared altar, and he saw and seized the desperate gamble. "I'm going after that chest," he grated. "Stay here."
"Oh, Mitra, no!"
In an agony of fright, she fell to the floor and caught at his sandals.
Don't leave me!"
"Lie still and keep your mouth shut," he snapped, disengaging himself from her frantic clasp. He disregarded the torturous stare. He dropped from ledge to ledge with reckless haste. There was no sign of the monsters as his feet hit the floor. A few of the torches still flared in their sockets, the phosphorescent glow throbbed and quivered, and the river flowed with an almost articulate muttering, scintillant with undreamed radiances. The glow that had heralded the appearance of the servants had vanished with them. Only the light of the jewels in the brass chest shimmered and quivered. He snatched the chest, noting its contents in one lustful glance. Strange, curiously shapen stones that burned with an icy, non-terrestrial fire. He slammed the lid, thrust the chest under his arm, and ran back up the steps. He had no desire to encounter the hellish servants of Bit Yakin. His glimpse of them in action had dispelled any illusion concerning their fighting ability. Why they had waited so long before striking at the invaders he was unable to say. What human could guess the motives or thoughts of these monstrosities? That they were possessed of craft and intelligence equal to humanity had been demonstrated. And there on the cavern floor lay crimson proof of their bestial ferocity. The Corinthian still cowered on the gallery where he had left her. He caught her wrist and yanked her to her feet, grunting, "I guess it's time to go." Too bemused with terror to be fully aware of what was going on, the girl suffered herself to be led across the dizzy span. It was not until they were poised over the rushing water that she looked down, voiced a startled yelp, and would have fallen but for Conan's massive arm about her. Growling an objurgation in her ear, he snatched her up under his free arm and swept her, in a flutter of limply waving arms and legs, across the arch and into the aperture that opened at the other end. Without bothering to set her on her feet, he hurried through the short tunnel into which this aperture opened. An instant later they emerged upon a narrow ledge on the outer side of the cliffs that circled the valley. Less than 100 feet below them, the jungle waved in the starlight. Looking down, Conan vented a gusty sigh of relief. He believed that he could negotiate the descent, even though burdened with the jewels and the girl, although he doubted if even he, unburdened, could have ascended at that spot. He set the chest, still smeared with Gorulga's blood and clotted with his brains, on the ledge, and was about to remove his girdle in order to tie the box to his back, when he was galvanized by a sound behind him, a sound sinister and unmistakable. "Stay here!" he snapped at the bewildered Corinthian. "Don't move!" And drawing his sword, he glided into the tunnel, glaring back into the cavern. Halfway across the upper span he saw a gray, deformed shape. One of the servants of Bit Yakin was on his trail. There was no doubt that the brute had seen them and was following them. Conan did not hesitate. It might be easier to defend the mouth of the tunnel, but this fight must be finished quickly before the other servants could return. He ran out on the span, straight toward the oncoming monster. It was no ape, neither was it a man. It was some shambling horror spawned in the mysterious, nameless jungles of the south, where strange life teemed in the reeking rot without the dominance of man, and drums thundered in temples that had never known the tread of a human foot. How the ancient Pelishtim had gained lordship over them, and with it eternal exile from humanity, was a foul riddle about which Conan did not care to speculate, even if he had had opportunity. Man and monster, they met at the highest arch of the span, where, 100 feet below, rushed the furious black water. As the monstrous shape with its leprous gray body and the features of a carven, inhuman idol loomed over him, Conan struck as a wounded tiger strikes, with every ounce of thew and fury behind the blow. That stroke would have sheared a human body asunder, but the bones of the servant of Bit Yakin were like tempered steel. Yet even tempered steel could not wholly have withstood that furious stroke. Ribs and shoulder bone parted, and blood spouted from the great gash. There was no time for a second stroke. Before the Cimmerian could lift his blade again or spring clear, the sweep of a giant arm knocked him from the span as a fly is flicked from a wall. As he plunged downward, the rush of the river was like a knell in his ears, but his twisting body fell halfway across the lower arch. He wavered there precariously for one blood-chilling instant. Then his clutching fingers hooked over the further edge, and he scrambled to safety, his sword still in his other hand. As he sprang up, he saw the monster, spurting blood hideously, rush toward the cliffside of the bridge, obviously intending to descend the stair that connected the arches and renew the battle. At the very ledge the brute paused in mid-flight, and Conan saw it too. Muriela, with the jewel chest under her arm, stood staring wildly in the mouth of the tunnel. With a triumphant bellow, the monster scooped her up under one arm, snatched the jewel chest with the other hand as she dropped it, and turning, lumbered back across the bridge. Conan cursed with passion and ran for the other side also. He doubted if he could climb the stair to the higher arch in time to catch the brute before it could plunge into the labyrinths of tunnels on the other side. But the monster was slowing, like clockwork running down. Blood gushed in torrents from that terrible gash in his breast, and he lurched drunkenly from side to side. Suddenly he stumbled, reeled, and toppled sidewise, pitched headlong from the arch and hurtled downward. Girl and jewel chest fell from his nerveless hands, and Muriela's scream rang terribly above the snarl of the water below. Conan was almost under the spot from which the creature had fallen. The monster struck the lower arch glancingly and shot off, but the writhing figure of the girl struck and clung, and the chest hit the edge of the span near her. One falling object struck on one side of Conan, and one on the other. Either was within arm's length. For the fraction of a split second the chest teetered on the edge of the bridge, and Muriela clung by one arm, her face turned desperately toward Conan, her eyes dilated with the fear of death, and her lips parted in a haunting cry of despair. Conan did not hesitate, nor did he even glance toward the chest that held the wealth of an epoch. With a quickness that would have shamed the spring of a hungry jaguar, he swooped, grasped the girl's arm just as her fingers slipped from the smooth stone, and snatched her up on the span with one explosive heave. The chest toppled on over, and struck the water 90 feet below, whither the body of the servant of Bit Yakin had already vanished. A splash, a jetting flash of foam, marked where the teeth of Gwahlur disappeared forever from the sight of man. Conan scarcely wasted a downward glance. He darted across the span and ran up the cliff stair like a cat, carrying the limp girl as if she had been an infant. A hideous ululation caused him to glance over his shoulder as he reached the higher arch, to see the other servants streaming back into the cavern below, blood dripping from their bared fangs. They raced up the stair that wound up from tier to tier, roaring vengefully. But he slung the girl unceremoniously over his shoulder, dashed through the tunnel, and went down the cliffs like an ape himself, dropping and springing from hold to hold with breakneck recklessness. When the fierce countenances looked over the ledge of the aperture, it was to see the Cimmerian and the girl disappearing into the forest that surrounded the cliffs. "Well," said Conan, setting the girl on her feet within the sheltering screen of branches, "we can take our time now. I don't think those brutes will follow us outside the valley. Anyway, I've got a horse tied at a waterhole close by, if the lions haven't eaten him." "Crumbs, devils! What are you crying about now?" She covered her tear-stained face with her hands, and her slim shoulders shook with sobs. "I lost the jewels for you," she wailed miserably. "It was my fault. If I'd obeyed you and stayed out on the ledge, that brute would never have seen me. You should have caught the gems and let me drown." "Yes, I suppose I should," he agreed. "But forget it. Never worry about what's past. And stop crying, will you? That's better. Come on." "You mean you're going to keep me? Take me with you?" she asked hopefully. "What else do you suppose I'd do with you?" He ran an approving glance over her voluptuous figure, and grinned at the torn skirt which revealed a generous expanse of tempting, ivory-tinted curves. "I can use an actress like you. There's no use going back to Keshia. There's nothing in Kashan now that I want. We'll go to Punt. The people of Punt worship an ivory woman, and they wash gold out of the rivers in wicker baskets. I'll tell them that Kashan is intriguing with Thutmekri to enslave them, which is true, and that the gods have sent me to protect them, for about a houseful of gold. If I can manage to smuggle you into their temple to exchange places with their ivory goddess, we'll skin them out of their jaw teeth before we get through with them." Beyond the Black River. 1. Conan loses his axe. The stillness of the forest trail was so primeval that the tread of a soft-booted foot was a startling disturbance. At least it seemed so to the ears of the wayfarer, though he was moving along the path with the caution that must be practiced by any man who ventured beyond Thunder River. He was a young man of medium height, with an open countenance and a mop of tousled, tawny hair, unconfined by cap or helmet. His garb was common enough for that country: a coarse tunic, belted at the waist, short leather breeches beneath, and soft buckskin boots that came short of the knee. A knife hilt jutted from one boot top. The broad leather belt supported a short, heavy sword and a buckskin pouch. There was no perturbation in the wide eyes that scanned the green walls which fringed the trail. Though not tall, he was well built, and the arms that the short, wide sleeves of the tunic left bare were thick with corded muscle. He tramped imperturbably along, although the last settler's cabin lay miles behind him, and each step was carrying him nearer the grim peril that hung like a brooding shadow over the ancient forest. He was not making as much noise as it seemed to him, though he well knew that the faint tread of his booted feet would be like a tocsin of alarm to the fierce ears that might be lurking in the treacherous green fastness. His careless attitude was not genuine. His eyes and ears were keenly alert, especially his ears, for no gaze could penetrate the leafy tangle for more than a few feet in either direction. But it was instinct, more than any warning by the external senses, which brought him up suddenly, his hand on his hilt. He stood stock still in the middle of the trail, unconsciously holding his breath, wondering what he had heard, and wondering if he had heard anything. The silence seemed absolute. Not a squirrel chittered or bird chirped. Then his gaze fixed itself on a mass of bushes beside the trail a few yards ahead of him. There was no breeze, yet he had seen a branch quiver. The short hairs on his scalp prickled, and he stood for an instant undecided, certain that a move in either direction would bring death streaking at him from the bushes. A heavy chopping crunch sounded behind the leaves. The bushes were shaken violently, and simultaneously with the sound, an arrow arched erratically from among them and vanished among the trees along the trail. The wayfarer glimpsed its flight as he sprang frantically to cover. Crouching behind a thick stem, his sword quivering in his fingers, he saw the bushes part, and a tall figure stepped leisurely into the trail. The traveler stared in surprise. The stranger was clad like himself in regard to boots and breeks, though the latter were of silk instead of leather. But he wore a sleeveless hauberk of dark meshmail in place of a tunic, and a helmet perched on his black mane. That helmet held the other's gaze. It was without a crest, but adorned by short bull's horns. No civilized hand ever forged that headpiece, nor was the face below it that of a civilized man. Dark, scarred, with smoldering blue eyes, it was a face as untamed as the primordial forest which formed its background. The man held a broadsword in his right hand, and the edge was smeared with crimson. "Come on out," he called, in an accent unfamiliar to the wayfarer. "All's safe now. There was only one of the dogs. Come on out." The other emerged dubiously and stared at the stranger. He felt curiously helpless and futile as he gazed on the proportions of the forest man. The massive iron-clad breast, and the arm that bore the reddened sword, burned dark by the sun and ridged and corded with muscles. He moved with the dangerous ease of a panther. He was too fiercely supple to be a product of civilization, even of that fringe of civilization which composed the outer frontiers. Turning, he stepped back to the bushes and pulled them apart. Still not certain just what had happened, the wayfarer from the east advanced and stared down into the bushes. A man lay there, a short, dark, thickly muscled man, naked except for a loincloth, a necklace of human teeth, and a brass armlet. A short sword was thrust into the girdle of the loincloth, and one hand still gripped a heavy black bow. The man had long black hair, That was about all the wayfarer could tell about his head, for his features were a mask of blood and brains. His skull had been split to the teeth.
"A Pict, by the gods!"
exclaimed the wayfarer. The burning blue eyes turned upon him. "Are you surprised?"
"Why, they told me at Velitrium, and again at the settlers' cabins along the road, that these devils sometimes sneaked across the border. But I didn't expect to meet one this far in the interior."
"You're only 4 miles east of Black River," the stranger informed him. "They've been shot within a mile of Velitrium. No settler between Thunder River and Fort Tusculum is really safe. I picked up this dog's trail 3 miles south of the fort this morning, and I've been following him ever since. I came up behind him just as he was drawing an arrow on you. Another instant, and there'd have been a stranger in hell. But I spoiled his aim for him." The wayfarer was staring wide-eyed at the larger man, dumbfounded by the realization that the man had actually tracked down one of the forest devils and slain him unsuspected. That implied woodsmanship of a quality undreamed, even for Conquering. "You were one of the fort's garrison?" he asked. "I'm no soldier. I draw pay and rations of an officer of the line, but I do my work in the woods. Valanis knows I'm of more use ranging along the river than cooped up in the fort." Casually, the slayer shoved the body deeper into the thickets with his foot, pulled the bushes together, and turned away down the trail. The other followed him. "My name is Balthus," he offered. "I was at Velitrium last night. I haven't decided whether I'll take up a hide of land or enter fort service." "The best land near Thunder River is already taken," grunted the slayer. "Plenty of good land between Scalp Creek. You crossed it a few miles back, and the fort. But that's getting too devilish close to the river. The Picts steal over to burn and murder, like that one did. They don't always come singly. Someday they'll try to sweep the settlers out of Conquering, and they may succeed. Probably will succeed. This colonization business is mad anyway. There's plenty of good land east of the Bosonian marshes. If the Aquilonians would cut up some of the big estates of their barons and plant wheat where now only deer are hunted, they wouldn't have to cross the border and take the land of the Picts away from them." "That's queer talk from a man in the service of the governor of Conquering," objected Balthus. "It's nothing to me," the other retorted. "I'm a mercenary. I sell my sword to the highest bidder. I never planted wheat, and never will, so long as there are other harvests to be reaped with the sword. But you Hyborians have expanded as far as you'll be allowed to expand. You've crossed the marches, burned a few villages, exterminated a few clans, and pushed back the frontier to Black River. But I doubt if you'll even be able to hold what you've conquered, and you'll never push the frontier any further westward. Your idiotic king doesn't understand conditions here. He won't send you enough reinforcements, and there are not enough settlers to withstand the shock of a concerted attack from across the river." "But the Picts are divided into small clans," persisted Balthus. "They'll never unite. We can whip any single clan." "Or any 3 or 4 clans," admitted the slayer. "But someday a man will rise and unite 30 or 40 clans, just as was done among the Cimmerians when the Gundermen tried to push the border northward years ago. They tried to colonize the southern marches of Cimmeria, destroyed a few small clans, built a fort town, Venarium. You've heard the tale." "So I have indeed," replied Balthus, wincing. The memory of that red disaster was a black blot in the chronicles of a proud and warlike people. "My uncle was at Venarium when the Cimmerians swarmed over the walls. He was one of the few who escaped that slaughter. I've heard him tell the tale many a time. The barbarians swept out of the hills in a ravening horde without warning, and stormed Venarium with such fury none could stand before them. Men, women, and children were butchered.
Venarium was reduced to a mass of charred ruins, as it is to this day. The Aquilonians were driven back across the marches and have never since tried to colonize the Cimmerian country. But you speak of Venarium familiarly. Perhaps you were there?
I was, grunted the other. I was one of the horde that swarmed over the walls. I hadn't yet seen 15 snows, but already my name was repeated about the council fires. Balthus involuntarily recoiled, staring. It seemed incredible that the man walking tranquilly at his side should have been one of those screeching, blood-mad devils that had poured over the walls of Venarium on that long-gone day to make her streets run crimson.
"Then you too are a barbarian!"
he exclaimed involuntarily. The other nodded, without taking offense. I am Conan, a Cimmerian.
"I've heard of you."
Fresh interest quickened Balthus's gaze. No wonder the Pict had fallen victim to his own sort of subtlety. The Cimmerians were barbarians as ferocious as the Picts, and much more intelligent. Evidently, Conan had spent much time among civilized men, though that contact had obviously not softened him, nor weakened any of his primitive instincts. Balthus's apprehension turned to admiration as he marked the easy, cat-like stride, the effortless silence with which the Cimmerian moved along the trail. The oiled links of his armor did not clink, and Balthus knew Conan could glide through the deepest thicket or most tangled copse as noiselessly as any naked Pict that ever lived. "You're not a Gunderman." It was more assertion than question. Balthus shook his head.
"I'm from the Tauran."
"I've seen good woodsmen from the Tauran, but the Bossonians have sheltered you Aquilonians from the outer wilderness for too many centuries. You need hardening." That was true. The Bossonian marches, with their fortified villages filled with determined bowmen, had long served Aquilonia as a buffer against the outlying barbarians. Now among the settlers beyond Thunder River, there was growing up a breed of forest men capable of meeting the barbarians at their own game, but their numbers were still scanty. Most of the frontiersmen were like Balthus, more of the settler than the woodsman type. The sun had not set, but it was no longer in sight, hidden as it was behind the dense forest wall. The shadows were lengthening, deepening back in the woods as the companions strode on down the trail. "It'll be dark before we reach the fort," commented Conan casually. Then, "Listen!" He stopped short, half crouching, sword ready, transformed into a savage figure of suspicion and menace, poised to spring and rend. Balthus had heard it too. A wild scream that broke at its highest note. It was the cry of a man in dire fear or agony. Conan was off in an instant, racing down the trail, each stride widening the distance between him and his straining companion. Balthus puffed a curse. Among the settlements of the Tauran he was accounted a good runner, but Conan was leaving him behind with an ease which was maddening. Then Balthus forgot his exasperation as his ears were outraged by the most frightful cry he had ever heard. It was not human, this one. It was a demoniacal caterwauling of hideous triumph that seemed to exult over fallen humanity and find echo in black gulfs beyond human ken. Balthus faltered in his stride, and clammy sweat beaded his flesh. But Conan did not hesitate. He darted around a bend in the trail and disappeared, and Balthus, panicky at finding himself alone with that awful scream still shuddering through the forest in grisly echoes, put on an extra burst of speed and plunged after him. The Aquilonian slid to a stumbling halt, almost colliding with the Cimmerian who stood in the trail over a crumpled body. But Conan was not looking at the corpse which lay there in the crimson-soaked dust. He was glaring into the deep woods on each side of the trail. Balthus muttered a horrified oath. It was the body of a man which lay there on the trail, a short, fat man, clad in the gilt-worked boots and, despite the heat, the ermine-trimmed tunic of a wealthy merchant. His fat, pale face was set in a stare of frozen horror. His thick throat had been slashed from ear to ear as if by a razor-sharp blade. The short sword, still in its scabbard, seemed to indicate that he had been struck down without a chance to fight for his life. "A Pict?" Balthus whispered, as he turned to peer into the deepening shadows of the forest. Conan shook his head and straightened to scowl down at the dead man. "A forest devil. This is the fourth, by Crom." "What do you mean?" "Did you ever hear of a Pictish wizard called Zogar Sag?" Balthus shook his head uneasily. "He dwells in Gwawela, the nearest village across the river. 3 months ago he hid beside this road and stole a string of pack mules from a pack train bound for the fort, drugged their driver somehow. The mules belonged to this man." Conan casually indicated the corpse with his foot. "Tiberius, a merchant of Veletrium. They were loaded with ale kegs, and old Zogar stopped to guzzle before he got across the river. A woodsman named Soractus trailed him, and led Valanis and a couple of soldiers to where he lay dead drunk in a thicket. At the importunities of Tiberius, Valanis threw Zogar Sag into a cell, which is the worst insult you can give a Pict. He managed to kill his guard and escape, and sent back word that he meant to kill Tiberius and the 4 men who captured him, in a way that would make Aquilonians shudder for centuries to come. Well, Soractus and the soldiers are dead. Soractus was killed on the river, the soldiers in the very shadow of the fort. And now Tiberius is dead. No Pict killed any of them. Each victim, except Tiberius, as you see, lacked his head, which no doubt is now ornamenting the altar of Zogar Sag's particular god." "How do you know they weren't killed by the Picts?" demanded Balthus. Conan pointed to the corpse of the merchant. "You think that was done with a knife or a sword? Look closer and you'll see that only a talon could have made a gash like that. The flesh is ripped, not cut." "Perhaps a panther?" began Balthus, without conviction. Conan shook his head impatiently. "A man from the Tauran wouldn't mistake the mark of a panther's claws. No. It's a forest devil summoned by Zogar Sag to carry out his revenge. Tiberius was a fool to start for Veletrium alone, and this close to dusk. But each one of the victims seemed to be smitten with madness just before doom overtook him. Look here, the signs are plain enough. Tiberius came riding along the trail on his mule, maybe with a bundle of choice otter pelts behind his saddle to sell in Veletrium, and the thing sprang on him from behind that bush. See where the branches are crushed down? Tiberius gave one scream, and then his throat was torn open and he was selling his otter skins in hell. The mule ran away into the woods. Listen, even now you can hear him thrashing about under the trees. The demon didn't have time to take Tiberius's head. It took fright as we came up." "As you came up," amended Balthus. "It must not be a very terrible creature if it flees from one armed man. But how do you know it was not a Pict with some kind of a hook that rips instead of slicing? Did you see it?" "Tiberius was an armed man," grunted Conan. "If Zogar Sag can bring demons to aid him, he can tell them which men to kill and which to let alone. No, I didn't see it. I only saw the bushes shake as it left the trail. But if you want further proof, look here." The slayer had stepped into the pool of blood in which the dead man sprawled. Under the bushes at the edge of the path there was a footprint, made in blood on the hard loam. "Did a man make that?" demanded Conan. Balthus felt his scalp prickle. Neither man nor any beast that he had ever seen could have left that strange, monstrous, 3-toed print that was curiously combined of the bird and the reptile, yet a true type of neither. He spread his fingers above the print, careful not to touch it, and grunted explosively. He could not span the mark.
"What is it?" he whispered. "I never saw a beast that left a spoor like that."
"Nor any other sane man," answered Conan grimly. "It's a swamp demon. Hell, they're thick as bats in the swamps beyond Black River. You can hear them howling like damned souls when the wind blows strong from the south on hot nights."
"What shall we do?"
asked the Aquilonian, peering uneasily into the deep blue shadows. The frozen fear on the dead countenance haunted him. He wondered what hideous head the wretch had seen thrust grinning from among the leaves to chill his blood with terror. "No use to try to follow a demon," grunted Conan, drawing a short woodsman's axe from his girdle. "I tried tracking him after he killed Soractus. I lost his trail within a dozen steps. He might have grown himself wings and flown away, or sunk down through the earth to hell. I don't know. I'm not going after the mule either. It'll either wander back to the fort or to some settler's cabin." As he spoke, Conan was busy at the edge of the trail with his axe. With a few strokes he cut a pair of saplings 9 or 10 feet long and denuded them of their branches. Then he cut a length from a serpent-like vine that crawled among the bushes nearby, and making one end fast to one of the poles, a couple of feet from the end, whipped the vine over the other sapling and interlaced it back and forth. In a few moments he had a crude but strong litter. "The demon isn't going to get Tiberius's head if I can help it," he growled. "We'll carry the body into the fort. It isn't more than 3 miles. I never liked the fat bastard, but we can't have Pictish devils making so cursed free with white men's heads." The Picts were a white race, though swarthy, but the border men never spoke of them as such. Balthus took the rear end of the litter, onto which Conan unceremoniously dumped the unfortunate merchant, and they moved on down the trail as swiftly as possible. Conan made no more noise laden with their grim burden than he had made when unencumbered. He had made a loop with the merchant's belt at the end of the poles, and was carrying his share of the load with one hand, while the other gripped his naked broadsword, and his restless gaze roved the sinister walls about them. The shadows were thickening. A darkening blue mist seemed to blur the outlines of the foliage. The forest deepened in the twilight, became a blue haunt of mystery, sheltering unguessed things. They had covered more than a mile, and the muscles in Balthus's sturdy arms were beginning to ache a little, when a cry rang shudderingly from the woods, whose blue shadows were deepening into purple. Conan started convulsively, and Balthus almost let go of the poles.
"A woman!" cried the younger man. "Great Mitra! A woman cried out then!"
"A settler's wife straying in the woods," snarled Conan, setting down his end of the litter. "Looking for a cow, probably, and... Stay here!" He dived like a hunting wolf into the leafy wall. Balthus's hair bristled.
"Stay here alone with this corpse and a devil hiding in the woods?" he yelped. "I'm coming with you!"
And suiting action to words, he plunged after the Cimmerian. Conan glanced back at him, but made no objection, though he did not moderate his pace to accommodate the shorter legs of his companion. Balthus wasted his wind in swearing as the Cimmerian drew away from him again, flitting like a phantom between the trees, and then Conan burst into a dim glade and halted crouching, lips snarling, sword lifted.
"What are we stopping for?"
panted Balthus, dashing the sweat out of his eyes and gripping his short sword. "That scream came from this glade, or nearby," answered Conan. "I don't mistake the location of sounds, even in the woods. But where—" Abruptly, the sound rang out again, behind them, in the direction of the trail they had just quitted. It rose piercingly and pitifully, the cry of a woman in frantic terror. And then, shockingly, it changed to a yell of mocking laughter that might have burst from the lips of a fiend of lower hell.
"What in Mitra's name?"
Balthus's face was a pale blur in the gloom. With a scorching oath, Conan wheeled and dashed back the way he had come, and the Aquilonian stumbled bewilderedly after him. He blundered into the Cimmerian as the latter stopped dead and rebounded from his brawny shoulders as though from an iron statue. Gasping from the impact, he heard Conan's breath hiss through his teeth. The Cimmerian seemed frozen in his tracks. Looking over his shoulder, Balthus felt his hair stand up stiffly. Something was moving through the deep bushes that fringed the trail, something that neither walked nor flew, but seemed to glide like a serpent. But it was not a serpent. Its outlines were indistinct, but it was taller than a man and not very bulky. It gave off a glimmer of weird light, like a faint blue flame. Indeed, the eerie fire was the only tangible thing about it. It might have been an embodied flame moving with reason and purpose through the blackening woods. Conan snarled a savage curse and hurled his axe with ferocious will. But the thing glided on without altering its course. Indeed, it was only a few instants' fleeting glimpse that they had of it. A tall, shadowy thing of misty flame floating through the thickets. Then it was gone, and the forest crouched in breathless stillness. With a snarl, Conan plunged through the intervening foliage and into the trail. His profanity, as Balthus floundered after him, was lurid and impassioned. The Cimmerian was standing over the litter on which lay the body of Tiberius, and that body no longer possessed a head. "Tricked us with its damnable caterwauling!" raved Conan, swinging his great sword about his head in his wrath. "I might have known! I might have guessed a trick! Now there'll be 5 heads to decorate Zogar's altar."
"But what thing is it that can cry like a woman and laugh like a devil, and shines like witch-fire as it glides through the trees?" gasped Balthus, mopping the sweat from his pale face.
"A swamp devil," responded Conan morosely. "Grab those poles. We'll take in the body anyway. At least our load's a bit lighter." With which grim philosophy he gripped the leather loop and stalked down the trail. 2. The Wizard of Gwawela. Fort Tusculum stood on the eastern bank of Black River, the tides of which washed the foot of the stockade. The latter was of logs, as were all the buildings within, including the donjon, to dignify it by that appellation, in which were the governor's quarters, overlooking the stockade and the sullen river. Beyond that river lay a huge forest, which approached jungle-like density along the spongy shores. Men paced the runways along the log parapet day and night, watching that dense green wall. Seldom a menacing figure appeared, but the sentries knew that they too were watched, fiercely, hungrily, with a mercilessness of ancient hate. The forest beyond the river might seem desolate and vacant of life to the ignorant eye, but life teemed there, not alone of bird and beast and reptile, but also of men, the fiercest of all the hunting beasts. There at the fort, civilization ended. This was no empty phrase. Fort Tusculum was indeed the last outpost of a civilized world. It represented the westernmost thrust of the dominant Hyborian races. Beyond the river, the primitives still reigned in shadowy forests, brush-thatched huts where hung the grinning skulls of men, and mud-walled enclosures where fires flickered and drums rumbled, and spears were whetted in the hands of dark, silent men with tangled black hair and the eyes of serpents. Those eyes often glared through the bushes at the fort across the river. Once, dark-skinned men had built their huts where that fort stood. Yes, and their huts had risen where now stood the fields and log cabins of fair-haired settlers back beyond Velitrium, that raw, turbulent frontier town on the banks of Thunder River, to the shores of that other river that bounds the Bossonian marches. Traders had come, and priests of Mitra who walked with bare feet and empty hands, and died horribly, most of them. But soldiers had followed, and men with axes in their hands, and women and children in ox-drawn wains. Back to Thunder River, and still back, beyond Black River, the aborigines had been pushed, with slaughter and massacre. But the dark-skinned people did not forget that once Kanajohara had been theirs. The guard inside the eastern gate bawled a challenge. Through a barred aperture, torchlight flickered, glinting on a steel headpiece and suspicious eyes beneath it. "Open the gate," snorted Conan. "You see it's me, don't you?" Military discipline put his teeth on edge. The gate swung inward, and Conan and his companion passed through. Balthus noted that the gate was flanked by a tower on each side, the summits of which rose above the stockade. He saw loopholes for arrows. The guardsmen grunted as they saw the burden borne between the men. Their pikes jangled against each other as they thrust shut the gate, chin on shoulder, and Conan asked testily, "Have you never seen a headless body before?" The faces of the soldiers were pallid in the torchlight. "That's Tiberius," blurted one. "I recognize that fur-trimmed tunic. Valerius here owes me 5 lunas. I told him Tiberius had heard the loon call when he rode through the gate on his mule with his glassy stare. I wagered he'd come back without his head." Conan grunted enigmatically, motioned Balthus to ease the litter to the ground, and then strode off toward the governor's quarters, with the Aquilonian at his heels. The tussle-headed youth stared about him eagerly and curiously, noting the rows of barracks along the walls, the stables, the tiny merchant stalls, the towering blockhouse, and the other buildings, with the open square in the middle where the soldiers drilled, and where, now, fires danced and men off duty lounged. These were now hurrying to join the morbid crowd gathered about the litter at the gate. The rangy figures of Aquilonian pikemen and forest runners mingled with the shorter, stockier forms of Bossonian archers. He was not greatly surprised that the governor received them himself. Autocratic society, with its rigid caste laws, lay east of the marches. Valanis was still a young man, well-knit, with a finely chiseled countenance already carved into sober cast by toil and responsibility. "You left the fort before daybreak, I was told," he said to Conan. "I had begun to fear that the Picts had caught you at last." "When they smote my head, the whole river will know it," grunted Conan. "They'll hear Pictish women wailing their dead as far as Velitrium. I was on a lone scout. I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing drums talking across the river." "They talk each night," reminded the governor, his fine eyes shadowed as he stared closely at Conan. He had learned the unwisdom of discounting wild men's instincts. "There was a difference last night," growled Conan. "There has been ever since Zogar Sag got back across the river. We should either have given him presents and sent him home, or else hanged him," sighed the governor. "You advise that, but it's hard for you Hyborians to learn the ways of the outlands," said Conan. "Well, it can't be helped now. But there'll be no peace on the border so long as Zogar lives and remembers the cell he sweated in. I was following a warrior who slipped over to put a few white notches on his bow. After I split his head, I fell in with this lad, whose name is Balthus, and who's come from the Tauran to help hold the frontier." Valanis approvingly eyed the young man's frank countenance and strongly knit frame. "I am glad to welcome you, young sir. I wish more of your people would come. We need men used to forest life. Many of our soldiers and some of our settlers are from the eastern provinces and know nothing of woodcraft, or even of agricultural life." "Not many of that breed this side of Velitrium," grunted Conan. "That town's full of them, though. But listen, Valanis, we found Tiberius dead on the trail." And in a few words, he related the grisly affair. Valanis paled. "I did not know he had left the fort. He must have been mad." "He was," answered Conan, "like the other 4. Each one, when his time came, went mad and rushed into the woods to meet his death like a hare running down the throat of a python. Something called to them from the deeps of the forest, something the men call a loon, for lack of a better name. But only the doomed ones could hear it. Zogar Sag's made a magic Aquilonian civilization can't overcome. To this thrust, Valanis made no reply. He wiped his brow with a shaky hand. Do the soldiers know of this? We left the body by the eastern gate. You should have concealed the fact, hidden the corpse somewhere in the woods. The soldiers are nervous enough already. They'd have found it out some way. If I'd hidden the body, it would have been returned to the fort as the corpse of Soractus was, tied up outside the gate for the men to find in the morning. Valanis shuddered. Turning, he walked to a casement and stared silently out over the river, black and shiny under the glint of the stars. Beyond the river, the jungle rose like an ebony wall. The distant screech of a panther broke the stillness. The night seemed pressing in, blurring the sounds of the soldiers outside the blockhouse, dimming the fires. A wind whispered through the black branches, rippling the dusky water. On its wings came a low, rhythmic pulsing, sinister as the pad of a leopard's foot. After all, said Valanis, as if speaking his thoughts aloud, what do we know? What does anyone know of the things that jungle may hide? We have dim rumors of great swamps and rivers, and a forest that stretches on and on over everlasting plains and hills to end at last on the shores of the Western Ocean. But what things lie between this river and that ocean we dare not even guess. No white man has ever plunged deep into that fastness and returned alive to tell us what he found. We are wise in our civilized knowledge, but our knowledge extends just so far, to the western bank of that ancient river. Who knows what shapes, earthly and unearthly, may lurk beyond the dim circle of light our knowledge has cast? Who knows what gods are worshipped under the shadows of that heathen forest, or what devils crawl out of the black ooze of the swamps? Who can be sure that all the inhabitants of that black country are natural? Zogar Sag. A sage of the eastern cities would sneer at his primitive magic-making as the mummery of a fakir. Yet he has driven mad and killed 5 men in a manner no man can explain. I wonder if he himself is wholly human. If I can get within axe-throwing distance of him, I'll settle that question, growled Conan, helping himself to the governor's wine and pushing a glass toward Balthus, who took it hesitatingly, and with an uncertain glance toward Valanis. The governor turned toward Conan and stared at him thoughtfully. The soldiers, who do not believe in ghosts or devils, he said, are almost in a panic of fear. You, who believe in ghosts, ghouls, goblins, and all manner of uncanny things, do not seem to fear any of the things in which you believe. There's nothing in the universe cold steel won't cut, answered Conan. I threw my axe at the demon, and he took no hurt. But I might have missed in the dusk, or a branch deflected its flight. I'm not going out of my way looking for devils, but I wouldn't step out of my path to let one go by. Valanis lifted his head and met Conan's gaze squarely. Conan, more depends on you than you realize. You know the weakness of this province, a slender wedge thrust into the untamed wilderness. You know that the lives of all the people west of the marches depend on this fort. Were it to fall, red axes would be splintering the gates of Elytrium before a horseman could cross the marches. His Majesty, or His Majesty's advisers, have ignored my pleas that more troops be sent to hold the frontier. They know nothing of border conditions and are averse to expending any more money in this direction. The fate of the frontier depends upon the men who now hold it. You know that most of the army which conquered Conajahora has been withdrawn. You know the force left me is inadequate, especially since that devil Zogar Sag managed to poison our water supply, and 40 men died in one day. Many of the others are sick, or have been bitten by serpents, or mauled by wild beasts which seemed to swarm in increasing numbers in the vicinity of the fort. The soldiers believed Zogar's boast that he could summon the forest beasts to slay his enemies. I have 300 pikemen, 400 Bosonian archers, and perhaps 50 men who, like yourself, are skilled in woodcraft. They are worth 10 times their number of soldiers, but there are so few of them. Frankly, Conan, my situation is becoming precarious. The soldiers whisper of desertion. They are low-spirited, believing Zogar Sag has loosed devils on us. They fear the Black Plague with which he threatened us, the terrible Black Death of the swamplands. When I see a sick soldier, I sweat with fear of seeing him turn black and shrivel and die before my eyes. Conan, if the plague is loosed upon us, the soldiers will desert in a body. The border will be left unguarded, and nothing will check the sweep of the dark-skinned hordes to the very gates of Elytrium, maybe beyond. If we cannot hold the fort, how can they hold the town? Conan, Zogar Sag must die if we are to hold Kanajohara. You have penetrated the unknown deeper than any other man in the fort. You know where Gwawela stands, and something of the forest trails across the river. Will you take a band of men tonight and endeavor to kill or capture him? Oh, I know, it's mad. There isn't more than one chance in 1,000 that any of you will come back alive, but if we don't get him, it's death for us all. You can take as many men as you wish. 12 men are better for a job like that than a regiment, answered Conan. 500 men couldn't fight their way to Gwawela and back, but 12 might slip in and out again. Let me pick my men. I don't want any soldiers.
Let me go,
eagerly exclaimed Balthus.
I've hunted deer all my life on the Turan.
All right. Belanus, we'll eat at the stall where the foresters gather, and I'll pick my men. We'll start within an hour. Drop down the river in a boat to a point below the village, and then steal upon it through the woods. If we live, we should be back by daybreak. 3. The Crawlers in the Dark. The river was a vague trace between walls of ebony. The paddles that propelled the longboat creeping along in the dense shadow of the eastern bank dipped softly into the water, making no more noise than the beak of a heron. The broad shoulders of the man in front of Balthus were a blur in the dense gloom. He knew not even the keen eyes of the man who knelt in the prow could discern anything more than a few feet ahead of them. Conan was feeling his way by instinct and an intensive familiarity with the river. No one spoke. Balthus had had a good look at his companions in the fort before they slipped out of the stockade and down the bank into the waiting canoe. They were of a new breed growing up in the world on the raw edge of the frontier. Men whom grim necessity had taught woodcraft. Aquilonians of the western provinces to a man, they had many points in common. They dressed alike, in buckskin boots, leathern breeks, and deerskin shirts, with broad girdles that held axes and short swords. They were all gaunt and scarred and hard-eyed, sinewy and taciturn. They were wild men of a sort, yet there was still a wide gulf between them and the Cimmerian. They were sons of civilization, reverted to a semi-barbarism. He was a barbarian of 1,000 generations of barbarians. They had acquired stealth and craft, but he had been born to these things. He excelled them even in lithe economy of motion. They were wolves, but he was a tiger. Balthus admired them and their leader, and felt a pulse of pride that he was admitted into their company. He was proud that his paddle made no more noise than did theirs. In that respect, at least, he was their equal, though woodcraft learned in hunts on the Tauran could never equal that ground into the souls of men on the savage border. Below the fort, the river made a wide bend. The lights of the outpost were quickly lost, but the canoe held on its way for nearly a mile, avoiding snags and floating logs with almost uncanny precision. Then a low grunt from their leader, and they swung its head about and glided toward the opposite shore. Emerging from the black shadows of the brush that fringed the bank and coming into the open of the midstream created a peculiar illusion of rash exposure. But the stars gave little light, and Balthus knew that unless one were watching for it, it would be all but impossible for the keenest eye to make out the shadowy shape of the canoe crossing the river. They swung in under the overhanging bushes of the western shore, and Balthus groped for and found a projecting root which he grasped. No word was spoken. All instructions had been given before the scouting party left the fort. As silently as a great panther, Conan slid over the side and vanished in the bushes. Equally noiseless, 9 men followed him. To Balthus, grasping the root with his paddle across his knees, it seemed incredible that 10 men should thus fade into the tangled forest, with no more sound than these made. He settled himself to wait. No word passed between him and the other man who had been left with him. Somewhere, a mile or so to the northwest, Zogar Sag's village stood girdled by the thick woods. Balthus understood his orders. He and his companion were to wait for the return of the raiding party. If Conan and his men had not returned by the first tinge of dawn, they were to race back up the river to the fort and report that the forest had again taken its immemorial toll of the invading race. The silence was oppressive. No sound came from the black woods, invisible beyond the ebony masses that were overhanging bushes. Balthus no longer heard the drums. They had been silent for hours. He kept blinking, unconsciously trying to see through the deep gloom. The dank night smells of the river and the damp forest oppressed him. Somewhere, nearby, there was a sound as if a big fish had flopped and splashed the water. Balthus thought it must have leaped so close to the canoe that it had struck the side, for a slight quiver vibrated the craft. The boat's stern began to swing slightly away from the shore. The man behind him must have let go of the projection he was gripping. Balthus twisted his head to hiss a warning, and could just make out the figure of his companion, a slightly blacker bulk in the darkness. The man did not reply. Wondering if he had fallen asleep, Balthus reached out and grasped his shoulder. To his amazement, the man crumpled under his touch and slumped down in the canoe. Twisting his body half about, Balthus groped for him, his heart shooting into his throat. His fumbling fingers slid over the man's throat. Only the youth's convulsive clenching of his jaws choked back the cry that rose in his throat. His fingers encountered a gaping, oozing wound. His companion's throat had been cut from ear to ear. In that instant of horror and panic, Balthus started up, and then a muscular arm out of the darkness locked fiercely about his throat, strangling his yell. The canoe rocked wildly. Balthus's knife was in his hand, though he did not remember jerking it out of his boot, and he stabbed fiercely and blindly. He felt the blade sink deep, and a fiendish yell rang in his ear, a yell that was horribly answered. The darkness seemed to come to life about him. A bestial clamor rose on all sides, and other arms grappled him. Borne under a mass of hurtling bodies, the canoe rolled sideways, but before he went under with it, something cracked against Balthus's head, and the night was briefly illuminated by a blinding burst of fire, before it gave way to a blackness where not even stars shone. 4. The Beasts of Zogar Sag. Fires dazzled Balthus again as he slowly recovered his senses. He blinked, shook his head. Their glare hurt his eyes. A confused medley of sound rose about him, growing more distinct as his senses cleared. He lifted his head and stared stupidly about him. Black figures hemmed him in, etched against crimson tongues of flame. Memory and understanding came in a rush. He was bound upright to a post in an open space, ringed by fierce and terrible figures. Beyond that ring, fires burned, tended by naked, dark-skinned women. Beyond the fires he saw huts of mud and wattle, thatched with brush. Beyond the huts there was a stockade with a broad gate, but he saw these things only incidentally. Even the cryptic dark women with their curious coiffures were noted by him only absently. His full attention was fixed in awful fascination on the men who stood glaring at him. Short men, broad-shouldered, deep-chested, lean-hipped. They were naked except for scanty loincloths. The firelight brought out the play of their swelling muscles in bold relief. Their dark faces were immobile, but their narrow eyes glittered with the fire that burns in the eyes of a stalking tiger. Their tangled manes were bound back with bands of copper. Swords and axes were in their hands. Crude bandages banded the limbs of some, and smears of blood were dried on their dark skins. There had been fighting, recent and deadly. His eyes wavered away from the steady glare of his captors, and he repressed a cry of horror. A few feet away there rose a low, hideous pyramid. It was built of gory human heads. Dead eyes glared glassily up at the black sky. Numbly he recognized the countenances which were turned toward him. They were the heads of the men who had followed Conan into the forest. He could not tell if the Cimmerian's head were among them. Only a few faces were visible to him. It looked to him as if there must be 10 or 11 heads at least. A deadly sickness assailed him. He fought a desire to retch. Beyond the heads lay the bodies of half a dozen Picts, and he was aware of a fierce exultation at the sight. The forest runners had taken toll, at least. Twisting his head away from the ghastly spectacle, he became aware that another post stood near him, a stake painted black as the one to which he was bound. A man sagged in his bonds there, naked except for his leathern breeks, whom Balthus recognized as one of Conan's woodsmen. Blood trickled from his mouth, oozed sluggishly from a gash in his side. Lifting his head, he licked his livid lips and muttered, making himself heard with difficulty above the fiendish clamor of the Picts. "So they got you, too." "Sneaked up in the water and cut the other fellow's throat," groaned Balthus. "We never heard them till they were on us. Mitra, how can anything move so silently?" "They're devils," mumbled the frontiersman. "They must have been watching us from the time we left midstream. We walked into a trap. Arrows from all sides were ripping into us before we knew it. Most of us dropped the first fire. 3 or 4 broke through the bushes and came to hand grips. But there were too many. Conan might have gotten away. I haven't seen his head. Been better for you and me if they'd killed us outright. I can't blame Conan. Ordinarily, we'd have gotten to the village without being discovered. They don't keep spies on the riverbank as far down as we landed. We must have stumbled into a big party coming up the river from the south. Some devilment is up. Too many Picts here. These aren't all Gwawele. Men from the western tribes here, and from up and down the river." Balthus stared at the ferocious shapes. Little as he knew of Pictish ways, he was aware that the number of men clustered about them was out of proportion to the size of the village. There were not enough huts to have accommodated them all. Then he noticed that there was a difference in the barbaric tribal designs painted on their faces and breasts. "Some kind of devilment," muttered the forest runner. "They might have gathered here to watch Zogar's magic-making. He'll make some rare magic with our carcasses. Well, a border man doesn't expect to die in bed. But I wish we'd gone out along with the rest." The wolfish howling of the Picts rose in volume and exultation. and from a movement in their ranks, an eager surging and crowding. Balthus deduced that someone of importance was coming. Twisting his head about, he saw that the stakes were set before a long building, larger than the other huts, decorated by human skulls dangling from the eaves. Through the door of that structure now danced a fantastic figure. "Zogar," muttered the woodsman, his bloody countenance set in wolfish lines as he unconsciously strained at his cords. Balthus saw a lean figure of middle height, almost hidden in ostrich plumes set on a harness of leather and copper. From amidst the plumes peered a hideous and malevolent face. The plumes puzzled Balthus. He knew their source lay half the width of a world to the south. They fluttered and rustled evilly as the shaman leaped and cavorted. With fantastic bounds and prancings, he entered the ring and whirled before his bound and silent captives. With another man it would have seemed ridiculous, a foolish savage prancing meaninglessly in a whirl of feathers. But that ferocious face, glaring out from the billowing mass, gave the scene a grim significance. No man with a face like that could seem ridiculous, or like anything except the devil he was. Suddenly, he froze to statuesque stillness. The plumes rippled once and sank about him. The howling warriors fell silent. Zogar Sag stood erect and motionless, and he seemed to increase in height, to grow and expand. Balthus experienced the illusion that the Pict was towering above him, staring contemptuously down from a great height, though he knew the shaman was not as tall as himself. He shook off the illusion with difficulty. The shaman was talking now, a harsh, guttural intonation that yet carried the hiss of a cobra. He thrust his head on his long neck toward the wounded man on the stake. His eyes shone red as blood in the firelight. For answer, the frontiersman spat full in his face. With a fiendish howl, Zogar bounded convulsively into the air, and the warriors gave tongue to a yell that shuddered up to the stars that peered over the tops of the great trees girdling the village. They rushed toward the man on the stake, but the shaman beat them back. A snarled command sent men running to the gate. They hurled it open, turned, and raced back to the circle. The ring of men split, divided with desperate haste to right and left. Balthus saw the women and naked children scurrying to the huts. They peeked out of doors and windows. A broad lane was left to the open gate, beyond which loomed the black forest, crowding sullenly in upon the clearing, unlighted by the fires. A tense silence reigned as Zogar Sag turned toward the forest, raised on his tiptoes, and sent a weird, inhuman call shuddering out into the night. Somewhere, far out in the black forest, a deeper cry answered him. Balthus shuddered. From the timbre of that cry, he knew it never came from a human throat. He remembered what Valanis had said, that Zogar boasted that he could summon wild beasts to do his bidding. The woodsman was livid beneath his mask of blood. He licked his lips spasmodically. The village held its breath. Zogar Sag stood still as a statue, his plumes trembling faintly about him. But suddenly, the gate was no longer empty. A shuddering gasp swept over the village, and men crowded hastily back, jamming each other between the huts. Balthus felt the short hair stir on his scalp. The creature that stood in the gate was like the embodiment of nightmare legend. Its color was of a curious pale quality, which made it seem ghostly and unreal in the dim light. But there was nothing unreal about the low-hung savage head and the great curved fangs that glistened in the firelight. On noiseless, padded feet it approached like a phantom out of the past. It was a survival of an older, grimmer age, the ogre of many an ancient legend. a saber-toothed tiger. No Hyborian hunter had looked upon one of those primordial brutes for centuries. Immemorial myths lent the creatures a supernatural quality, induced by their ghostly color and their fiendish ferocity. The beast that glided toward the men on the stakes was longer and heavier than a common striped tiger, almost as bulky as a bear. Its shoulders and forelegs were so massive and mightily muscled as to give it a curiously top-heavy look, though its hindquarters were more powerful than those of a lion. Its jaws were massive, but its head was brutishly shaped. Its brain capacity was small. It had room for no instincts except those of destruction. It was a freak of carnivorous development, evolution run amok in a horror of fangs and talons. This was the monstrosity Zogar Sag had summoned out of the forest. Balthus no longer doubted the actuality of the shaman's magic. Only the black arts could establish a domination over that tiny-brained, mightily thewed monster. Like a whisper at the back of his consciousness rose the vague memory of the name of an ancient god of darkness and primordial fear, to whom once both men and beasts bowed, and whose children, men whispered, still lurked in dark corners of the world. New horror tinged the glare he fixed on Zogar Sag. The monster moved past the heap of bodies on the pile of gory heads without appearing to notice them. He was no scavenger. He hunted only the living, in a life dedicated solely to slaughter. An awful hunger burned greenly in the wide, unwinking eyes, the hunger not alone of belly emptiness, but the lust of death-dealing. His gaping jaws slavered. The shaman stepped back, his hand waved toward the woodsman. The great cat sank into a crouch, and Balthus numbly remembered tales of its appalling ferocity, of how it would spring upon an elephant and drive its sword-like fangs so deeply into the titan's skull that they could never be withdrawn, but would keep it nailed to its victim, to die by starvation. The shaman cried out shrilly, and with an ear-shattering roar the monster sprang. Balthus had never dreamed of such a spring, such a hurtling of incarnated destruction embodied in that giant bulk of iron thews and ripping talons. Full on the woodsman's breast it struck, and the stake splintered and snapped at the base, crushing to the earth under the impact. Then the saber-tooth was gliding toward the gate, half dragging, half carrying a hideous crimson hulk that only faintly resembled a man. Balthus glared almost paralyzed, his brain refusing to credit what his eyes had seen. In that leap the great beast had not only broken off the stake, it had ripped the mangled body of its victim from the post to which it was bound. The huge talons in that instant of contact had disemboweled and partially dismembered the man, and the giant fangs had torn away the whole top of his head, shearing through the skull as easily as through flesh. Stout rawhide thongs had given way like paper, where the thongs had held, flesh and bones had not. Balthus retched suddenly. He had hunted bears and panthers, but he had never dreamed the beast lived which could make such a red ruin of a human frame in the flicker of an instant. The saber-tooth vanished through the gate, and a few moments later a deep roar sounded through the forest, receding in the distance. But the Picts still shrank back against the huts, and the shaman still stood facing the gate that was like a black opening to let in the night. Cold sweat burst suddenly out on Balthus's skin. What new horror would come through that gate to make carrion meat of his body? Sick panic assailed him, and he strained futilely at his thongs. The night pressed in very black and horrible outside the firelight. The fires themselves glowed lurid as the fires of hell. He felt the eyes of the Picts upon him, hundreds of hungry, cruel eyes that reflected the lust of souls utterly without humanity as he knew it. They no longer seemed men. They were devils of this black jungle, as inhuman as the creatures to which the fiend and the nodding plumes screamed through the darkness. Zogar sent another call shuddering through the night, and it was utterly unlike the first cry. There was a hideous sibilance in it. Balthus turned cold at the implication. If a serpent could hiss that loud, it would make just such a sound. This time there was no answer. Only a period of breathless silence in which the pound of Balthus's heart strangled him, and then there sounded a swishing outside the gate, a dry rustling that sent chills down Balthus's spine. Again the firelit gate held a hideous occupant. Again Balthus recognized the monster from ancient legends. He saw and knew the ancient and evil serpent which swayed there, its wedge-shaped head huge as that of a horse, as high as a tall man's head, and its palely gleaming barrel rippling out behind it. A forked tongue darted in and out, and the firelight glittered on bared fangs. Balthus became incapable of emotion. The horror of his fate paralyzed him. That was the reptile that the ancients called ghost snake, the pale, abominable terror that of old glided into huts by night to devour whole families. Like the python, it crushed its victim, but unlike other constrictors, its fangs bore venom that carried madness and death. It, too, had long been considered extinct, but Valanus had spoken truly. No white man knew what shapes haunted the great forests beyond Black River. It came on silently, rippling over the ground, its hideous head on the same level, its neck curving back slightly for the stroke. Balthus gazed with glazed, hypnotized stare into that loathsome gullet, down which he would soon be engulfed, and he was aware of no sensation except a vague nausea. And then something that glinted in the firelight streaked from the shadows of the huts, and the great reptile whipped about and went into instant convulsions. As in a dream, Balthus saw a short throwing spear transfixing the mighty neck just below the gaping jaws. The shaft protruded from one side, the steel head from the other. Knotting and looping hideously, the maddened reptile rolled into the circle of men who strove back from him. The spear had not severed its spine, but merely transfixed its great neck muscles. Its furiously lashing tail mowed down a dozen men, and its jaws snapped convulsively, splashing others with venom that burned like liquid fire. Howling, cursing, screaming, frantic, they scattered before it, knocking each other down in their flight, trampling the fallen, bursting through the huts. The giant snake rolled into a fire, scattering sparks and brands, and the pain lashed it to more frenzied efforts. A hut wall buckled under the ram-like impact of its flailing tail, disgorging howling people. Men stampeded through the fires, knocking the logs right and left. The flames sprang up, then sank. A reddish dim glow was all that lighted that nightmare scene where the giant reptile whipped and rolled, and men clawed and shrieked in frantic flight. Balthus felt something jerk at his wrists, and then, miraculously, he was free, and a strong hand dragged him behind the post. Dazedly, he saw Conan, felt the forest man's iron grip on his arm. There was blood on the Cimmerian's mail, dried blood on the sword in his right hand. He loomed dim and gigantic in the shadowy light. "Come on, before they get over their panic." Balthus felt the haft of an axe shoved into his hand. Zogar Sag had disappeared. Conan dragged Balthus after him until the youth's numb brain awoke and his legs began to move of their own accord. Then Conan released him and ran into the building where the skulls hung. Balthus followed him. He got a glimpse of a grim stone altar, faintly lighted by the glow outside. 5 human heads grinned on that altar, and there was a grisly familiarity about the features of the freshest. It was the head of the merchant Tiberius. Behind the altar was an idol, dim, indistinct, bestial, yet vaguely manlike in outline. Then, Fresh horror choked Balthus as the shape heaved up suddenly with a rattle of chains, lifting long misshapen arms in the gloom. Conan's sword flailed down, crunching through flesh and bone, and then the Cimmerian was dragging Balthus around the altar, past a huddled shaggy bulk on the floor, to a door at the back of the long hut. Through this they burst, out into the enclosure again, but a few yards beyond them loomed the stockade. It was dark behind the altar hut. The mad stampede of the Picts had not carried them in that direction. At the wall, Conan halted, gripped Balthus, and heaved him at arm's length in the air as he might have lifted a child. Balthus grasped the points of the upright logs set in the sun-dried mud and scrambled up on them, ignoring the havoc done his skin. He lowered a hand to the Cimmerian, when around the corner of the altar hut sprang a fleeing Pict. He halted short, glimpsing the man on the wall in the faint glow of the fires. Conan hurled his axe with deadly aim, but the warrior's mouth was already open for a yell of warning, and it rang loud above the din, cut short as he dropped with a shattered skull. Blind terrors had not submerged all ingrained instincts. As that wild yell rose above the clamor, there was an instant's lull, and then 100 throats bayed ferocious answer, and warriors came leaping to repel the attack presaged by the warning. Conan leaped high, caught not Balthus's hand, but his arm near the shoulder, and swung himself up. Balthus set his teeth against the strain, and then the Cimmerian was on the wall beside him, and the fugitives dropped down on the other side. 5. The Children of Jebel Sag.
"Which way is the river?"
Balthus was confused. "We don't dare try for the river now," grunted Conan. "The woods between the village and the river are swarming with warriors. Come on, we'll head in the last direction they'll expect us to go. West." Looking back as they entered the thick growth, Balthus beheld the wall dotted with black heads as the savages peered over. The Picts were bewildered. They had not gained the wall in time to see the fugitives take cover. They had rushed to the wall expecting to repel an attack in force. They had seen the body of the dead warrior, but no enemy was in sight. Balthus realized that they did not yet know their prisoner had escaped. From other sounds, he believed that the warriors, directed by the shrill voice of Zogar Sag, were destroying the wounded serpent with arrows. The monster was out of the shaman's control. A moment later, the quality of the yells was altered. Screeches of rage rose in the night. Conan laughed grimly. He was leading Balthus along a narrow trail that ran west under the black branches, stepping as swiftly and surely as if he trod a well-lighted thoroughfare. Balthus stumbled after him, guiding himself by feeling the dense wall on either hand. "They'll be after us now. Zogar's discovered you're gone, and he knows my head wasn't in the pile before the altar hut. The dog! If I'd had another spear, I'd have thrown it through him before I struck the snake. Keep to the trail. They can't track us by torchlight, and there are a score of paths leading from the village. They'll follow those leading to the river first. Throw a cordon of warriors for miles along the bank, expecting us to try to break through. We won't take to the woods until we have to. We can make better time on this trail. Now buckle down to it and run as you never ran before."
"They got over their panic, cursed quick," panted Balthus, complying with a fresh burst of speed.
"They're not afraid of anything very long," grunted Conan.
For a space, nothing was said between them. The fugitives devoted all their attention to covering distance. They were plunging deeper and deeper into the wilderness and getting further away from civilization at every step, but Balthus did not question Conan's wisdom. The Cimmerian presently took time to grunt. "When we're far enough away from the village, we'll swing back to the river in a big circle. No other village within miles of Gwawela. All the Picts are gathered in that vicinity. We'll circle wide around them. They can't track us until daylight. They'll pick up our path then, but before dawn we'll leave the trail and take to the woods." They plunged on. The yells died out behind them.
Balthus's breath was whistling through his teeth. He felt a pain in his side. Running became torture. He blundered against the bushes on each side of the trail. Conan pulled up suddenly, turned, and stared back down the dim path. Somewhere the moon was rising, a dim white glow amidst a tangle of branches.
"Shall we take to the woods?" panted Balthus.
"Give me your axe," murmured Conan softly. "Something is close behind us."
"Then we'd better leave the trail,"
exclaimed Balthus. Conan shook his head and drew his companion into a dense thicket. The moon rose higher, making a dim light in the path.
"We can't fight the whole tribe," whispered Balthus.
"No human being could have found our trail so quickly, or followed us so swiftly," muttered Conan. "Keep silent." There followed a tense silence, in which Balthus felt that his heart could be heard pounding from miles away. Then, abruptly, without a sound to announce its coming, a savage head appeared in the dim path. Balthus's heart jumped into his throat. At first glance he feared to look upon the awful head of the saber-tooth. But this head was smaller, more narrow. It was a leopard which stood there, snarling silently and glaring down the trail. What wind there was blowing toward the hiding men, concealing their scent. The beast lowered his head and snuffed the trail, then moved forward uncertainly. A chill played down Balthus's spine. The brute was undoubtedly trailing them. And it was suspicious. It lifted its head, its eyes glowing like balls of fire, and growled low in its throat. And at that instant Conan hurled the axe. All the weight of arm and shoulder was behind the throw, and the axe was a streak of silver in the dim moon. Almost before he realized what had happened, Balthus saw the leopard rolling on the ground in its death throes, the handle of the axe standing up from its head. The head of the weapon had split its narrow skull. Conan bounded from the bushes, wrenched his axe free, and dragged the limp body in among the trees, concealing it from the casual glance. "Now let's go, and go fast," he grunted, leading away southward, away from the trail. "There'll be warriors coming after that cat. As soon as he got his wits back, Zogar sent him after us. The Picts would follow him, but he'd leave them far behind. He'd circle the village until he hit our trail and then come after us like a streak. They couldn't keep up with him, but they'll have an idea as to our general direction. They'd follow, listening for his cry. Well, they won't hear that, but they'll find the blood on the trail and look around and find the body in the brush. They'll pick up our spoor there if they can. Walk with care." He avoided clinging briars and low-hanging branches effortlessly, gliding between trees without touching the stems, and always planting his feet in the places calculated to show less evidence of his passing. But with Balthus it was slower, more laborious work. No sound came from behind them. They had covered more than a mile when Balthus said, "Does Zogar Sag catch leopard cubs and train them for bloodhounds?" Conan shook his head. "That was a leopard he called out of the woods." "But," Balthus persisted, "if he can order the beasts to do his bidding, why doesn't he rouse them all and have them after us? The forest is full of leopards. Why send only one after us?" Conan did not reply for a space, and when he did, it was with a curious reticence. "He can't command all the animals. Only such as remember Jabal Sag." "Jabal Sag?" Balthus repeated the ancient name hesitantly. He had never heard it spoken more than 3 or 4 times in his whole life. "Once all living things worshipped him. That was long ago when beasts and men spoke one language. Men have forgotten him. Even the beasts forget. Only a few remember. The men who remember Jabal Sag and the beasts who remember are brothers and speak the same tongue." Balthus did not reply. He had strained at a Pictish stake and seen the nighted jungle give up its fanged horrors at a shaman's call. "Civilized men laugh," said Conan. "But not one can tell me how Zogar Sag can call pythons and tigers and leopards out of the wilderness and make them do his bidding. They would say it is a lie if they dared. That's the way with civilized men. When they can't explain something by their half-baked science, they refuse to believe it." The people on the Tauran were closer to the primitive than most Aquilonians. Superstitions persisted, whose sources were lost in antiquity. And Balthus had seen that which still prickled his flesh. He could not refute the monstrous thing which Conan's words implied. "I have heard that there's an ancient grove sacred to Jabal Sag somewhere in this forest," said Conan. "I don't know. I've never seen it. But more beasts remember in this country than any I've ever seen."
"Then others will be on our trail?"
"They are now," was Conan's disquieting answer. "Zogar would never leave our tracking to one beast alone."
"What are we to do, then?"
asked Balthus uneasily, grasping his axe as he stared at the gloomy arches above them. His flesh crawled with a momentary expectation of ripping talons and fangs leaping from the shadows. "Wait." Conan turned, squatted, and with his knife began scratching a curious symbol in the mold. Stooping to look at it over his shoulder, Balthus felt a crawling of the flesh along his spine. He knew not why. He felt no wind against his face, but there was a rustling of leaves above them, and a weird moaning swept ghostily through the branches. Conan glanced up inscrutably, then rose and stood, staring somberly down at the symbol he had drawn.
"What is it?"
whispered Balthus. It looked archaic and meaningless to him. He supposed that it was his ignorance of artistry which prevented his identifying it as one of the conventional designs of some prevailing culture. But had he been the most erudite artist in the world, he would have been no nearer the solution. "I saw it carved in the rock of a cave no human had visited for 1,000,000 years, muttered Conan. "In the uninhabited mountains beyond the Sea of Vilayet, half a world away from this spot. Later, I saw a black witch-finder of Kush scratch it in the sand of a nameless river. He told me part of its meaning. It's sacred to Jabal Sag and the creatures which worship him. Watch." They drew back among the dense foliage some yards away and waited in tense silence. To the east, drums muttered, and somewhere to north and west, other drums answered. Balthus shivered, though he knew long miles of black forest separated him from the grim beaters of those drums, whose dull pulsing was a sinister overture that set the dark stage for bloody drama. Balthus found himself holding his breath. Then, with a slight shaking of the leaves, the bushes parted and a magnificent panther came into view. The moonlight dappling through the leaves shone on its glossy coat, rippling with the play of the great muscles beneath it. With its head held low, it glided toward them. It was smelling out their trail. Then it halted, as if frozen, its muzzle almost touching the symbol cut in the mold. For a long space it crouched motionless. It flattened its long body and laid its head on the ground before the mark. And Balthus felt the short hairs stir on his scalp. For the attitude of the great carnivore was one of awe and adoration. Then the panther rose and backed away carefully, belly almost to the ground. With his hindquarters among the bushes, he wheeled as if in sudden panic, and was gone like a flash of dappled light. Balthus mopped his brow with a trembling hand, and glanced at Conan. The barbarian's eyes were smoldering with fires that never lit the eyes of men bred to the ideas of civilization. In that instant he was all wild, and had forgotten the man at his side. In his burning gaze, Balthus glimpsed and vaguely recognized pristine images and half-embodied memories, shadows from life's dawn, forgotten and repudiated by sophisticated races. Ancient, primeval phantasms, unnamed and nameless. Then the deeper fires were masked, and Conan was silently leading the way deeper into the forest. "We've no more to fear from the beasts," he said after a while. "But we've left a sign for men to read. They won't follow our trail very easily, and until they find that symbol, they won't know for sure we've turned south. Even then it won't be easy to smell us without the beasts to aid them. But the woods south of the trail will be full of warriors looking for us. If we keep moving after daylight, we'll be sure to run into some of them. As soon as we find a good place, we'll hide and wait until another night to swing back and make the river. We've got to warn Valanis, but it won't help him any if we get ourselves killed."
"Warn Valanis?"
"Hell, the woods along the river are swarming with Picts. That's why they got us. Zogar's brewing war magic. No mere raid this time. He's done something no Pict has done in my memory. United as many as 15 or 16 clans. His magic did it. They'll follow a wizard farther than they will a war chief. You saw the mob in the village, and there were hundreds hiding along the riverbank that you didn't see. More coming from the farther villages. He'll have at least 3,000 fighting men. I lay in the bushes and heard their talk as they went past. They mean to attack the fort. When, I don't know, and they won't delay long. Zogar doesn't care. He's gathered them and whipped them into a frenzy. If he doesn't lead them into battle quickly, they'll fall to quarreling with each other. They're like blood-mad tigers. I don't know whether they can take the fort or not. Anyway, we've got to get back across the river and give the warning. The settlers on the Velitrium road must either get into the fort or back to Velitrium. While the Picts are besieging the fort, war parties will range the road far to the east, might even cross Thunder River and raid the thickly settled country behind Velitrium." As he talked, he was leading the way deeper and deeper into the ancient wilderness. Presently he grunted with satisfaction. They had reached a spot where the underbrush was more scattered, and an outcropping of stone was visible, wandering off southward. Balthus felt more secure as they followed it. Not even a Pict could trail them over naked rock. "How did you get away?" he asked presently. Conan tapped his mail shirt and helmet. "If more borderers would wear harness, there'd be fewer skulls hanging on the altar huts. But most men make noise if they wear armor." They were waiting on each side of the path, without moving. And when a Pict stands motionless, the very beasts of the forest pass him without seeing him. They'd seen us crossing the river and got in their places. If they'd gone into ambush after we left the bank, I'd have had some hint of it. But they were waiting, and not even a leaf trembled. The devil himself couldn't have suspected anything. The first suspicion I had was when I heard a shaft rasp against a bow as it was pulled back. I dropped and yelled for the men behind me to drop. But they were too slow, taken by surprise like that. Most of them fell at the first volley that raked us from both sides. Some of the arrows crossed the trail and struck Picts on the other side. I heard them howl. He grinned with vicious satisfaction. Such of us as were left plunged into the woods and closed with them. When I saw the others were all down or taken, I broke through and outfooted the painted devils through the darkness. They were all around me. I ran and crawled and sneaked, and sometimes I lay on my belly under the bushes while they passed me on all sides. I tried for the shore and found it lined with them, waiting for just such a move. But I'd have cut my way through and taken a chance on swimming, only I heard the drums pounding in the village and knew they'd taken somebody alive. They were all so engrossed in Zogar's magic that I was able to climb the wall behind the altar hut. There was a warrior supposed to be watching at that point, but he was squatting behind the hut and peering around the corner at the ceremony. I came up behind him and broke his neck with my hands before he knew what was happening. It was his spear I threw into the snake, and that's his axe you're carrying."
"But what was that thing you killed in the altar hut?"
asked Balthus, with a shiver at the memory of the dim-seen horror. One of Zogar's gods. One of Jabal's children that didn't remember and had to be kept chained to the altar. A bull ape. The Picts think they're sacred to the hairy one who lives on the moon, the gorilla god of Gullah. It's getting light. Here's a good place to hide until we see how close they're on our trail. Probably have to wait until night to break back to the river. A low hill pitched upward, girdled and covered by thick trees and bushes. Near the crest, Conan slid into a tangle of jutting rocks, crowned by dense bushes. Lying among them, they could see the jungle below without being seen. It was a good place to hide or defend. Balthus did not believe that even a Pict could have trailed them over the rocky ground for the past 4 or 5 miles, but he was afraid of the beasts that obeyed Zogar Sag. His faith in the curious symbol wavered a little now, but Conan had dismissed the possibility of beasts tracking them. A ghostly whiteness spread through the dense branches. The patches of sky visible altered in hue, grew from pink to blue. Balthus felt the gnawing of hunger, though he had slaked his thirst at a stream they had skirted. There was complete silence except for an occasional chirp of a bird. The drums were no longer to be heard. Balthus's thoughts reverted to the grim scene before the altar hut. "Those were ostrich plumes Zogar Sag wore," he said. "I've seen them on the helmets of knights who rode from the east to visit the barons of the marches. There are no ostriches in this forest, are there?" "They came from Kush," answered Conan. "West of here, many marches, lies the seashore. Ships from Zingara occasionally come and trade weapons and ornaments and wine to the coastal tribes for skins and copper ore and gold dust. Sometimes they trade ostrich plumes they got from the Stygians, who in turn got them from the black tribes of Kush, which lies south of Stygia. The Pictish shamans place great store in them, but there's more risk in such trade. The Picts are too likely to try to seize the ship, and the coast is dangerous to ships. I've sailed along it when I was with the pirates of the Barakan Isles, which lies southwest of Zingara." Balthus looked at his companion with admiration. "I knew you hadn't spent your life on this frontier. You've mentioned several far places. You've traveled widely?" "I have roamed far, farther than any other man of my race ever wandered. I've seen all the great cities of the Hyborians, the Shemites, the Stygians, and the Hyrcanians. I have roamed in the unknown countries south of the black kingdoms of Kush and east of the Sea of Vilayet. I've been mercenary captain, a corsair, a Cossack, a penniless vagabond, a general. Hell, I've been everything except a king, and I may be that before I die." The fancy pleased him, and he grinned hardly. Then he shrugged his shoulders and stretched his mighty figure on the rocks. "This is as good life as any. I don't know how long I'll stay on the frontier. A week, a month, a year. I have a roving foot. But it's as well on the border as anywhere." Balthus set himself to watch the forest below them. Momentarily he expected to see fierce painted faces thrust through the leaves. But as the hours passed, no stealthy footfall disturbed the brooding quiet. Balthus believed the Picts had missed their trail and given up the chase. Conan grew restless. "We should have sighted parties scouring the woods for us. If they've quit the chase, it's because they're after bigger game. They may be gathering to cross the river and storm the fort." "Would they come this far south if they lost the trail?" "They've lost the trail, all right. Otherwise, they'd have been on our necks before now. Under ordinary circumstances, they'd scour the woods for miles in every direction. Some of them should have passed within sight of this hill. They must be preparing to cross the river. We've got to take a chance and make for the river." Creeping down the rocks, Balthus felt his flesh crawl between his shoulders as he momentarily expected a withering blast of arrows from the green masses about them. He feared that the Picts had discovered them and were lying about in ambush. But Conan was convinced no enemies were near, and the Cimmerian was right. "We're miles to the south of the village," grunted Conan. "We'll hit straight through for the river. I don't know how far down the river they've spread. We'll hope to hit it below them." With haste that seemed reckless to Balthus, they hurried eastward. The woods seemed empty of life. Conan believed that all the Picts were gathered in the vicinity of Gwawela, if indeed they had not already crossed the river. He did not believe they would cross in the daytime, however. Some woodsman would be sure to see them and give the alarm. They'll cross above and below the fort, out of sight of the sentries. Then others will get in canoes and make straight across for the river wall. As soon as they attack, those hidden in the woods on the east shore will assail the fort from the other sides. They've tried that before and got the guts shot and hacked out of them. But this time they've got enough men to make a real onslaught of it. They pushed on without pausing, though Balthus gazed longingly at the squirrels flitting among the branches, which he could have brought down with a cast of his axe. With a sigh, he drew up his broad belt. The everlasting silence and gloom of the primitive forest was beginning to depress him. He found himself thinking of the open oak groves and sun-dappled meadows of the Tauran, of the bluff cheer of his father's steep-thatched, diamond-paned house, of the fat cows browsing through the deep, lush grass, and the hearty fellowship of the brawny, bare-armed ploughmen and herdsmen. He felt lonely in spite of his companion. Conan was as much a part of this wilderness as Balthus was alien to it. The Cimmerian might have spent years among the great cities of the world. He might have walked with the rulers of civilization. He might even achieve his wild whim some day and rule as king of a civilized nation. Stranger things had happened. But he was no less a barbarian. He was concerned only with the naked fundamentals of life, the warm intimacies of small, kindly things, the sentiments and delicious trivialities that make up so much of civilized men's lives were meaningless to him. A wolf was no less a wolf because a whim of chance caused him to run with the watchdogs. Bloodshed and violence and savagery were the natural elements of the life Conan knew. He could not, and would never, understand the little things that are so dear to the souls of civilized men and women. The shadows were lengthening when they reached the river and peered through the masking bushes. They could see up and down the river for about a mile each way. The sullen stream lay bare and empty. Conan scowled across at the other shore. "We've got to take another chance here. We've got to skirt the river. We don't know whether they've crossed or not. The woods over there may be alive with them. We've got to risk it. We're about 6 miles south of Gwawela." He wheeled and ducked as a bowstring twanged. Something like a white flash of light streaked through the bushes. Balthus knew it was an arrow. Then, with a tigerish bound, Conan was through the bushes. Balthus caught the gleam of steel as he whirled his sword and heard a death scream. The next instant he had broken through the bushes after the Cimmerian. A Pict with a shattered skull lay face down on the ground, his fingers spasmodically clawing at the grass. Half a dozen others were swarming about Conan, swords and axes lifted. They had cast away their bows, useless at such deadly close quarters. Their lower jaws were painted white, contrasting vividly with their dark faces, and the designs on their muscular breasts differed from any Balthus had ever seen. One of them hurled his axe at Balthus and rushed after it with lifted knife. Balthus ducked and then caught the wrist that drove the knife licking at his throat. They went to the ground together, rolling over and over. The Pict was like a wild beast, his muscles hard as steel strings. Balthus was striving to maintain his hold on the wild man's wrist and bring his own axe into play, but so fast and furious was the struggle that each attempt to strike was blocked. The Pict was wrenching furiously to free his knife hand. was clutching at Balthus's axe and driving his knees at the youth's groin. Suddenly, he attempted to shift his knife to his free hand, and in that instant, Balthus, struggling up on one knee, split the painted head with a desperate blow of his axe. He sprang up and glared wildly about for his companion, expecting to see him overwhelmed by numbers. Then he realized the full strength and ferocity of the Cimmerian. Conan bestrode two of his attackers, shorn half asunder by the terrible broadsword. As Balthus looked, he saw the Cimmerian beat down a thrusting short sword, avoid the stroke of an axe with a cat-like sideways spring which brought him within arm's length of a squat savage stooping for a bow. Before the Pict could straighten, the red sword flailed down and clove him from shoulder to mid-breastbone where the blade stuck. The remaining warriors rushed in, one from each side. Balthus hurled his axe with an accuracy that reduced the attackers to one, and Conan, abandoning his efforts to free his sword, wheeled and met the remaining Pict with his bare hands. The stocky warrior, a head shorter than his tall enemy, leaped in, striking with his axe, at the same time stabbing murderously with his knife. The knife broke on the Cimmerian's mail, and the axe checked in mid-air as Conan's fingers locked like iron on the descending arm. A bone snapped loudly, and Balthus saw the Pict wince and falter. The next instant he was swept off his feet, lifted high above the Cimmerian's head. He writhed in mid-air for an instant, kicking and thrashing, and then was dashed headlong to the earth with such force that he rebounded, and then lay still, his limp posture telling of splintered limbs and a broken spine. "Come on!" Conan wrenched his sword free and snatched up an axe. "Grab a bow and a handful of arrows, and hurry! We've got to trust our heels again. That yell was heard. They'll be here in no time. If we tried to swim across now, they'd feather us with arrows before we reached midstream." Up the river sounded a fierce howling. Balthus shuddered to think that it came from human mouths. Grasping the weapons he had snatched, he followed Conan, who plunged into the thickets away from the bank, and ran like a flying shadow. 6. Red Axes on the Border. Conan did not plunge deeply into the forest. A few hundred yards from the river, he altered his slanting course and ran parallel with it. Balthus recognized a grim determination not to be hunted away from the river which they must cross if they were to warn the men in the fort. Behind them rose more loudly the yells of the forest men. Balthus believed the Picts had reached the glade where the bodies of the slain men lay. Then further yells seemed to indicate that the savages were streaming into the woods in pursuit. They had left a trail any Pict could follow. Conan increased his speed, and Balthus grimly set his teeth and kept on his heels, though he felt he might collapse any time. It seemed centuries since he had eaten last. He kept going more by an effort of will than anything else. His blood was pounding so furiously in his eardrums that he was not aware when the yells died out behind them. Conan halted suddenly. Balthus leaned against a tree and panted. "They've quit," grunted the Cimmerian, scowling.
"Sneaking up on us,"
gasped Balthus. Conan shook his head. "A short chase like this they'd yell every step of the way. No, they've gone back. I thought I heard somebody yelling behind them a few seconds before the noise began to get dimmer. They've been recalled, and that's good for us, but damned bad for the men in the fort. It means the warriors are being summoned out of the woods for the attack. Those men we ran into were warriors from a tribe down the river. They were undoubtedly headed for Gwawela to join in the assault on the fort. Damn it, we're further away than ever now. We've got to get across the river." Turning east, he hurried through the thickets with no attempt at concealment. Balthus followed him, for the first time feeling the sting of lacerations on his breast and shoulder where the Pict's savage teeth had scored him. He was pushing through the thick bushes that fringed the bank when Conan pulled him back. Then he heard a rhythmic splashing, and peering through the leaves, saw a dugout canoe coming up the river, its single occupant paddling hard against the current. He was a strongly built Pict, with a white heron feather thrust in a copper band that confined his square-cut mane. "That's a Gwawela man," muttered Conan, "emissary from Zogar. White plume shows that. He's carried a peace talk to the tribes down the river, and now he's trying to get back and take a hand in the slaughter." The lone ambassador was now almost even with their hiding place, and suddenly Balthus almost jumped out of his skin. At his very ear had sounded the harsh gutturals of a Pict. Then he realized that Conan had called to the paddler in his own tongue. The man started, scanned the bushes, and called back something. Then cast a startled glance across the river, bent low, and sent the canoe shooting in toward the western bank. Not understanding, Balthus saw Conan take from his hand the bow he had picked up in the glade and notch an arrow. The Pict had run his canoe in close to the shore, and staring up into the bushes, called out something. His answer came in the twang of the bowstring, the streaking flight of the arrow that sank to the feathers in his broad breast. With a choking gasp, he slumped sidewise and rolled into the shallow water. In an instant, Conan was down the bank and wading into the water to grasp the drifting canoe. Balthus stumbled after him, somewhat dazedly crawled into the canoe. Conan scrambled in, seized the paddle, and sent the craft shooting toward the eastern shore. Balthus noted with envious admiration of the play of the great muscles beneath the sun-burnt skin. The Cimmerian seemed an iron man who never knew fatigue. "What did you say to the Pict?" asked Balthus. "Told him to pull into shore. Said there was a white forest runner on the other bank who was trying to get a shot at him." "That doesn't seem fair," Balthus objected. "He thought a friend was speaking to him. You mimicked a Pict perfectly." "We needed his boat," grunted Conan, not pausing in his exertions. "Only way to lure him to the bank. Which is worse, to betray a Pict who'd enjoy skinning us both alive, or betray the men across the river whose lives depend on our getting over?" Balthus mulled over this delicate ethical question for a moment, then shrugged his shoulders and asked, "How far are we from the fort?" Conan pointed to a creek which flowed into Black River from the east, a few hundred yards below them. "That's South Creek. It's 10 miles from its mouth to the fort. It's the southern boundary of Conajohara. Marshes miles wide south of it. No danger of a raid from across them. 9 miles above the fort, North Creek forms the other boundary. Marshes beyond that, too. That's why an attack must come from the west, across Black River. Conajohara's just like a spear, with a point 19 miles wide, thrust into the Pictish wilderness." "Why don't we keep to the canoe and make the trip by water?" "Because considering the current we've got to brace, and the bends in the river, we can go faster afoot. Besides, remember Gwawela is south of the fort. If the Picts are crossing the river, we'd run right into them." Dusk was gathering as they stepped upon the eastern bank. Without pause, Conan pushed on northward at a pace that made Balthus's sturdy legs ache. "Valanis wanted a fort built at the mouths of North and South Creeks," grunted the Cimmerian. "Then the river could be patrolled constantly. But the government wouldn't do it. Soft-bellied fools sitting on velvet cushions with naked girls offering them iced wine on their knees. I know the breed. They can't see any further than their palace wall. Diplomacy, hell! They'd fight Picts with theories of territorial expansion. Valanis and men like him have to obey the orders of a set of damned fools. They'll never grab any more Pictish land, any more than they'll ever rebuild Venarium. The time may come when they'll see the barbarians swarming over the walls of the eastern cities." A week before, Balthus would have laughed at any such preposterous suggestion. Now he made no reply. He had seen the unconquerable ferocity of the men who dwelt beyond the frontiers. He shivered, casting glances at the sullen river, just visible through the bushes at the arches of the trees which crowded close to its banks. He kept remembering that the Picts might have crossed the river and be lying in ambush between them and the fort. It was growing dark fast. A slight sound ahead of them jumped his heart into his throat, and Conan's sword gleamed in the air. He lowered it when a dog, a great, gaunt, scarred beast, slunk out of the bushes and stood staring at them. "That dog belonged to a settler who tried to build his cabin on the bank of the river a few miles south of the fort," grunted Conan. "The Picts slipped over and killed him, of course, and burned his cabin. We found him dead among the embers, and the dog lying senseless among 3 Picts he'd killed. He was almost cut to pieces. We took him to the fort and dressed his wounds, but after he recovered, he took to the woods and turned wild." "What now, Slasher? Are you hunting the men who killed your master?" The massive head swung from side to side, and his eyes glowed greenly. He did not growl or bark. Silently as a phantom, he slid in behind them. "Let him come," muttered Conan. "He can smell the devils before we can see them." Balthus smiled and laid his hand caressingly on the dog's head. The lips involuntarily writhed back to display the gleaming fangs. Then the great beast bent his head sheepishly, and his tail moved with jerky uncertainty, as if the owner had almost forgotten the emotions of friendliness. Balthus mentally compared the gaunt, hard body with the fat, sleek hounds tumbling vociferously over one another in his father's kennel yard. He sighed. The frontier was no less hard for beasts than for men. This dog had almost forgotten the meaning of kindness and friendliness. Slasher glided ahead, and Conan let him take the lead. The last tinge of dusk faded into stark darkness. The miles fell away under their steady feet. Slasher seemed voiceless. Suddenly, he halted, tense, ears lifted. An instant later the men heard it, a demoniac yelling up the river ahead of them, faint as a whisper. Conan swore like a madman. "They've attacked the fort! We're too late! Come on!" He increased his pace, trusting to the dog to smell out ambushes ahead. In a flood of tense excitement, Balthus forgot his hunger and weariness. The yells grew louder as they advanced, and above the devilish screaming they could hear the deep shouts of the soldiers. Just as Balthus began to fear they would run into the savages who seemed to be howling just ahead of them, Conan swung away from the river in a wide semicircle that carried them to a low rise from which they could look over the forest. They saw the fort, lighted with torches thrust over the parapets on long poles. These cast a flickering, uncertain light over the clearing, and in that light they saw throngs of naked, painted figures along the fringe of the clearing. The river swarmed with canoes. The Picts had the fort completely surrounded. An incessant hail of arrows rained against the stockade from the woods and the river. The deep twanging of the bowstrings rose above the howling. Yelling like wolves, several hundred naked warriors with axes in their hands ran from under the trees and raced toward the eastern gate. They were within 150 yards of their objective when a withering blast of arrows from the wall littered the ground with corpses and sent the survivors fleeing back to the trees. The men in the canoes rushed their boats toward the river wall and were met by another shower of cloth yard shafts and a volley from the small ballistas mounted on towers on that side of the stockade. Stones and logs whirled through the air and splintered and sank half a dozen canoes, killing their occupants, and the other boats drew back out of range. A deep roar of triumph rose from the walls of the fort, answered by a bestial howling from all quarters. "Shall we try to break through?" asked Balthus, trembling with eagerness. Conan shook his head. He stood with his arms folded, his head slightly bent, a somber and brooding figure. "The fort's doomed. The Picts are blood-mad and won't stop until they're all killed. and there are too many of them for the men in the fort to kill. We couldn't break through, and if we did, we could do nothing but die with Valanis."
"There's nothing we can do but save our own hides, then?"
"Yes. We've got to warn the settlers. Do you know why the Picts are not trying to burn the fort with fire arrows? Because they don't want a flame that might warn the people to the east. They plan to stamp out the fort and then sweep east before anyone knows of its fall. They may cross Thunder River and take Velitrium before the people know what's happened. At least they'll destroy every living thing between the fort and Thunder River. We've failed to warn the fort, and I see now it would have done no good if we hadn't. The fort's too poorly manned. A few more charges and the Picts will be over the walls and breaking down the gates. But we can start the settlers toward Velitrium. Come on. We're outside the circle the Picts have thrown around the fort. We'll keep clear of it." They swung out in a wide arc, hearing the rising and falling of the volume of the yells, marking each charge and repulse. The men in the fort were holding their own, but the shrieks of the Picts did not diminish in savagery. They vibrated with a timbre that held assurance of ultimate victory. Before Balthus realized they were close to it, they broke into the road leading east. "Now run!" grunted Conan. Balthus set his teeth. It was 19 miles to Velitrium, a good 5 to Scalp Creek, beyond which began the settlements. It seemed to the Aquilonian that they had been fighting and running for centuries, but the nervous excitement that rioted through his blood stimulated him to superhuman efforts. Slasher ran ahead of them, his head to the ground, snarling low. The first sound they had heard. "Picts ahead of us," snarled Conan, dropping to one knee and scanning the ground in the starlight. He shook his head, baffled. "I can't tell how many. Probably only a small party, some that couldn't wait to take the fort. They've gone ahead to butcher the settlers in their beds. Come on!" Ahead of them, presently, they saw a small blaze through the trees and heard a wild and ferocious chanting. The trail bent there, and leaving it, they cut across the bend, through the thickets. A few moments later they were looking on a hideous sight. An ox wain stood in the road, piled with meager household furnishings. It was burning. The oxen lay near with their throats cut. A man and a woman lay in the road, stripped and mutilated. 5 Picts were dancing about them with fantastic leaps and bounds, waving bloody axes. One of them brandished the woman's red-smeared gown. At the sight, a red haze swam before Balthus. Lifting his bow, he lined the prancing figure, black against the fire, and loosed. The slayer leaped convulsively and fell dead with the arrow through his heart. Then the 2 white men and the dog were upon the startled survivors. Conan was animated merely by his fighting spirit and an old racial hate, but Balthus was afire with new-kindled wrath. He met the first Pict to oppose him with a ferocious swipe that split the painted skull, and sprang over his falling body to grapple with the others. But Conan had already killed one of the 2 he had chosen, and the leap of the Aquilonian was a second late. The warrior was down with a long sword through him, even as Balthus's axe was lifted. Turning toward the remaining Pict, Balthus saw Slasher rise from his victim, his great jaws dripping blood. Balthus said nothing as he looked down at the pitiful forms in the road beside the burning wain. Both were young, the woman little more than a girl. By some whim of chance, the Picts had left her face unmarred, and even in the agonies of an awful death, it was beautiful. But her soft young body had been hideously slashed with many knives. A mist clouded Balthus's eyes, and he swallowed chokingly. The tragedy momentarily overcame him. He felt like falling upon the ground and weeping and biting the earth. "Some young couple just hitting out on their own," Conan was saying as he wiped his sword unemotionally. "On their way to the fort when the Picts met them. Maybe the boy was going to enter the service. Maybe take up land on the river. Well, that's what will happen to every man, woman, and child this side of Thunder River if we don't get them into Velitrium in a hurry." His knees trembled with nausea as Balthus followed Conan. There was no hint of weakness in the long, easy stride of the Cimmerian. There was a kinship between him and the great gaunt brute that glided beside him. Slasher no longer growled with his head to the trail. The way was clear before them. The yelling on the river came faintly to them, but Balthus believed the fort was still holding. Conan halted suddenly, with an oath. He showed Balthus a trail that led north from the road. It was an old trail, partly grown with new young growth, and this growth had recently been broken down. Balthus realized this fact more by feel than sight, though Conan seemed to see like a cat in the dark. The Cimmerian showed him where broad wagon tracks turned off the main trail, deeply indented in the forest mold. "Settlers going to the licks after salt," he grunted. "They're at the edges of the marsh, about 9 miles from here. Blast it! They'll be cut off and butchered to a man. Listen, one man can warn the people on the road. Go ahead and wake them up and herd them into Velitrium. I'll go and get the men gathering the salt. They'll be camped by the licks. We won't come back to the road. We'll head straight through the woods." With no further comment, Conan turned off the trail and hurried down the dim path, and Balthus, after staring after him for a few moments, sat down along the road. The dog had remained with him, and glided softly at his heels. When Balthus had gone a few rods, he heard the animal growl. Whirling, he glared back the way he had come, and was startled to see a vague, ghostly glow vanishing into the forest in the direction Conan had taken. Slasher rumbled deep in his throat, his hackles stiff and his eyes balls of green fire. Balthus remembered the grim apparition that had taken the head of the merchant Tiberius not far from that spot, and he hesitated. The thing must be following Conan. But the giant Cimmerian had repeatedly demonstrated his ability to take care of himself, and Balthus felt his duty lay toward the helpless settlers who slumbered in the path of the red hurricane. The horror of the fiery phantom was overshadowed by the horror of those limp, violated bodies beside the burning oxwain. He hurried down the road, crossed Scalp Creek, and came in sight of the first settler's cabin, a long, low structure of axe-hewn logs. In an instant he was pounding on the door. A sleepy voice inquired his pleasure.
"Get up! The Picts are over the river!"
That brought instant response. A low cry echoed his words, and then the door was thrown open by a woman in a scanty shift. Her hair hung over her bare shoulders in disorder. She held a candle in one hand and an axe in the other. Her face was colorless, her eyes wide with terror.
"Come in," she begged. "We'll hold the cabin."
"No, we must make for Velitrium. The fort can't hold them back. It may have fallen already. Don't stop to dress. Get your children and come on."
"But my man's gone with the others after salt,"
she wailed, wringing her hands. Behind her peered 3 tousled youngsters, blinking and bewildered. "Conan's gone after them. He'll fetch them through safe. We must hurry up the road to warn the other cabins." Relief flooded her countenance.
"Mitra be thanked," she cried. "If the Cimmerian's gone after them, they're safe if mortal man can save them."
In a whirlwind of activity, she snatched up the smallest child and herded the others through the door ahead of her. Balthus took the candle and ground it out under his heel. He listened an instant. No sound came up the dark road. "Have you got a horse?"
"In the stable,"
she groaned.
"Oh, hurry!"
He pushed her aside as she fumbled with shaking hands at the bars. He led the horse out and lifted the children on its back, telling them to hold to its mane and to each other. They stared at him seriously, making no outcry. The woman took the horse's halter and set out up the road. She still gripped her axe, and Balthus knew that if cornered she would fight with the desperate courage of a she-panther. He held behind, listening. He was oppressed by the belief that the fort had been stormed and taken, that the dark-skinned hordes were already streaming up the road toward Velitrium, drunken on slaughter and mad for blood. They would come with the speed of starving wolves. Presently they saw another cabin looming ahead. The woman started to shriek a warning, but Balthus stopped her. He hurried to the door and knocked. A woman's voice answered him. He repeated his warning, and soon the cabin disgorged its occupants, an old woman, 2 young women, and 4 children. Like the other woman's husband, their men had gone to the salt licks the day before, unsuspecting of any danger. One of the young women seemed dazed, the other prone to hysteria. But the old woman, a stern old veteran of the frontier, quieted them harshly. She helped Balthus get out the 2 horses that were stabled in a pen behind the cabin and put the children on them. Balthus urged that she herself mount with them, but she shook her head and made one of the younger women ride.
"She's with child," grunted the old woman. "I can walk, and fight too if it comes to that."
As they set out, one of the young women said,
"A young couple passed along the road about dusk. We advised them to spend the night at our cabin, but they were anxious to make the fort tonight. Did...
"They met the Picts," answered Balthus briefly. The woman sobbed in horror. They were scarcely out of sight of the cabin when some distance behind them quavered a long, high-pitched yell.
"A wolf!"
exclaimed one of the women.
"A painted wolf with an axe in his hand," muttered Balthus. "Go, rouse the other settlers along the road and take them with you. I'll scout along behind."
Without a word, the old woman herded her charges ahead of her. As they faded into the darkness, Balthus could see the pale ovals that were the faces of the children twisted back over their shoulders to stare toward him. He remembered his own people on the Tauran, and a moment's giddy sickness swam over him. With momentary weakness he groaned and sank down in the road. His muscular arm fell over Slasher's massive neck, and he felt the dog's warm, moist tongue touch his face. He lifted his head and grinned with a painful effort.
"Come on, boy,"
he mumbled, rising.
"We've got work to do."
A red glow suddenly became evident through the trees. The Picts had fired the last hut. He grinned. How Zogar Sag would froth if he knew his warriors had let their destructive natures get the better of them. The fire would warn the people further up the road. They would be awake and alert when the fugitives reached them. But his face grew grim. The women were traveling slowly, on foot and on the overloaded horses. The swift-footed Picts would run them down within a mile, unless... He took his position behind a tangle of fallen logs beside the trail. The road west of him was lighted by the burning cabin, and when the Picts came, he saw them first. Black, furtive figures etched against the distant glare. Drawing a shaft to the head, he loosed, and one of the figures crumpled. The rest melted into the woods on either side of the road. Slasher whimpered with a killing lust beside him. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the fringe of the trail, under the trees, and began gliding toward the fallen timbers. Balthus's bowstring twanged, and the Pict yelped, staggered, and fell into the shadows with the arrow through his thigh. Slasher cleared the timbers with a bound and leaped into the bushes. They were violently shaken, and then the dog slunk back to Balthus's side, his jaws crimson. No more appeared in the trail. Balthus began to fear they were stealing past his position through the woods, and when he heard a faint sound to his left, he loosed blindly. He cursed as he heard the shaft splinter against a tree, but Slasher glided away as silently as a phantom. And presently Balthus heard a thrashing and a gurgling, and then Slasher came like a ghost through the bushes, snuggling his great crimson-stained head against Balthus's arm. Blood oozed from a wound in his shoulder, but the sounds in the wood had ceased forever. The men lurking on the edges of the road evidently sensed the fate of their companion and decided that an open charge was preferable to being dragged down in the dark by a devil beast they could not see nor hear. Perhaps they realized that only one man lay behind the logs. They came with a sudden rush, breaking cover from both sides of the trail. 3 dropped with arrows through them, and the remaining pair hesitated. One turned and ran back down the road, but the other lunged over the breastwork, his eyes and teeth gleaming in the dim light, his axe lifted. Balthus's foot slipped as he sprang up, but the slip saved his life. The descending axe shaved a lock of hair from his head, and the Pict rolled down the logs from the force of his wasted blow. Before he could regain his feet, Slasher tore his throat out. Then followed a tense period of waiting, in which time Balthus wondered if the man who had fled had been the only survivor of the party. Obviously, it had been a small band who had either left the fighting at the fort or was scouting ahead of the main body. Each moment that passed increased the chances of safety for the women and children hurrying toward Velitrium. Then, without warning, a shower of arrows whistled over his retreat. A wild howling rose from the woods along the trail. Either the survivor had gone after aid, or another party had joined the first. The burning cabin still smoldered, lending a little light. Then they were after him, gliding through the trees beside the trail. He shot 3 arrows and threw the bow away. As if sensing his plight, they came on, not yelling now, but in deadly silence except for a swift pad of many feet. He fiercely hugged the head of the great dog, growling at his side, muttered, "All right, boy, give 'em hell," and sprang to his feet, drawing his axe. Then the dark figures flooded over the breastworks and closed in a storm of flailing axes, stabbing knives, and ripping fangs. 7. The Devil in the Fire. When Conan turned from the Velitrium road, he expected a run of some 9 miles, and set himself to the task. But he had not gone 4 when he heard the sounds of a party of men ahead of him. From the noise they were making in their progress, he knew they were not Picts. He hailed them. "Who's there?" challenged a harsh voice. "Stand where you are until we know you, or you'll get an arrow through you." "You couldn't hit an elephant in this darkness," answered Conan impatiently. "Come on, fool, it's me, Conan. The Picts are over the river." "We suspected as much," answered the leader of the men as they strode forward. Tall, rangy men, stern-faced, with bows in their hands. "One of our party wounded an antelope and tracked it nearly to Black River. He heard them yelling down the river and ran back to our camp. We left the salt in the wagons, turned the oxen loose, and came as swiftly as we could. If the Picts are besieging the fort, war parties will be ranging up the road toward our cabins." "Your families are safe," grunted Conan. "My companion went ahead to take them to Velitrium. If we go back to the main road, we may run into the whole horde. We'll strike southeast through the timber. Go ahead. I'll scout behind." A few moments later, the whole band was hurrying southeastward. Conan followed more slowly, keeping just within earshot. He cursed the noise they were making. That many Picts or Cimmerians would have moved through the woods with no more noise than the wind makes as it blows through the black branches. He had just crossed a small glade when he wheeled, answering the conviction of his primitive instincts that he was being followed. Standing motionless among the bushes, he heard the sounds of the retreating settlers fade away. Then a voice called faintly back along the way he had come. "Conan! Conan! Wait for me, Conan!" "Balthus!" He swore bewilderedly. Cautiously he called, "Here I am." "Wait for me, Conan!" The voice came more distinctly. Conan moved out of the shadows, scowling. "What the devil are you doing here? Crom!" He half-crouched, the flesh prickling along his spine. It was not Balthus who was emerging from the other side of the glade. A weird glow burned through the trees. It moved toward him, shimmering weirdly. A green witch-fire that moved with purpose and intent. It halted some feet away, and Conan glared at it, trying to distinguish its fire-misted outlines. The quivering flame had a solid core. The flame was but a green garment that masked some animate and evil entity. But the Cimmerian was unable to make out its shape or likeness. Then, shockingly, a voice spoke to him from amidst the fiery column.
"Why do you stand like a sheep waiting for the butcher, Conan?"
The voice was human, but carried strange vibrations that were not human.
"Sheep?"
Conan's wrath got the best of his momentary awe.
"Do you think I'm afraid of a damned Pictish swamp devil? A friend called me." "I called in his voice," answered the other. "The men you follow belong to my brother. I would not rob his knife of their blood, but you are mine. O fool, you have come from the far grey hills of Cimmeria to meet your doom in the forests of Conajohara."
"You've had your chance at me before now," snorted Conan. "Why didn't you kill me then if you could?"
"My brother had not painted a skull black for you, and hurled it into the fire that burns forever on Gulla's black altar. He had not whispered your name to the black ghosts that haunt the uplands of the dark land. But a bat has flown over the mountains of the dead and drawn your image in blood on the white tiger's hide that hangs before the long hut where sleep the four brothers of the night. The great serpents coil about their feet, and the stars burn like fireflies in their hair."
"Why have the gods of darkness doomed me to death?" growled Conan. Something, a hand, foot, or talon, he could not tell which, thrust out from the fire and marked swiftly on the mold. A symbol blazed there, marked with fire, and faded, but not before he recognized it.
"You dared make the sign which only a priest of Jebel Sag dare make. Thunder rumbled through the black mountains of the dead, and the altar hut of Gullah was thrown down by a wind from the Gulf of Ghosts. The loon witch's messenger to the four brothers of the night flew swiftly and whispered your name in my ear. Your race is run. You are a dead man already. Your head will hang in the altar hut of my brother. Your body will be eaten by the black-winged, sharp-beaked children of Gil."
"Who the devil is your brother?" demanded Conan. His sword was naked in his hand, and he was subtly loosening the axe in his belt.
"Zogar Sag, a child of Jabal Sag who still visits his sacred groves at times. A woman of Gwawela slept in a grove holy to Jabal Sag. Her babe was Zogar Sag. I, too, am a son of Jabal Sag, out of a fire being of a far realm. Zogar Sag summoned me out of the misty lands. With incantations and sorcery and his own blood, he materialized me in the flesh of his own planet. We are one, tied together by invisible threads. His thoughts are my thoughts. If he is struck, I am bruised. If I am cut, he bleeds. But I have talked enough. Soon your ghost will talk with the ghosts of the Dark Land, and they will tell you of the old gods which are not dead, but sleep in the outer abysses, and from time to time awake."
"I'd like to see what you look like," muttered Conan, working his axe free. "You who leave a track like a bird, who burn like a flame and yet speak with a human voice."
"You shall see," answered the voice from the flame. "See, and carry the knowledge with you into the Dark Land."
The flames leaped and sank, dwindling and dimming. A face began to take shadowy form. At first Conan thought it was Zogar Sag himself who stood wrapped in green fire, but the face was higher than his own, and there was a demoniac aspect about it. Conan had noted various abnormalities about Zogar Sag's features, an obliqueness of the eyes, a sharpness of the ears, a wolfish thinness of the lips and the apparition which swayed before him. The eyes were red as coals of living fire. More details came into view. A slender torso covered with snaky scales, which was yet man-like in shape, with man-like arms, from the waist upward. Below, long crane-like legs ended in splay three-toed feet like those of some huge bird. Along the monstrous limbs the green fire fluttered and ran. He saw it as through a glistening mist. Then suddenly it was towering over him, though he had not seen it move toward him. A long arm, which for the first time he noticed was armed with curving, sickle-like talons, swung high and swept down at his neck. With a fierce cry he broke the spell and bounded aside, hurling his axe. The demon avoided the cast with an unbelievably quick movement of its narrow head, and was on him again with a hissing rush of leaping flames. But fear had fought for it when it slew its other victims, and Conan was not afraid. He knew that any being clothed in material flesh can be slain by material weapons, however grisly its form may be. One flailing, talon-armed limb knocked his helmet from his head. A little lower, and it would have decapitated him. But fierce joy surged through him as his savagely driven sword sank deep in the monster's groin. He bounded backward from a flailing stroke, tearing his sword free as he leaped. The talons raked his breast, ripping through mail links as if they had been cloth. But his return spring was like that of a starving wolf. He was inside the lashing arms and driving his sword deep in the monster's belly, felt the arms lock about him and the talons ripping the mail from his back as they sought his vitals. He was lapped and dazzled by blue flame that was chill as ice. Then he had torn fiercely away from the weakening arms, and his sword cut the air in a tremendous swipe. The demon staggered and fell sprawling sidewise, its head hanging only by a shred of flesh. The fires that veiled it leaped fiercely upward, now red as gushing blood, hiding the figure from view. A scent of burning flesh filled Conan's nostrils. Shaking the blood and sweat from his eyes, he wheeled and ran staggeringly through the woods. Blood trickled down his limbs. Somewhere, miles to the south, he saw the faint glow of flames that might mark a burning cabin. Behind him, toward the road, rose a distant howling that spurred him to greater efforts. 8. Kanajohara no more. There had been fighting on Thunder River. Fierce fighting before the walls of Elytrium. Axe and torch had been plied up and down the bank, and many a settler's cabin lay in ashes before the painted horde was rolled back. A strange quiet followed the storm, in which people gathered and talked in hushed voices, and men with red-stained bandages drank their ale silently in the taverns along the river bank. There, to Conan the Cimmerian, moodily quaffing from a leathern jack, came a gaunt forester with a bandage about his head and his arm in a sling. He was the one survivor of Fort Tusculum. "You went with the soldiers to the ruins of the fort?" Conan nodded. "I wasn't able," murmured the other. "There was no fighting?" "The Picts had fallen back across Black River. Something must have broken their nerve, though only the devil who made them knows what." The woodsman glanced at his bandaged arm and sighed. "They say there were no bodies worth disposing of." Conan shook his head. "Ashes. The Picts had piled them in the fort and set fire to the fort before they crossed the river. Their own dead, and the men of Valanis." "Valanis was killed among the last, in the hand-to-hand fighting when they broke the barriers. They tried to take him alive, but he made them kill him. They took 10 of the rest of us prisoners when we were so weak from fighting we could fight no more. They butchered 9 of us, then and there. It was when Zogar Sag died that I got my chance to break free and run for it." "Zogar Sag's dead?" ejaculated Conan. "Aye, I saw him die.
That's why the Picts didn't press the fight against Velitrium as fiercely as they did against the fort. It was strange. He took no wounds in battle. He was dancing among the slain, waving an axe with which he'd just brained the last of my comrades. He came at me, howling like a wolf. And then he staggered and dropped the axe and began to reel in a circle, screaming as I never heard a man or beast scream before. He fell between me and the fire they'd built to roast me, gagging and frothing at the mouth. And all at once he went rigid, and the Picts shouted that he was dead. It was during the confusion that I slipped my cords and ran for the woods.
He hesitated, leaned closer to Conan, and lowered his voice.
I saw him lying in the firelight. No weapon had touched him. Yet there were red marks, like the wounds of a sword, in groin, belly, and neck. The last as if his head had been almost severed from his body. What do you make of that?
Conan made no reply, and the forester, aware of the reticence of barbarians on certain matters, continued.
He lived by magic, and somehow he died by magic. It was the mystery of his death that took the heart out of the Picts. Not a man who saw it was in the fighting before Velitrium. They hurried back across Black River. Those that struck Thunder River were warriors who had come on before Zogar Sag died. They were not enough to take the city by themselves. I came along the road, behind their main force, and I know none followed me from the fort. I sneaked through their lines and got into the town. You brought the settlers through all right, but their women and children got into Velitrium just ahead of those painted devils. If the youth Balthus and old Slasher hadn't held them up a while, they'd have butchered every woman and child in Conajohara. I passed the place where Balthus and the dog made their last stand. They were lying amid a heap of dead Picts. I counted 7, brained by his axe or disemboweled by the dog's fangs, and there were others in the road with arrows sticking in them. Gods, what a fight that must have been.
He was a man, said Conan. I drink to his shade, and to the shade of the dog, who knew no fear. He quaffed part of the wine, then emptied the rest upon the floor with a curious heathen gesture, and smashed the goblet. The heads of 10 Picts shall pay for his, and 7 heads for the dog, who was a better warrior than many a man. And the forester, staring into the moody, smoldering blue eyes, knew the barbaric oath would be kept.
They'll not rebuild the fort.
No. Conajohara is lost to Aquilonia. The frontier has been pushed back. Thunder River will be the new border. The woodsman sighed and stared at his calloused hand, worn from contact with axe haft and sword hilt. Conan reached his long arm for the wine jug. The forester stared at him, comparing him with the men about them, the men who had died along the lost river, comparing him with those other wild men over that river. Conan did not seem aware of his gaze.
Barbarism is the natural state of mankind,
the borderer said, still staring somberly at the Cimmerian.
Civilization is unnatural. It is a whim of circumstance. And barbarism must always, ultimately triumph.
The Black Stranger. 1. The Painted Men. One moment the glade lay empty. The next, a man stood poised warily at the edge of the bushes. There had been no sound to warn the gray squirrels of his coming, but the gay-hued birds that flitted about in the sunshine of the open space took fright at his sudden appearance and rose in a clamoring cloud. The man scowled and glanced quickly back the way he had come, as if fearing their flight had betrayed his position to someone unseen. Then he stalked across the glade, placing his feet with care. For all his massive, muscular build, he moved with the supple certitude of a panther. He was naked except for a rag twisted about his loins, and his limbs were crisscrossed with scratches from briars and caked with dried mud. A brown-crusted bandage was knotted about his thickly muscled left arm. Under his matted black mane, his face was drawn and gaunt, and his eyes burned like the eyes of a wounded panther. He limped slightly as he followed the dim path that led across the open space. Halfway across the glade he stopped short and whirled, cat-like, facing back the way he had come, as a long-drawn call quavered out across the forest. To another man it would have seemed merely the howl of a wolf. But this man knew it was no wolf. He was a Cimmerian and understood the voices of the wilderness as a city-bred man understands the voices of his friends. Rage burned redly in his bloodshot eyes as he turned once more and hurried along the path, which, as it left the glade, ran along the edge of a dense thicket that rose in a solid clump of greenery among the trees and bushes. A massive log, deeply embedded in the grassy earth, paralleled the fringe of the thicket, lying between it and the path. When the Cimmerian saw this log, he halted and looked back across the glade. To the average eye, there were no signs to show that he had passed. But there was evidence visible to his wilderness-sharpened eyes, and therefore to the equally keen eyes of those who pursued him. He snarled silently, the red rage growing in his eyes, the berserk fury of a hunted beast which is ready to turn at bay. He walked down the trail with comparative carelessness, here and there crushing a grass blade beneath his foot. Then, when he had reached the further end of the great log, he sprang upon it, turned, and ran lightly back along it. The bark had long been worn away by the elements. He left no sign to show the keenest forest eyes that he had doubled on his trail. When he reached the densest point of the thicket, he faded into it like a shadow, with hardly the quiver of a leaf to mark his passing. The minutes dragged. The gray squirrels chattered again on the branches, then flattened their bodies and were suddenly mute. Again the glade was invaded. As silently as the first man had appeared, 3 other men materialized out of the eastern edge of the clearing. They were dark-skinned men of short stature, with thickly muscled chests and arms. They wore beaded buckskin loincloths, and an eagle's feather was thrust into each black mane. They were painted in hideous designs and heavily armed. They had scanned the glade carefully before showing themselves in the open, for they moved out of the bushes without hesitation, in close single file, treading as softly as leopards, and bending down to stare at the path. They were following the trail of the Cimmerian, but it was no easy task even for these human bloodhounds. They moved slowly across the glade, and then one stiffened, grunted, and pointed with his broad-bladed stabbing spear at a crushed grass blade where the path entered the forest again. All halted instantly, and their beady black eyes quested the forest walls. But their quarry was well hidden. They saw nothing to awake their suspicion, and presently they moved on, more rapidly, following the faint marks that seemed to indicate their prey was growing careless through weakness or desperation. They had just passed the spot where the thicket crowded closest to the ancient trail, when the Cimmerian bounded into the path behind them and plunged his knife between the shoulders of the last man. The attack was so quick and unexpected, the Pict had no chance to save himself. The blade was in his heart before he knew he was in peril. The other 2 whirled with the instant steel-trap quickness of savages, but even as his knife sank home, the Cimmerian struck a tremendous blow with a war-axe in his right hand. The second Pict was in the act of turning as the axe fell. It split his skull to the teeth. The remaining Pict, a chief by the scarlet tip of his eagle feather, came savagely to the attack. He was stabbing at the Cimmerian's breast even as the killer wrenched his axe from the dead man's head. The Cimmerian hurled the body against the chief, and followed with an attack as furious and desperate as the charge of a wounded tiger. The Pict, staggering under the impact of the corpse against him, made no attempt to parry the dripping axe. The instinct to slay submerging even the instinct to live, he drove his spear ferociously at his enemy's broad breast. The Cimmerian had the advantage of a greater intelligence and a weapon in each hand. The hatchet, checking its downward sweep, struck the spear aside, and the knife in the Cimmerian's left hand ripped upward into the painted belly. An awful howl burst from the Pict's lips as he crumpled, disemboweled, a cry not of fear or of pain, but of baffled, bestial fury, the death screech of a panther. It was answered by a wild chorus of yells some distance east of the glade. The Cimmerian started convulsively, wheeled, crouching like a wild thing at bay, lips a-snarl, shaking the sweat from his face. Blood trickled down his forearm from under the bandage. With a gasping, incoherent imprecation, he turned and fled westward. He did not pick his way now, but ran with all the speed of his long legs, calling on the deep and all but inexhaustible reservoirs of endurance which are nature's compensation for a barbaric existence. Behind him for a space the woods were silent. Then a demoniacal howling burst out at the spot he had recently left, and he knew his pursuers had found the bodies of his victims. He had no breath for cursing the blood drops that kept spilling to the ground from his freshly opened wound, leaving a trail a child could follow. He had thought that perhaps these 3 Picts were all that still pursued him of the war party which had followed him for over 100 miles. But he might have known these human wolves never quit a blood trail. The woods were silent again, and that meant they were racing after him, marking his path by the betraying blood drops he could not check. A wind out of the west blew against his face, laden with a salty dampness he recognized. Dully he was amazed. If he was that close to the sea, the long chase had been even longer than he had realized. But it was nearly over. Even his wolfish vitality was ebbing under the terrible strain. He gasped for breath, and there was a sharp pain in his side. His legs trembled with weariness, and the lame one ached like the cut of a knife in the tendons each time he set the foot to earth. He had followed the instincts of the wilderness which bred him, straining every nerve and sinew, exhausting every subtlety and artifice to survive. Now, in his extremity, he was obeying another instinct, looking for a place to turn at bay and sell his life at a bloody price. He did not leave the trail for the tangled depths on either hand. He knew that it was futile to hope to evade his pursuers now. He ran on down the trail while the blood pounded louder and louder in his ears, and each breath he drew was a racking, dry-lipped gulp. Behind him, a mad baying broke out, token that they were close on his heels and expected to overhaul their prey swiftly. They would come as fleet as starving wolves now, howling at every leap. Abruptly he burst from the denseness of the trees and saw, ahead of him, the ground pitching upward, and the ancient trail winding up rocky ledges between jagged boulders. All swam before him in a dizzy red mist. But it was a hill he had come to, a rugged crag rising abruptly from the forest about its foot. And the dim trail wound up to a broad ledge near the summit. That ledge would be as good a place to die as any. He limped up the trail, going on hands and knees in the steeper places, his knife between his teeth. He had not yet reached the jutting ledge when some 40 painted savages broke from among the trees, howling like wolves. At the sight of their prey, their screams rose to a devil's crescendo, and they raced toward the foot of the crag, loosing arrows as they came. The shafts showered about the man, who doggedly climbed upward, and one stuck in the calf of his leg. Without pausing in his climb, he tore it out and threw it aside, heedless of the less accurate missiles which splintered on the rocks about him. Grimly, he hauled himself over the rim of the ledge and turned about, drawing his hatchet and shifting knife to hand. He lay glaring down at his pursuers over the rim, only his shock of hair and blazing eyes visible. His chest heaved as he drank in the air in great shuddering gasps, and he clenched his teeth against a tendency toward nausea. Only a few arrows whistled up at him. The horde knew its prey was cornered. The warriors came on howling, leaping agilely over the rocks at the foot of the hill, war axes in their hand. The first to reach the crag was a brawny brave whose eagle feather was stained scarlet as a token of chieftainship. He halted briefly, 1 foot on the sloping trail, arrow notched and drawn halfway back, head thrown back and lips parted for an exultant yell. But the shaft was never loosed. He froze into motionless, and the bloodlust in his black eyes gave way to a look of startled recognition. With a whoop he gave back, throwing his arms wide to check the rush of his howling braves. The man crouching on the ledge above them understood the Pictish tongue, but he was too far away to catch the significance of the staccato phrases snapped at the warriors by their crimson-feathered chief. But all ceased their yelping and stood mutely staring up, not at the man on the ledge, it seemed to him, but at the hill itself. Then, without further hesitation, they unstrung their bows and thrust them into buckskin cases at their girdles, turned their backs, and trotted across the open space to melt into the forest without a backward look. The Cimmerian glared in amazement. He knew the Pictish nature too well not to recognize the finality expressed in the departure. He knew they would not come back. They were heading for their villages, 100 miles to the east. But he could not understand it. What was there about his refuge that would cause a Pictish war party to abandon a chase it had followed so long with all the passion of hungry wolves? He knew there were sacred places, spots set aside as sanctuaries by the various clans, and that a fugitive, taking refuge in one of these sanctuaries, was safe from the clan which raised it. But the different tribes seldom respected sanctuaries of other tribes, and the men who had pursued him certainly had no sacred spots of their own in this region. They were the men of the Eagle, whose villages lay far to the east, adjoining the country of the Wolf Picts. It was the wolves who had captured him, in a foray against the Aquilonian settlements along Thunder River, and they had given him to the Eagles in return for a captured wolf chief. The Eagle men had a red score against the giant Cimmerian, and now it was redder still, for his escape had cost the life of a noted war chief. That was why they had followed him so relentlessly over broad rivers and hills and through long leagues of gloomy forest, the hunting grounds of hostile tribes. And now the survivors of that long chase turned back when their enemy was run to earth and trapped. He shook his head, unable to understand it. He rose gingerly, dizzy from the long grind, and scarcely able to realize that it was over. His limbs were stiff. His wounds ached. He spat dryly and cursed, rubbing his burning, bloodshot eyes with the back of his thick wrist. He blinked and took stock of his surroundings. Below him, the great wilderness waved and billowed away and away in a solid mass, and above its western rim rose a steel-blue haze he knew hung over the ocean. The wind stirred his black mane, and the salt tang of the atmosphere revived him. He expanded his enormous chest and drank it in. Then he turned stiffly and painfully about, growling at the twinge in his bleeding calf, and investigated the ledge whereon he stood. Behind it rose a sheer rocky cliff to the crest of the crag, some 30 feet above him. A narrow ladder-like stair of handholds had been niched into the rock, and a few feet from its foot there was a cleft in the wall, wide enough and tall enough for a man to enter. He limped to the cleft, peered in, and grunted. The sun, hanging high above the western forest, slanted into the cleft, revealing a tunnel-like cavern beyond, and rested a revealing beam on the arch at which this tunnel ended. In that arch was set a heavy, iron-bound oaken door. This was amazing. This country was howling wilderness. The Cimmerian knew that for 1,000 miles this western coast ran bare and uninhabited, except by the villages of the ferocious sealand tribes, who were even less civilized than their forest-dwelling brothers. The nearest outposts of civilization were the frontier settlements along Thunder River, hundreds of miles to the east. The Cimmerian knew he was the only white man ever to cross the wilderness that lay between that river and the coast. Yet that door was no work of Picts. Being unexplainable, it was an object of suspicion, and suspiciously he approached it, axe and knife ready. Then, as his bloodshot eyes became more accustomed to the soft gloom that lurked on either side of the narrow shaft of sunlight, he noticed something else. Thick, iron-bound chests ranged along the walls. A blaze of comprehension came into his eyes. He bent over one, but the lid resisted his efforts. He lifted his hatchet to shatter the ancient lock, then changed his mind and limped toward the arched door. His bearing was more confident now. His weapons hung at his sides. He pushed against the ornately carven door, and it swung inward without resistance. Then his manner changed again, with lightning-light abruptness. He recoiled with a startled curse, knife and hatchet flashing as they leaped to positions of defense. An instant he poised there, like a statue of fierce menace, craning his massive neck to glare through the door. It was darker in the large, natural chamber into which he was looking, but a dim glow emanated from the great jewel which stood on a tiny ivory pedestal in the center of the great ebony table, about which sat those silent shapes whose appearance had so startled the intruder. They did not move. They did not turn their heads toward him. "Well," he said harshly, "are you all drunk?" There was no reply. He was not a man easily abashed, yet now he felt disconcerted. "You might offer me a glass of that wine you're swigging," he growled, his natural truculence roused by the awkwardness of the situation. "By Crom, you show damned poor courtesy to a man who's been one of your own brotherhood. Are you going to—" His voice trailed into silence, and in silence he stood and stared a while at those bizarre figures sitting so silently about the great ebon table. "They're not drunk," he muttered presently. "They're not even drinking. What devil's game is this?" He stepped across the threshold, and was instantly fighting for his life against the murderous, unseen fingers that clutched his throat. 2. Men from the Sea. Bellessa idly stirred a seashell with a daintily slippered toe, mentally comparing its delicate pink edges to the first pink haze of dawn that rose over the misty beaches. It was not dawn now, but the sun was not long up, and the light, pearl-gray clouds which drifted over the waters had not yet been dispelled. Bellessa lifted her splendidly shaped head and stared out over a scene alien and repellent to her, yet drearily familiar in every detail. From her dainty feet the tawny sands ran to meet the softly lapping waves, which stretched westward to be lost in the blue haze of the horizon. She was standing on the southern curve of the wide bay, and south of her the land sloped upward to the low ridge which formed one horn of that bay. From that ridge, she knew, one could look southward across the bare waters, into infinities of distance as absolute as the view to the westward and to the northward. Glancing listlessly landward, she absently scanned the fortress which had been her home for the past year. Against a vague pearl and cerulean morning sky floated the golden and scarlet flag of her house, an ensign which awakened no enthusiasm in her youthful bosom, though it had flowed triumphantly over many a bloody field in the far south. She made out the figures of men toiling in the gardens and fields that huddled near the fort, seeming to shrink from the gloomy rampart of the forest which fringed the open belt on the east, stretching north and south as far as she could see. She feared that forest, and that fear was shared by every one in that tiny settlement. Nor was it an idle fear. Death lurked in those whispering depths, death swift and terrible, death slow and hideous, hidden, painted, tireless, unrelenting. She sighed and moved listlessly toward the water's edge, with no set purpose in mind. The dragging days were all of one color, and the world of cities and courts and gaiety seemed not only thousands of miles, but long ages away. Again she sought in vain for the reason that had caused a Count of Zingara to flee with his retainers to this wild coast, 1,000 miles from the land that bore him, exchanging the castle of his ancestors for a hut of logs. Her eyes softened at the light patter of small bare feet across the sands. A young girl came running over the low sandy ridge, quite naked, her slight body dripping, and her flaxen hair plastered wetly on her small head. Her wistful eyes were wide with excitement.
"Lady Belessa!"
she cried, rendering the Zingaran words with a soft Ophirian accent.
"Oh, Lady Belessa!"
Breathless from her scamper, she stammered and made incoherent gestures with her hands. Belessa smiled and put an arm about the child, not minding that her silken dress came in contact with the damp, warm body. In her lonely, isolated life, Belessa bestowed the tenderness of a naturally affectionate nature on the pitiful waif she had taken away from a brutal master encountered on that long voyage up from the southern coasts.
"What are you trying to tell me, Tina? Get your breath, child." "A ship!" cried the girl, pointing southward. "I was swimming in a pool that the sea tide left in the sand on the other side of the ridge, and I saw it, a sailing ship out of the south."
She tugged timidly at Belessa's hand, her slender body all a-quiver, and Belessa felt her own heart beat faster at the mere thought of an unknown visitor. They had seen no sail since coming to that barren shore. Tina flitted ahead of her over the yellow sands, skirting the tiny pools the outgoing tide had left in shallow depressions. They mounted the low, undulating ridge, and Tina poised there, a slender white figure against the clearing sky, her wet flaxen hair blowing about her thin face, a frail, quivering arm outstretched.
"Look, my lady!"
Belessa had already seen it. A billowing white sail, filled with the freshening south wind, beating up along the coast, a few miles from the point. Her heart skipped a beat. A small thing can loom large in colorless and isolated lives, but Belessa found a premonition of strange and violent events. She felt that it was not by chance that the sail was beating up this lonely coast. There was no harbor town to the north, though one sailed to the ultimate shores of ice, and the nearest port to the south was 1,000 miles away. What brought this stranger to lonely Corvela Bay? Tina pressed close to her mistress, apprehension pinching her thin features.
"Who can it be, my lady?"
she stammered, the wind whipping color to her pale cheeks.
"Is this the man the Count fears?"
Belessa looked down at her, her brows shadowed.
"Why do you say that, child? How do you know my uncle fears anyone?" "He must," returned Tina naively, "or he would never have come to hide us in this lonely spot. Look, my lady, how fast it comes."
"We must go and inform my uncle," murmured Belessa. "The fishing boats have not yet gone out, and none of the men have seen that sail. Get your clothes, Tina. Hurry!" The child scampered down the low slope to the pool where she had been bathing when she sighted the craft, and snatched up the slippers, tunic, and girdle she had left lying on the sand. She skipped back up the ridge, hopping grotesquely as she donned her scanty garments in mid-flight. Belessa, anxiously watching the approaching sail, caught her hand, and they hurried toward the fort. A few moments after they had entered the gate of the log palisade which enclosed the building, the strident blare of a trumpet startled the workers in the gardens and the men just opening the boathouse doors to push the fishing boats down their rollers to the water's edge. Every man outside the fort dropped his tool or abandoned whatever he was doing and ran for the stockade without pausing to look about for the cause of the alarm. The straggling lines of fleeing men converged on the opened gate, and every head was twisted over its shoulder to gaze fearfully at the dark line of woodland to the east. Not one looked seaward. They thronged through the gate, shouting questions at the sentries who patrolled the firing ledges built below the up-jutting points of the upright palisade logs.
"What is it? Why are we called in? Are the Picts coming?"
For answer, one taciturn man-at-arms in worn leather and rusty steel pointed southward. From his vantage point, the sail was now visible. Men began to climb up on ledges, staring toward the sea. On a small lookout tower on the roof of the manor house, which was built of logs like the other buildings, Count Valenso watched the on-sweeping sail as it rounded the point of the southern horn. The Count was a lean, wiry man of medium height and late middle age. He was dark, somber of expression. Trunk hose and doublet were of black silk, the only color about his costume the jewels that twinkled on his sword hilt, and the wine-colored cloak thrown carelessly over his shoulder. He twisted his thin black mustache nervously, and turned his gloomy eyes on his seneschal, a leather-featured man in steel and satin. "What do you make of it, Galbro?"
"A carack," answered the seneschal. "It is a carack trimmed and rigged like a craft of the Barracan pirates. Look there!"
A chorus of cries below them echoed his ejaculation. The ship had cleared the point and was slanting inward across the bay, and all saw the flag that suddenly broke forth from the masthead, a black flag with a scarlet skull gleaming in the sun. The people within the stockade stared wildly at that dread emblem. Then all eyes turned up toward the tower, where the master of the fort stood somberly, his cloak whipping about him in the wind.
"It's a Barracan, all right," grunted Galbro, "and unless I am mad, it's Strom's Red Hand. What is he doing on this naked coast?"
"He can mean no good for us," growled the Count. A glance below showed him that the massive gates had been closed, and that the captain of his men-at-arms, gleaming in steel, was directing his men to their stations, some to the ledges, some to the lower loopholes. He was massing his main strength along the western wall, in the midst of which was the gate. Valenso had been followed into exile by 100 men, soldiers, vassals, and serfs. Of these, some 40 were men-at-arms, wearing helmets and suits of mail, armed with swords, axes, and crossbows. The rest were toilers, without armor save for shirts of toughened leather, but they were brawny stalwarts, and skilled in the use of their hunting bows, woodsmen's axes, and boar spears. They took their places, scowling at their hereditary enemies. The pirates of the Barracan Isles, a tiny archipelago off the southwestern coast of Zingara, had preyed on the people of the mainland for more than a century. The men on the stockade gripped their bows or boar spears and stared somberly at the carack, which swung inshore, its brasswork flashing in the sun. They could see the figures swarming on the deck and hear the lusty yells of the seamen. Steel twinkled along the rail. The Count had retired from the tower, shooing his niece and her eager protégé before him, and having donned helmet and cuirass, he betook himself to the palisade to direct the defense. His subjects watched him with moody fatalism. They intended to sell their lives as dearly as they could, but they had scant hope of victory, in spite of their strong position. They were oppressed by a conviction of doom. A year on that naked coast, with the brooding threat of that devil-haunted forest looming forever at their backs, had shadowed their souls with gloomy forebodings. Their women stood silently in the doorways of their huts, built inside the stockade, and quieted the clamor of their children. Bellessa and Tina watched eagerly from an upper window at the manor house, and Bellessa felt the child's tense little body all a-quiver within the crook of her protecting arm.
"They will cast anchor near the boathouse," murmured Bellessa. "Yes, there goes the anchor, 100 yards offshore. Do not tremble so, child. They cannot take the fort. Perhaps they wish only fresh water and supplies. Perhaps a storm blew them into these seas."
"They are coming ashore in longboats,"
exclaimed the child.
"Oh, my lady, I am afraid. They are big men in armor. Look how the sun strikes fire from their pikes and burgonets. Will they eat us?"
Bellessa burst into laughter in spite of her apprehension.
"Of course not. Who put that idea into your head?"
"Zingalito told me the Barracans eat women."
"He was teasing you. The Barracans are cruel, but they are no worse than the Zingaran renegades who call themselves buccaneers. Zingalita was a buccaneer once."
"He was cruel,"
muttered the child.
"I'm glad the Picts cut his head off."
"Hush, child." Belessa shuddered slightly. "You must not speak that way. Look, the pirates have reached the shore. They line the beach, and one of them is coming toward the fort. That must be Strom."
"Ahoy, the fort there!" came a hail in a voice gusty as the wind. "I come under a flag of truce." The Count's helmeted head appeared over the points of the palisade. His stern face, framed in steel, surveyed the pirates somberly. Strom had halted just within good earshot. He was a big man, bare-headed, his tawny hair blowing in the wind. Of all the sea rovers who haunted the Baraccans, none was more famed for deviltry than he. "Speak," commanded Valenso. "I have scant desire to converse with one of your breed." Strom laughed with his lips, not with his eyes. "When your galleon escaped me in that squall off the Tralabes last year, I never thought to meet you again on the Pictish coast, Valenso," said he. "Although at the time I wondered what your destination might be. By Mitra, had I known, I would have followed you then. I got the start of my life a little while ago when I saw your scarlet falcon floating over a fortress where I had thought to see naught but bare beach. You have found it, of course." "Found what?" snapped the Count impatiently. "Don't try to dissemble with me." The pirate's stormy nature showed itself momentarily in a flash of impatience. "I know why you came here, and I have come for the same reason. I don't intend to be balked. Where is your ship?" "That is none of your affair." "You have none," confidently asserted the pirate. "I see pieces of a galleon's masts in that stockade. It must have been wrecked somehow after you landed here. If you'd had a ship, you'd have sailed away with your plunder long ago." "What are you talking about, damn you?" yelled the Count. "My plunder? Am I a Baraccan to burn and loot? Even so, what would I loot on this naked coast?" "That which you came to find," answered the pirate coolly. "The same thing I'm after, and mean to have. But I'll be easy to deal with. Just give me the loot and I'll go my way and leave you in peace." "You must be mad," snarled Valenso. "I came here to find solitude and seclusion, which I enjoyed until you crawled out of the sea, you yellow-headed dog. Begone! I did not ask for a parley, and I weary of this empty talk. Take your rogues and go your ways." "When I go, I'll leave that hovel in ashes," roared the pirate in a transport of rage. "For the last time, will you give me the loot in return for your lives? I have you hemmed in here, and 150 men ready to cut your throats at my word." For answer, the Count made a quick gesture with his hand below the points of the palisade. Almost instantly, a shaft hummed venomously through a loophole and splintered on Strom's breastplate. The pirate yelled ferociously, bounded back, and ran toward the beach, with arrows whistling all about him. His men roared and came on like a wave, blades gleaming in the sun. "Curse you, dog!" raved the Count, felling the offending archer with his iron-clad fist. "Why did you not strike his throat above the gorget? Ready with your bows, men! Here they come!" But Strom had reached his men, checked their headlong rush. The pirates spread out in a long line that overlapped the extremities of the western wall, and advanced warily, loosing their shafts as they came. Their weapon was the longbow, and their archery was superior to that of the Zingarans. But the latter were protected by their barrier. The long arrows arched over the stockade and quivered upright in the earth. One struck the window-sill over which Belessa watched, wringing a cry of fear from Tina, who cringed back, her wide eyes fixed on the venomous, vibrating shaft. The Zingarans sent their bolts and hunting arrows in return, aiming and loosing without undue haste. The women had herded the children into their huts and now stoically awaited whatever fate the gods had in store for them. The Baraccans were famed for their furious and headlong style of battling, but they were wary as they were ferocious, and did not intend to waste their strength vainly in direct charges against the ramparts. They maintained their wide-spread formation, creeping along and taking advantage of every natural depression and bit of vegetation, which was not much, for the ground had been cleared on all sides of the fort against the threat of Pictish raids. A few bodies lay prone on the sandy earth, back pieces glinting in the sun, quarrel shafts standing up from armpit or neck. But the pirates were quick as cats, always shifting their position, and were protected by their light armor. Their constant raking fire was a continual menace to the men in the stockade. Still, it was evident that as long as the battle remained an exchange of archery, the advantage must remain with the sheltered Zingarans. But down at the boathouse on the beach, men were at work with axes. The Count cursed sulphurously when he saw the havoc they were making among his boats, which had been built laboriously of planks sawn out of solid logs.
"They're making a mantlet, curse them!" he raged. "A sally now before they complete it, while they're scattered!"
Galbro shook his head, glancing at the bare-armed henchmen with their clumsy pikes.
"Their arrows would riddle us, and we'd be no match for them in hand-to-hand fighting. We must keep behind our walls and trust to our archers."
"Well enough," growled Valenzo, "if we can keep them outside our walls." Presently the intention of the pirates became apparent to all, as a group of some 30 men advanced, pushing before them a great shield made out of the planks from the boats and the timbers of the boathouse itself. They had found an ox cart and mounted the mantlet on the wheels, great solid discs of oak. As they rolled it ponderously before them, it hid them from the sight of the defenders, except for glimpses of their moving feet. It rolled toward the gate, and the straggling line of archers converged toward it, shooting as they ran.
"Shoot!" yelled Valenzo, going livid. "Stop them before they reach the gate!"
A storm of arrows whistled across the palisade and feathered themselves harmlessly in the thick wood. A derisive yell answered the volley. Shafts were finding loopholes now, as the rest of the pirates drew nearer, and a soldier reeled and fell from the ledge, gasping and choking, with a cloth-yard shaft through his throat.
"Shoot at their feet!"
screamed Valenzo, and then,
40 men at the gate with pikes and axes! The rest hold the wall!"
Bolts ripped into the sand before the moving shield. A bloodthirsty howl announced that one had found its target beneath the edge, and a man staggered into view, cursing and hopping as he strove to withdraw the quarrel that skewered his foot. In an instant he was feathered by a dozen hunting arrows. But, with a deep-throated shout, the mantlet was pushed to the wall, and a heavy, iron-tipped boom, thrust through an aperture in the center of the shield, began to thunder on the gate, driven by arms knotted with brawny muscles and backed with bloodthirsty fury. The massive gate groaned and staggered, while from the stockade bolts poured in a steady hail, and some struck home. But the wild men of the sea were afire with the fighting lust. With deep shouts they swung the ram, and from all sides the others closed in, braving the weakened fire from the walls, and shooting fast and hard. Cursing like a madman, the Count sprang from the wall and ran to the gate, drawing his sword. A clump of desperate men-at-arms closed in behind him, gripping their spears. In another moment the gate would cave in, and they must stop the gap with their living bodies. Then a new note entered the clamor of the melee. It was a trumpet, blaring stridently from the ship. On the crosstrees a figure waved his arms and gesticulated wildly. That sound registered on Strom's ears, even as he lent his strength to the swinging ram. Exerting his mighty thews, he resisted the surge of the other arms, bracing his legs to halt the ram on its backward swing. He turned his head, sweat dripping from his face.
"Wait!" he roared. "Wait, damn you! Listen!"
In the silence that followed that bull's bellow, the blare of the trumpet was plainly heard, and a voice that shouted something unintelligible to the people inside the stockade. But Strom understood, for his voice was lifted again in profane command. The ram was released, and the mantlet began to recede from the gate as swiftly as it had advanced.
"Look!"
cried Tina at her window, jumping up and down in her wild excitement.
"They are running! All of them! They are running to the beach! Look, they have abandoned the shield just out of range! They are leaping into the boats and rowing for the ship! Oh, my lady, have we won?"
"I think not."
Balessa was staring seaward.
"Look!"
She threw the curtains aside and leaned from the window. Her clear young voice rose above the amazed shouts of the defenders, turned their heads in the direction she pointed. They sent up a deep yell as they saw another ship swinging majestically around the southern point. Even as they looked, she broke out the royal golden flag of Zingara. Strom's pirates were swarming up the sides of their carack, heaving up the anchor. Before the stranger had progressed halfway across the bay, the red hand was vanishing around the point of the northern horn. 3. The Coming of the Black Man.
"Out, quick!"
snapped the Count, tearing at the bars of the gate.
"Destroy that mantlet before these strangers can land."
"But Strom has fled," expostulated Galbro.
"And yonder ship is Zingaran." "Do as I order!"
roared Valenso.
"My enemies are not all foreigners. Out, dogs! 30 of you with axes, and make kindling wood of that mantlet. Bring the wheels into the stockade."
30 axemen raced down toward the beach, brawny men in sleeveless tunics, their axes gleaming in the sun. The manner of their lord had suggested a possibility of peril in that oncoming ship, and there was panic in their haste. The splintering of the timbers under their flying axes came plainly to the people inside the fort, and the axemen were racing back across the sands, trundling the great oaken wheels with them, before the Zingaran ship had dropped anchor where the pirate ship had stood.
"Why does not the Count open the gate and go down to meet them?"
wondered Tina.
"Is he afraid that the men he fears might be on that ship?"
"What do you mean, Tina?"
Balessa demanded uneasily. The Count had never vouchsafed a reason for this self-exile. He was not the sort of a man to run from an enemy, although he had many. But this conviction of Tina's was disquieting, almost uncanny. Tina seemed not to have heard her question.
"The axemen are back in the stockade," she said. "The gate is closed again and barred. The men still keep their places along the wall. If that ship was chasing Strom, why did it not pursue him? But it is not a warship. It is a carack like the other. Look, a boat is coming ashore. I see a man in the bow, wrapped in a dark cloak."
The boat having grounded, this man came pacing leisurely up the sands, followed by 3 others. He was a tall, wiry man, clad in black silk and polished steel.
"Halt!" roared the Count. "I will parley with your leader alone."
The tall stranger removed his morion and made a sweeping bow. His companions halted, drawing their wide cloaks about them. And behind them, the sailors leaned on their oars and stared at the flag floating over the palisade. When he came within easy call of the gate,
"Why, surely," said he, "there should be no suspicion between gentlemen in these naked seas."
Valenso stared at him suspiciously. The stranger was dark, with a lean, predatory face and a thin black mustache. A bunch of lace was gathered at his throat, and there was lace on his wrists.
"I know you," said Valenso slowly. "You are Black Zorono, the buccaneer."
Again the stranger bowed with stately elegance.
"And none could fail to recognize the red falcon of the Corsettas. It seems this coast has become the rendezvous of all the rogues of the southern seas," growled Valenso. "What do you wish?" "Come, come, sir," remonstrated Zorono. "This is a churlish greeting to one who has just rendered you a service. Was not that Argosian dog Strom just thundering at your gate? And did he not take to his sea heels when he saw me around the point?"
"True," grunted the Count grudgingly, "though there is little to choose between a pirate and a renegade." Zorono laughed without resentment and twisted his mustache.
"You are blunt in speech, my lord, but I desire only leave to anchor in your bay, to let my men hunt for meat and water in your woods, and perhaps to drink a glass of wine myself at your board."
"I see not how I can stop you," growled Valenso. "But understand this, Zorono. No man of your crew comes within this palisade. If one approaches closer than 100 feet, he will presently find an arrow through his gizzard. And I charge you do no harm to my gardens or the cattle in the pens. 3 steers you may have for fresh meat, but no more. And we can hold this fort against your ruffians in case you think otherwise."
"You are not holding it very successfully against Strom," the buccaneer pointed out with a mocking smile. "You will find no wood to build mantlets unless you chop down trees, or strip it from your own ship," assured the Count grimly. "And your men are not Barachan archers. They're no better bowmen than mine. Besides, what little loot you'd find in this castle would not be worth the price." "Who speaks of loot in warfare?" protested Zorono. "Nay, my men are sick to stretch their legs ashore, and nigh to scurvy from chewing salt pork. I guarantee their good conduct. May they come ashore?"
Valenso grudgingly signified his consent, and Zorono bowed, a thought sardonically, and retired with a tread as measured and stately as if he trod the polished crystal floor of the Cordava royal court, where indeed, unless rumor lied, he had once been a familiar figure.
"Let no man leave the stockade," Valenso ordered Galbro. "I do not trust that renegade dog. Because he drove Strom from our gate is no guarantee that he would not cut our throats."
Galbro nodded. He was well aware of the enmity which existed between the pirates and the Zungaran buccaneers. The pirates were mainly Argosian sailors turned outlaw. To the ancient feud between Argos and Zingara was added, in the case of the freebooters, the rivalry of opposing interests. Both breeds preyed on the shipping and the coastal towns, and they preyed on one another with equal rapacity. So no one stirred from the palisade while the buccaneers came ashore. Dark-faced men in flaming silk and polished steel, with scarves bound about their heads and gold hoops in their ears. They camped on the beach, 170-odd of them, and Valenso noticed that Zorono posted lookouts on both points. They did not molest the gardens, and only the 3 beeves designated by Valenso, shouting from the palisade, were driven forth and slaughtered. Fires were kindled on the strand, and a wattled cask of ale was brought ashore and broached. Other kegs were filled with water from the spring that rose a short distance south of the fort, and men began to straggle toward the woods, crossbows in their hands. Seeing this, Valenso was moved to shout to Zorono, striding back and forth through the camp. "Don't let your men go into the forest. Take another steer from the pens if you haven't enough meat. If they go trampling into the woods, they may fall foul of the Picts. Whole tribes of the painted devils live back in the forest. We beat off an attack shortly after we landed, and since then 6 of my men have been murdered in the forest, at one time or another. There's peace between us just now, but it hangs by a thread. Don't risk stirring them up." Zorono shot a startled glance at the lowering woods, as if he expected to see hordes of savage figures lurking there. Then he bowed and said, "I thank you for the warning, my lord." And he shouted for his men to come back, in a rasping voice that contrasted strangely with his courtly accents when addressing the Count. If Zorono could have penetrated the leafy mask, he would have been more apprehensive if he could have seen the sinister figure that lurked there, watching the strangers with inscrutable black eyes. A hideously painted warrior, naked but for a doe-skin breechclout, with a toucan feather drooping over his left ear. As evening drew on, a thin skim of gray crawled up from the sea rim and overcast the sky. The sun sank in a wallow of crimson, touching the tips of the black waves with blood. Fog crawled out of the sea and lapped at the feet of the forest, curling about the stockade in smoky wisps. The fires on the beach shone dull crimson through the mist, and the singing of the buccaneers seemed deadened and far away. They had brought old sail canvas from the carrack and made them shelters along the strand, where beef was still roasting, and the ale granted them by their captain was doled out sparingly. The great gate was shut and barred. Soldiers stolidly tramped the ledges of the palisade, pike on shoulder, beads of moisture glistening on their steel caps. They glanced uneasily at the fires on the beach, stared with greater fixity toward the forest, now a vague dark line in the crawling fog. The compound lay empty of life, a bare, darkened space. Candles gleamed feebly through the cracks of the huts, and light streamed from the windows of the manor. There was silence except for the tread of the sentries, the drip of water from the eaves, and the distant singing of the buccaneers. Some faint echo of the singing penetrated into the great hall where Valenzo sat at wine with his unsolicited guest. "Your men make merry, sir," grunted the Count. "They are glad to feel the sand under their feet again," answered Zorono. "It has been a wearisome voyage, yes, a long, stern chase." He lifted his goblet gallantly to the unresponsive girl, who sat on his host's right, and drank ceremoniously. Impassive attendants ranged the walls, soldiers with pikes and helmets, servants in satin coats. Valenzo's household in this wild land was a shadowy reflection of the court he had kept in Cordava. The manor house, as he insisted on calling it, was a marvel for that coast. 100 men had worked night and day for months building it. Its long-walled exterior was devoid of ornamentation, but within it was as nearly a copy of Corzetta Castle as was possible. The logs that composed the walls of the hall were hidden with heavy silk tapestries worked in gold. Ship beams, stained and polished, formed the beams of the lofty ceiling. The floor was covered with rich carpets. The broad stair that led up from the hall was likewise carpeted, and its massive balustrade had once been a galleon's rail. A fire in the wide stone fireplace dispelled the dampness of the night. Candles in the great silver candelabrum in the center of the broad mahogany board lit the hall, throwing long shadows on the stair. Count Valenzo sat at the head of that table, presiding over a company composed of his niece, his piratical guest, Galbro, and the captain of the guard. The smallness of the company emphasized the proportions of the vast board, where 50 guests might have sat at ease. "You followed Strom?" asked Valenzo. "You drove him this far afield?" "I followed Strom," laughed Zorono, "but he was not fleeing from me. Strom is not the man to flee from anyone. No, he came seeking for something I too desire." "What could tempt a pirate or a buccaneer to this naked land?" muttered Valenzo, staring into the sparkling contents of his goblet. "What could tempt a Count of Cordava?" retorted Zorono, and an avid light burned an instant in his eyes. "The rottenness of a royal court might sicken a man of honor," remarked Valenzo. "Corzettas of honor have endured its rottenness with tranquillity for several generations," said Zorono bluntly. "My lord, indulge my curiosity. Why did you sell your lands, load your galleon with the furnishings of your castle, and sail over the horizon out of the knowledge of the king and the nobles of Zingara? And why settle here, when your sword and your name might carve out a place for you in any civilized land?" Valenzo toyed with a golden seal chain about his neck. "As to why I left Zingara," he said, "that is my own affair. But it was chance that left me stranded here. I had brought all my people ashore and much of the furnishings you mentioned, intending to build a temporary habitation. But my ship, anchored out there in the bay, was driven against the cliffs of the North Point and wrecked by a sudden storm out of the west. Such storms are common enough at certain times of the year. After that, there was naught to do but remain and make the best of it." "Then you would return to civilization if you could?" Not to Cordava, but perhaps to some far clime, to Vendaya or Kitai.
"Do you not find it tedious here, my lady?" asked Zorono, for the first time addressing himself directly to Belessa.
Hunger to see a new face and hear a new voice had brought the girl to the great hall that night. But now she wished she had remained in her chamber with Tina. There was no mistaking the meaning in the glance Zorono turned on her. His speech was decorous and formal, his expression sober and respectful. But it was but a mask through which gleamed the violent and sinister spirit of the man. He could not keep the burning desire out of his eyes when he looked at the aristocratic young beauty in her low-necked satin gown and jeweled girdle.
"There is little diversity here," she answered in a low voice.
"If you had a ship," Zorono bluntly asked his host,
"you would abandon this settlement?"
"Perhaps," admitted the Count.
"I have a ship," said Zorono, "if we could reach an agreement."
"What sort of an agreement?" Valenzo lifted his head to stare suspiciously at his guest.
"Share and share alike," said Zorono,
laying his hand on the board with the fingers wide spread. The gesture was curiously reminiscent of a great spider, but the fingers quivered with curious tension, and the buccaneer's eyes burned with a new light. "Share what?" Valenzo stared at him in evident bewilderment. "The gold I brought with me went down in my ship, and unlike the broken timbers, it did not wash ashore."
"Not that!" Zorono made an impatient gesture. "Let us be frank, my lord. Can you pretend it was chance which caused you to land at this particular spot, with 1,000 miles of coast from which to choose?"
"There is no need for me to pretend," answered Valenzo coldly. "My ship's master was one Zingalito, formerly a buccaneer. He had sailed this coast and persuaded me to land here, telling me he had a reason he would later disclose. But this reason he never divulged, because the day after we landed he disappeared into the woods, and his headless body was found later by a hunting party. Obviously he was ambushed and slain by the Picts." Zorono stared fixedly at Valenzo for a space.
"Sink me," quoth he at last. "I believe you, my lord. A Corzetta has no skill at lying, regardless of his other accomplishments. And I will make you a proposal. I will admit when I anchored out there in the bay, I had other plans in mind. Supposing you to have already secured the treasure, I meant to take this fort by strategy and cut all your throats. But circumstances have caused me to change my mind."
He cast a glance at Belessa that brought the color into her face and made her lift her head indignantly.
"I have a ship to carry you out of exile," said the buccaneer, "with your household and such of your retainers as you shall choose. The rest can fend for themselves."
The attendants along the walls shot uneasy glances sidelong at each other. Zorono went on, too brutally cynical to conceal his intentions.
"But first, you must help me secure the treasure for which I have sailed 1,000 miles." "What treasure in Mitra's name?" demanded the Count angrily. "You are yammering like that dog Strom now."
Did you ever hear of bloody Tranikos, the greatest of the Barachan pirates? Asked Zorono.
Who has not? It was he who stormed the island castle of the exiled Prince Tothmekri of Stygia, put the people to the sword, and bore off the treasure the prince had brought with him when he fled from Kemi.
Aye, and the tale of that treasure brought the men of the Red Brotherhood swarming like vultures after a carrion. Pirates, buccaneers, even the black corsairs from the south. Fear and betrayal by his captains, he fled northward with one ship, and vanished from the knowledge of men. That was nearly 100 years ago. But the tale persists that one man survived that last voyage, and returned to the Barachans, only to be captured by a Zengaran warship. Before he was hanged, he told his story and drew a map in his own blood on parchment,
which he smuggled somehow out of his captor's reach. This was the tale he told. Tranikos had sailed far beyond the paths of shipping until he came to a bay on a lonely coast, and there he anchored. He went ashore, taking his treasure and 11 of his most trusted captains who had accompanied him on his ship. Following his orders, the ship sailed away to return in a week's time and pick up their admiral and his captains. In the meantime, Tranikos meant to hide the treasure somewhere in the vicinity of the bay. The ship returned at the appointed time, but there was no trace of Tranikos and his 11 captains, except the rude dwelling they had built on the beach. This had been demolished, and there were tracks of naked feet about it, but no sign to show there had been any fighting. Nor was there any trace of the treasure, or any sign to show where it was hidden. The pirates plunged into the forest to search for their chief and his captains, but were attacked by wild Picts and driven back to their ship. In despair, they heaved anchor and sailed away. But before they raised the barracans, a terrific storm wrecked the ship, and only that one man survived. That is the tale of the treasure of Tranikos, which men have sought in vain for nearly a century. That the map exists is known, but its whereabouts have remained a mystery. I have had one glimpse of that map. Strom and Zingalito were with me, and an Amedian who sailed with the barracans. We looked upon it in a hovel in a certain Zingaran seaport town, where we were skulking in disguise. Somebody knocked over the lamp, and somebody howled in the dark, and when we got the light on again, the old miser who owned the map was dead with a dirk in his heart, and the map was gone. And the night watch was clattering down the street with their pikes to investigate the clamour. We scattered, and each went his own way. For years thereafter, Strom and I watched one another, each supposing the other had the map. Well, as it turned out, neither had it. But recently, word came to me that Strom had departed northward, so I followed him. You saw the end of that chase. I had but a glimpse at the map as it lay on the old miser's table, and could tell nothing about it. But Strom's actions show that he knows this is the bay where Tranikos anchored. I believe that they hid the treasure somewhere in that forest, and returning, were attacked and slain by the Picts. The Picts did not get the treasure. Men have traded up and down this coast a little, knowing nothing of the treasure, and no gold ornament or rare jewel has ever been seen in the possession of the coastal tribes. This is my proposal. Let us combine our forces. Strom is somewhere within striking distance. He fled because he feared to be pinned between us, but he will return. But allied, we can laugh at him. We can work out from the fort, leaving enough men here to hold it if he attacks. I believe the treasure is hidden nearby. 12 men could not have conveyed it far. We will find it, load it in my ship, and sail for some foreign port where I can cover my past with gold. I am sick of this life. I want to go back to a civilized land, and live like a noble with riches and slaves and a castle, and a wife of noble blood. "Well?" demanded the Count, slit-eyed with suspicion. "Give me your niece for my wife," demanded the buccaneer bluntly. Belessa cried out sharply and started to her feet. Valenso likewise rose, livid, his fingers knotting convulsively about his goblet as if he contemplated hurling it at his guest. Zorono did not move. He sat still, one arm on the table, and the fingers hooked like talons. His eyes smoldered with passion and a deep menace. "You dare!" ejaculated Valenso. "You seem to forget you have fallen from your high estate, Count Valenso," growled Zorono. "We are not at the Cordovan court, my lord. On this naked coast nobility is measured by the power of men and arms, and there I rank you. Strangers tread Corzetta Castle, and the Corzetta fortune is at the bottom of the sea. You will die here in exile, unless I give you the use of my ship. You will have no cause to regret the union of our houses. With a new name and a new fortune, you will find that Black Zorono can take his place among the aristocrats of the world, and make a son-in-law of which not even a Corzetta need be ashamed." "You are mad to think of it!" exclaimed the Count violently. "You... Who is that?"
A patter of soft, slippered feet distracted his attention. Tina came hurriedly into the hall, hesitated when she saw the Count's eyes fixed angrily on her, curtsied deeply, and sidled around the table to thrust her small hands into Bolessa's fingers. She was panting slightly, her slippers were damp, and her flaxen hair was plastered down on her head.
"Tina!" exclaimed Bolessa anxiously. "Where have you been? I thought you were in your chamber hours ago."
"I was," answered the child breathlessly, "but I missed my coral necklace you gave me."
She held it up, a trivial trinket, but prized beyond all her other possessions, because it had been Bolessa's first gift to her.
"I was afraid you wouldn't let me go if you knew. A soldier's wife helped me out of the stockade and back again. Please, my lady, don't make me tell who she was, because I promised not to. I found my necklace by the pool where I bathed this morning. Please punish me if I have done wrong."
"Tina,"
groaned Bolessa, clasping the child to her.
"I'm not going to punish you. But you should not have gone outside the palisade with these buccaneers camped on the beach, and always a chance of Picts skulking about. Let me take you to your chamber and change these damp clothes."
"Yes, my lady," murmured Tina. "But first let me tell you about the black man."
"What?"
The startling interruption was a cry that burst from Valenzo's lips. His goblet clattered to the floor as he caught the table with both hands. If a thunderbolt had struck him, the lord of the castle's bearing could not have been more subtly or horrifyingly altered. His face was livid, his eyes almost starting from his head.
"What did you say?"
he panted, glaring wildly at the child, who shrank back against Bolessa in bewilderment.
"What did you say, wench?"
"A black man, my lord,"
she stammered, while Bolessa, Zorono, and the attendants stared at him in amazement.
"When I went down to the pool to get my necklace, I saw him. There was a strange moaning in the wind, and the sea whimpered like a thing in fear. And then he came. I was afraid and hid behind a little ridge of sand. He came from the sea in a strange black boat with blue fire playing all about it, but there was no torch. He drew his boat up on the sands below the south point and strode toward the forest, looking like a giant in the fog. A great tall man, black like a Cushite."
Valenzo reeled as if he had received a mortal blow. He clutched at his throat, snapping the golden chain in his violence. With the face of a madman, he lurched about the table and tore the child screaming from Bolessa's arms.
"You little slut!" he panted. "You lie! You have heard me mumbling in my sleep, and have told this lie to torment me. Say that you lie before I tear the skin from your back." "Uncle!"
cried Bolessa, in outraged bewilderment, trying to free Tina from his grasp.
"Are you mad? What are you about?"
With a snarl, he tore her hand from his arm and spun her staggering into the arms of Galbro, who received her with a leer he made little effort to disguise.
"Mercy, my lord," sobbed Tina. "I did not lie."
"I say you lied," roared Valenzo. "Gabrielo!"
The stolid serving-man seized the trembling youngster and stripped her with one brutal wrench that tore her scanty garments from her body. Wheeling, he drew her slender arms over his shoulders, lifting her writhing feet clear of the floor.
"Uncle!"
shrieked Bolessa, writhing vainly in Galbro's lustful grasp.
"You are mad! You cannot! Oh, you cannot!"
The voice choked in her throat as Valenzo caught up a jewel-hilted riding-whip and brought it down across the child's frail body with a savage force that left a red wheal across her naked shoulders. Bolessa moaned,
sick with the anguish in Tina's shriek. The world had suddenly gone mad. As in a nightmare, she saw the stolid faces of the soldiers and servants, beast faces, the faces of oxen, reflecting neither pity nor sympathy. Zorono's faintly sneering face was part of the nightmare. Nothing in that crimson haze was real except Tina's naked white body, crisscrossed with red welts from shoulders to knees. No sound real except the child's sharp cries of agony and the panting gasps of Valenzo as he lashed away with the staring eyes of a madman, shrieking, "You lie! You lie! Curse you, you lie! Admit your guilt, or I will flay your stubborn body! He could not have followed me here!" "Oh, have mercy, my lord!" screamed the child, writhing vainly on the brawny servant's back, too frantic with fear and pain to have the wit to save herself by a lie. Blood trickled in crimson beads down her quivering thighs. "I saw him! I do not lie! Mercy, please! Ah!" "You fool! You fool!" screamed Bellessa, almost beside herself. "Do you not see she is telling the truth? Oh, you beast! Beast! Beast!" Suddenly, some shred of sanity seemed to return to the brain of Count Valenzo Corzetta. Dropping the whip, he reeled back and fell up against the table, clutching blindly at its edge. He shook as with an ague. His hair was plastered across his brow in dank strands, and sweat dripped from his livid countenance, which was like a carven mask of fear. Tina, released by Gabrello, slipped to the floor in a whimpering heap. Bellessa tore free from Galbro, rushed to her, sobbing, and fell on her knees, gathering the pitiful waif into her arms. She lifted a terrible face to her uncle, to pour upon him the full vials of her wrath. But he was not looking at her. He seemed to have forgotten both her and his victim. In a daze of incredulity, she heard him say to the buccaneer, "I accept your offer, Zorono. In Mitra's name, let us find this accursed treasure and be gone from this damned coast." At this, the fire of her fury sank to sick ashes. In stunned silence, she lifted the sobbing child in her arms and carried her up the stair. A glance backward showed Valenzo crouching rather than sitting at the table, gulping wine from a huge goblet he gripped in both shaking hands, while Zorono towered over him like a somber predatory bird, puzzled at the turn of events, but quick to take advantage of the shocking change that had come over the Count. He was talking in a low, decisive voice, and Valenzo nodded mute agreement, like one who scarcely heeds what is being said. Galbro stood back in the shadows, chin pinched between forefinger and thumb, and the attendants along the walls glanced furtively at each other, bewildered by their lord's collapse. Up in her chamber, Bellessa laid the half-fainting girl on the bed and set herself to wash and apply soothing ointments to the weals and cuts on her tender skin. Tina gave herself up in complete submission to her mistress's hands, moaning faintly. Bellessa felt as if her world had fallen about her ears. She was sick and bewildered, overwrought, her nerves quivering from the brutal shock of what she had witnessed. Fear of and hatred for her uncle grew in her soul. She had never loved him. He was harsh and apparently without natural affection, grasping and avid. But she had considered him just and fearless. Revulsion shook her at the memory of his staring eyes and bloodless face. It was some terrible fear which had roused this frenzy, and because of this fear, Valenzo had brutalized the only creature she had to love and cherish. Because of that fear, he was selling her, his niece, to an infamous outlaw. What was behind this madness? Who was the black man Tina had seen? The child muttered in semi-delirium. "I did not lie, my lady. Indeed I did not. It was a black man, in a black boat that burned like blue fire on the water. A tall man, black as a negro and wrapped in a black cloak. I was afraid when I saw him, and my blood ran cold. He left his boat on the sands and went into the forest. Why did the Count whip me for seeing him?"
"Hush, Tina," soothed Belessa. "Lie quietly. The smarting will soon pass." The door opened behind her, and she whirled, snatching up a jeweled dagger. The Count stood in the door, and her flesh crawled at the sight. He looked years older. His face was gray and drawn, and his eyes stared in a way that roused fear in her bosom. She had never been close to him. Now she felt as though a gulf separated them. He was not her uncle who stood there, but a stranger come to menace her. She lifted the dagger. "If you touch her again," she whispered from dry lips, "I swear before Mitra I will sink this blade in your breast." He did not heed her. "I have posted a strong guard about the manor," he said. "Zorono brings his men into the stockade tomorrow. He will not sail until he has found the treasure. When he finds it, we shall sail at once for some port not yet decided upon."
"And you will sell me to him?" she whispered. "In Mitra's name."
He fixed upon her a gloomy gaze in which all considerations but his own self-interest had been crowded out. She shrank before it, seeing in it the frantic cruelty that possessed the man and his mysterious fear. "You will do as I command," he said presently, with no more human feeling in his voice than there is in the ring of flint on steel. And turning, he left the chamber. Blinded by a sudden rush of horror, Belessa fell fainting beside the couch where Tina lay. 4. A black drum droning. Belessa never knew how long she lay crushed and senseless. She was first aware of Tina's arms about her and the sobbing of the child in her ear. Mechanically she straightened herself and drew the girl into her arms, and she sat there, dry-eyed, staring unseeingly at the flickering candle. There was no sound in the castle. The singing of the buccaneers on the strand had ceased. Dully, almost impersonally, she reviewed her problem. Valenzo was mad, driven frantic by the story of the mysterious black man. It was to escape this stranger that he wished to abandon the settlement and flee with Zorono. That much was obvious. Equally obvious was the fact that he was ready to sacrifice her in exchange for that opportunity to escape. In the blackness of spirit which surrounded her, she saw no glint of light. The serving men were dull or callous brutes, their women stupid and apathetic. They would neither dare nor care to help her. She was utterly helpless. Tina lifted her tear-stained face as if she were listening to the prompting of some inner voice. The child's understanding of Belessa's inmost thoughts was almost uncanny, as was her recognition of the inexorable drive of fate and the only alternative left to the weak.
"We must go, my lady," she whispered. "Zorono shall not have you. Let us go far away into the forest. We shall go until we can go no further, and then we shall lie down and die together."
The tragic strength that is the last refuge of the weak entered Belessa's soul. It was the only escape from the shadows that had been closing in upon her since that day when they fled from Zingara.
"We shall go, child."
She rose and was fumbling for a cloak when an exclamation from Tina brought her about. The girl was on her feet, a finger pressed to her lips, her eyes wide and bright with terror.
"What is it, Tina?"
The child's expression of fright induced Belessa to pitch her voice to a whisper, and a nameless apprehension crawled over her.
"Someone outside in the hall,"
whispered Tina, clutching her arm convulsively.
"He stopped at our door and then went on, toward the Count's chamber at the other end."
"Your ears are keener than mine," murmured Belessa, "but there is nothing strange in that. It was the Count himself, perchance, or Galbro."
She moved to open the door, but Tina threw her arms frantically about her neck, and Bellessa felt the wild beating of her heart.
"No, no, my lady. Do not open the door. I am afraid. I do not know why, but I feel that some evil thing is skulking near us."
Impressed, Bellessa patted her reassuringly, and reached a hand toward the gold disc that masked the tiny peephole in the center of the door.
"He is coming back," shivered the girl. "I hear him."
Bellessa heard something too. A curious, stealthy pad which she knew, with a chill of nameless fear, was not the step of anyone she knew. Nor was it the step of Zorono or any booted man. Could it be the buccaneer gliding along the hallway on bare, stealthy feet to slay his host while he slept? She remembered the soldiers who would be on guard below. If the buccaneer had remained in the manor for the night, a man-at-arms would be posted before his chamber door. But who was that sneaking along the corridor? None slept upstairs besides herself, Tina, and the Count, except Galbro. With a quick motion she extinguished the candle so it would not shine through the hole in the door, and pushed aside the gold disc. All the lights were out in the hall, which was ordinarily lighted by candles. Someone was moving along the darkened corridor. She sensed rather than saw a dim bulk moving past her doorway, but she could make nothing of its shape except that it was manlike. But a chill wave of terror swept over her, so she crouched dumb, incapable of the scream that froze behind her lips. It was not such terror as her uncle now inspired in her, or fear like her fear of Zorono, or even of the brooding forest. It was blind, unreasoning terror that laid an icy hand on her soul and froze her tongue to her palate. The figure passed on to the stairhead, where it was limned momentarily against the faint glow that came up from below. And at the glimpse of that vague, black image against the red, she almost fainted. She crouched there in the darkness, awaiting the outcry that would announce that the soldiers in the great hall had seen the intruder. But the manor remained silent. Somewhere a wind wailed shrilly. That was all. Bellessa's hands were moist with perspiration as she groped to relight the candle. She was still shaken with horror, though she could not decide just what there had been about that black figure etched against the red glow that had roused this frantic loathing in her soul. It was manlike in shape, but the outline was strangely alien, abnormal, though she could not clearly define that abnormality. But she knew that it was no human being that she had seen, and she knew that the sight had robbed her of all her newfound resolution. She was demoralized, incapable of action. The candle flared up, limning Tina's white face in the yellow glow.
"It was the black man," whispered Tina. "I know. My blood turned cold just as it did when I saw him on the beach. There are soldiers downstairs. Why did they not see him? Shall we go and inform the Count?"
Bellessa shook her head. She did not care to repeat the scene that had ensued upon Tina's first mention of the black man. At any event, she dared not venture out into that darkened hallway.
"We dare not go into the forest," shuddered Tina. "He will be lurking there."
Bellessa did not ask the girl how she knew the black man would be in the forest. It was the logical hiding place for any evil thing, man or devil, and she knew Tina was right. They dared not leave the fort now. Her determination, which had not faltered at the prospect of certain death, gave way at the thought of traversing those gloomy woods with that black, shambling creature at large among them. Helplessly she sat down and sank her face in her hands. Tina slept presently on the couch, whimpering occasionally in her sleep. Tears sparkled on her long lashes. She moved her smarting body uneasily in her restless slumber. Toward dawn, Bellessa was aware of a stifling quality in the atmosphere. She heard a low rumble of thunder somewhere off to seaward. Extinguishing the candle, which had burned to its socket, she went to a window whence she could see both the ocean and a belt of the forest behind the fort. The fog had disappeared, but out to sea a dusky mass was rising from the horizon. From it lightning flickered and the low thunder growled. An answering rumble came from the black woods. Startled, she turned and stared at the forest, a brooding black rampart. A strange rhythmic pulsing came to her ears, a droning reverberation that was not the roll of a Pictish drum.
"The drum!"
sobbed Tina, spasmodically, opening and closing her fingers in her sleep.
"The black man, beating on a black drum, in the black woods. Oh, save us!"
Belessa shuddered. Along the eastern horizon ran a thin white line that presaged dawn. But that black cloud on the western rim writhed and billowed, swelling and expanding. She stared in amazement, for storms were practically unknown on that coast at that time of the year, and she had never seen a cloud like that one. It came pouring up over the world rim in great boiling masses of blackness, veined with fire. It rolled and billowed with a wind in its belly. Its thundering made the air vibrate. And another sound mingled awesomely with the reverberations of the thunder. The voice of the wind that raced before its coming. The inky horizon was torn and convulsed in the lightning flashes. Afar to sea she saw the white-capped waves racing before the wind. She heard its droning roar, increasing in volume as it swept shoreward. But as yet, no wind stirred on the land. The air was hot, breathless. There was a sensation of unreality about the contrast. Out there, wind and thunder and chaos sweeping inland. But here, stifling stillness. Somewhere below her a shutter slammed, startling in the tense silence, and a woman's voice was lifted, shrill with alarm. But most of the people of the fort seemed sleeping, unaware of the oncoming hurricane. She realized that she still heard that mysterious, droning drumbeat, and she stared toward the black forest, her flesh crawling. She could see nothing, but some obscure instinct or intuition prompted her to visualize a black, hideous figure squatting under black branches and enacting a nameless incantation on something that sounded like a drum. Desperately she shook off the ghoulish conviction and looked seaward, as a blaze of lightning fairly split the sky. Outlined against its glare, she saw the masts of Zorono's ship. She saw the tents of the buccaneers on the beach, the sandy ridges of the south point and the rock cliffs of the north point as plainly as by midday sun. Louder and louder rose the roar of the wind, and now the manor was awake. Feet came pounding up the stair, and Zorono's voice yelled, edged with fright. Doors slammed, and Valenzo answered him, shouting to be heard above the roar of the elements.
"Why didn't you warn me of a storm from the west?" howled the buccaneer. "If the anchors don't hold—" "A storm never came from the west before at this time of year," shrieked Valenzo, rushing from his chamber in his nightshirt, his face livid and his hair standing stiffly on end. "This is the work of—" His words were drowned as he raced madly up the ladder that led to the lookout tower, followed by the swearing buccaneer. Belessa crouched at her window, awed and deafened. Louder and louder rose the wind until it drowned all other sound, all except that maddening droning that now rose like an inhuman chant of triumph. It roared inshore, driving before it a foaming league-long crest of white. And then all hell and destruction was loosed on that coast. Rain fell in driving torrents, sweeping the beaches with blind frenzy. The wind hit like a thunderclap, making the timbers of the fort quiver. The surf roared over the sands, drowning the coals of the fires the seamen had built. In the glare of lightning, Belessa saw, through the curtain of the slashing rain, the tents of the buccaneers whipped to ribbons and washed away. saw the men themselves staggering toward the fort, beaten almost to the sands by the fury of torrent and blast. And limned against the blue glare, she saw Zorono's ship, ripped loose from her moorings, driven headlong against the jagged cliffs that jutted up to receive her.
5. A Man from the Wilderness. The storm had spent its fury. Full dawn rose in a clear, blue, rain-washed sky. As the sun rose in a blaze of fresh gold, bright-hued birds lifted a swelling chorus from the trees on whose broad leaves beads of water sparkled like diamonds, quivering in the gentle morning breeze. At a small stream which wound over the sands to join the sea, hidden beyond a fringe of trees and bushes, a man bent to lave his hands and face. He performed his ablutions after the manner of his race, grunting lustily and splashing like a buffalo. But in the midst of these splashings he lifted his head suddenly, his tawny hair dripping and water running in rivulets over his brawny shoulders. He crouched in a listening attitude for a split second, then was on his feet and facing inland, sword in hand, all in one motion. And there he froze, glaring wide-mouthed. A man as big as himself was striding toward him over the sands, making no attempt at stealth. And the pirate's eyes widened as he stared at the close-fitting silk breeches, high flaring-topped boots, wide-skirted coat, and headgear of 100 years ago. There was a broad cutlass in the stranger's hand, and unmistakable purpose in his approach. The pirate went pale as recognition blazed in his eyes.
"You!" he ejected unbelievingly. "Boy Mitra! You!"
Oaths streamed from his lips as he heaved up his cutlass. The birds rose in flaming showers from the trees as the clang of steel interrupted their song. Blue sparks flew from the hacking blades, and the sand grated and ground under the stamping boot heels. Then the clash of steel ended in a chopping crunch, and one man went to his knees with a choking gasp. The hilt escaped his nerveless hand, and he slid full length on the sand, which reddened with his blood. With a dying effort, he fumbled at his girdle and drew something from it, tried to lift it to his mouth, and then stiffened convulsively and went limp. The conqueror bent and ruthlessly tore the stiffening fingers from the object they crumpled in their desperate grasp. Zorono and Valenzo stood on the beach, staring at the driftwood their men were gathering. Spars, pieces of masts, broken timbers. So savagely had the storm hammered Zorono's ship against the low cliffs that most of the salvage was matchwood. A short distance behind them stood Balessa, listening to their conversation, one arm about Tina. The girl was pale and listless, apathetic to whatever fate held in store for her. She heard what the men said, but with little interest. She was crushed by the realization that she was but a pawn in the game, however it was to be played out. Whether it was to be a wretched life dragged out on that desolate coast, or a return, effected somehow, to some civilized land. Zorono cursed venomously, but Valenzo seemed dazed.
"This is not the time of year for storms from the west,"
he muttered, staring with haggard eyes at the men dragging the wreckage up on the beach.
"It was not chance that brought that storm out of the deep to splinter the ship in which I meant to escape. Escape? I am caught like a rat in a trap, as it was meant. Nay, we are all trapped rats." "I don't know what you're talking about," snarled Zorono, giving a vicious yank at his mustache. "I've been unable to get any sense out of you since that flaxen-haired slut upset you so last night, with her wild tale of black men coming out of the sea. But I do know that I'm not going to spend my life on this cursed coast. 10 of my men went to hell on the ship, but I've got 160 more. You've got 100. There are tools in your fort and plenty of trees in yonder forest. We'll build a ship. I'll set men to cutting down trees as soon as they get this drift dragged up out of the reach of the waves." "It will take months," muttered Valenzo. "Well, is there any better way in which we could employ our time? We're here, and unless we build a ship, we'll never get away. We'll have to rig up some kind of a sawmill, but I've never encountered anything yet that balked me long. I hope that storm smashed Strom to bits, the Argosian dog. While we're building the ship, we'll hunt for old Trinico's loot." "We will never complete your ship," said Valenzo somberly. "You fear the Picts? We have enough men to defy them." "I do not speak of the Picts. I speak of a black man." Zorono turned on him angrily. "Will you talk sense? Who is this accursed black man?" "Accursed indeed," said Valenzo, staring seaward. "A shadow of mine own red-stained past risen up to hound me to hell. Because of him I fled Zingara, hoping to lose my trail in the great ocean. But I should have known he would smell me out at last." "If such a man came ashore, he must be hiding in the woods," growled Zorono. "We'll rake the forest and hunt him out." Valenzo laughed harshly. "Seek for a shadow that drifts before a cloud that hides the moon. Grope in the dark for a cobra. Follow a mist that steals out of the swamp at midnight." Zorono cast him an uncertain look, obviously doubting his sanity. "Who is this man? Have done with ambiguity." "The shadow of my own mad cruelty and ambition. A horror come out of the lost ages. No man of mortal flesh and blood, but a—" "Sail ho!" bawled the lookout on the north point. Zorono wheeled, and his voice slashed the wind. "Do you know her?" "Aye," the reply came back faintly. "It's the Red Hand." Zorono cursed like a wild man. "Strom! The devil takes care of his own. How could he ride out that blow?" The buccaneer's voice rose to a yell that carried up and down the strand. "Back to the fort, you dogs!" Before the Red Hand, somewhat battered in appearance, nosed around the point, the beach was bare of human life, the palisade bristling with helmets and scarf-bound heads. The buccaneers accepted the alliance with the easy adaptability of adventurers, the henchmen with the apathy of serfs. Zorono ground his teeth as a longboat swung leisurely into the beach, and he sighted the tawny head of his rival in the bow. The boat grounded, and Strom strode toward the fort alone. Some distance away, he halted and shouted in a bull's bellow that carried clearly in the still morning. "Ahoy the fort! I want a parley!" "Well, why in hell don't you?" snarled Zorono. "The last time I approached under a flag of truce, an arrow broke on my brisket," roared the pirate. "I want to promise it won't happen again." "You have my promise," called Zorono sardonically. "Damn your promise, you Zingaran dog! I want Valenzo's word." A measure of dignity remained to the Count. There was an edge of authority to his voice as he answered, "Advance, but keep your men back. You will not be fired upon." "That's enough for me," said Strom instantly. "Whatever are Corzetta's sins, once his word is given, you can trust him." He strode forward and halted under the gate, laughing at the hate-darkened visage Zorono thrust over at him. "Well, Zorono," he taunted, "you were a ship shorter than you were when last I saw you. But you Zingarans never were sailors." "How did you save your ship, you Masanchian gutter scum?" snarled the buccaneer. "There's a cove some miles to the north, protected by a high-ridged arm of land that broke the force of the gale," answered Strom. "I was anchored behind it. My anchors dragged, but they held me off the shore." Zorono scowled blackly. Valenzo said nothing. He had not known of that cove. He had done scant exploring of his domain.
fear of the Picts and lack of curiosity had kept him and his men near the fort. The Zingarans were by nature neither explorers nor colonists. "I come to make a trade," said Strom easily.
"We've naught to trade with you save sword strokes," growled Zorono.
"I think otherwise," grinned Strom, thin-lipped. "You tipped your hand when you murdered Galacus, my first mate, and robbed him. Until this morning I supposed that Valenso had Trinico's treasure. But if either of you had it, you wouldn't have gone to the trouble of following me and killing my mate to get the map."
"The map?"
Zorono ejaculated, stiffening. "Oh, don't dissemble," laughed Strom, but anger blazed blue in his eyes. "I know you have it. Picts don't wear boots."
"But—"
began the Count, nonplussed, but fell silent as Zorono nudged him.
"And if we have the map," said Zorono, "what have you to trade that we might require?"
"Let me come into the fort," suggested Strom. "There we can talk." He was not so obvious as to glance at the men peering at them from along the wall, but his two listeners understood. And so did the men. Strom had a ship. That fact would figure in any bargaining or battle, but it would carry just so many, regardless of who commanded. Whoever sailed away in it, there would be some left behind. A wave of tense speculation ran along the silent throng at the palisade.
"Your men will stay where they are,"
warned Zorono, indicating both the boat drawn up on the beach and the ship anchored out in the bay. "Aye, but don't get the idea that you can seize me and hold me for a hostage," he laughed grimly. "I want Valenso's word that I'll be allowed to leave the fort alive and unhurt within the hour, whether we come to terms or not."
"You have my pledge," answered the Count.
"All right, then. Open that gate, and let's talk plainly." The gate opened and closed. The leaders vanished from sight, and the common men of both parties resumed their silent surveillance of each other. The men on the palisade, and the men squatting beside their boat, with a broad stretch of sand between. And beyond a strip of blue water, the Carack, with steel caps glinting all along her rail. On the broad stair, above the great ball, Belessa and Tina crouched, ignored by the men below. These sat about the broad table, Valenso, Galbro, Zorono, and Strom. But for them, the hall was empty. Strom gulped wine and set the empty goblet on the table. The frankness suggested by his bluff countenance was belied by the dancing lights of cruelty and treachery in his wide eyes. But he spoke bluntly enough. "We all want the treasure old Trinico's hid somewhere near this bay," he said abruptly. "Each has something the others need. Valenso has laborers, supplies, and a stockade to shelter us from the Picts. You, Zorono, have my map. I have a ship."
"What I'd like to know," remarked Zorono, "is this. If you've had that map all these years, why haven't you come after the loot sooner?"
"I didn't have it. It was that dog Zingalito who knifed the old miser in the dark and stole the map. But he had neither ship nor crew, and it took him more than a year to get them. When he did come after the treasure, the Picts prevented his landing, and his men mutinied and made him sail back to Zingara. One of them stole the map from him, and recently sold it to me."
"That was why Zingalito recognized the bay,"
muttered Valenso. "Did that dog lead you here, Count? I might have guessed it. Where is he?"
"Doubtless in hell, since he was once a buccaneer.
The Picts slew him, evidently while he was searching in the woods for the treasure." "Good," approved Strom heartily. "Well, I don't know how you knew my mate was carrying the map. I trusted him, and the men trusted him more than they did me, so I let him keep it. But this morning he wandered inland with some of the others, got separated from them, and we found him sworded to death near the beach, and the map gone. The men were ready to accuse me of killing him, but I showed the fools the tracks left by his slayer, and proved to them that my feet wouldn't fit them. And I knew it wasn't any one of the crew because none of them wear boots that make that sort of track. And Picts don't wear boots at all. So it had to be a Zingaran. Well, you've got the map, but you haven't got the treasure. If you had it, you wouldn't have let me inside the stockade. I've got you penned up in this fort. You can't get out to look for the loot, and even if you did get it, you have no ship to get away in. Now, here's my proposal. Zorono, give me the map. And you, Valenzo, give me fresh meat and other supplies. My men are nigh to scurvy after the long voyage. In return, I'll take you 3 men, the Lady Valessa and her girl, and set you ashore within reach of some Zingaran port. Or I'll put Zorono ashore near some buccaneer rendezvous if he prefers, since doubtless a noose awaits him in Zingara. And to clinch the bargain, I'll give each of you a handsome share in the treasure." The buccaneer tugged his mustache meditatively. He knew that Strom would not keep any such pact if made. Nor did Zorono even consider agreeing to his proposal. But to refuse bluntly would be to force the issue into a clash of arms. He sought his agile brain for a plan to outwit the pirate. He wanted Strom's ship as avidly as he desired the lost treasure. "What's to prevent us from holding you captive and forcing your men to give us your ship in exchange for you?" he asked. Strom laughed at him. "Do you think I'm a fool? My men have orders to heave up the anchors and sail hence if I don't reappear within the hour, or if they suspect treachery. They wouldn't give you the ship if you skinned me alive on the beach. Besides, I have the Count's word." "My pledge is not straw," said Valenzo somberly. "Have done with threats, Zorono." Zorono did not reply, his mind wholly absorbed in the problem of getting possession of Strom's ship, of continuing the parley without betraying the fact that he did not have the map. He wondered who in Mitra's name did have the accursed map. "Let me take my men away with me on your ship when we sail," he said. "I cannot desert my faithful followers." Strom snorted. "Why don't you ask for my cutlass to slit my gullet with? Desert your faithful? Bah! You'd desert your brother to the devil if you could gain anything by it. No! You're not going to bring enough men aboard to give you a chance to mutiny and take my ship." "Give us a day to think it over," urged Zorono, fighting for time. Strom's heavy fist banged on the table, making the wine dance in the glasses. "No, by Mitra! Give me my answer now!" Zorono was on his feet, his black rage submerging his craftiness. "You Barachan dog! I'll give you your answer, in your guts!" He tore aside his cloak, caught at his sword hilt. Strom heaved up with a roar, his chair crashing backward to the floor. Valenzo sprang up, spreading his arms between them as they faced one another across the board, jutting jaws close together, blades half-drawn, faces convulsed. "Gentlemen, have done! Zorono, he has my pledge." "The foul fiend gnaw your pledge," snarled Zorono. "Stand from between us, my lord," growled the pirate, his voice thick with a killing lust. "Your word was that I should not be treacherously entreated. It shall be considered no violation of your pledge for this dog and me to cross swords in equal play." "Well spoken, Strom!" It was a deep, powerful voice behind them, vibrant with grim amusement. All wheeled and glared, open-mouthed. Up on the stair, Valessa started up with an involuntary exclamation. A man strode out from the hangings that masked a chamber door, and advanced toward the table without haste or hesitation. Instantly he dominated the group, and all felt the situation subtly charged with a new, dynamic atmosphere. The stranger was as tall as either of the freebooters, and more powerfully built than either. Yet for all his size he moved with pantherish suppleness in his high, flaring-topped boots. His thighs were cased in close-fitting breeches of white silk, his wide-skirted sky-blue coat open to reveal an open-necked white silken shirt beneath, and the scarlet sash that girdled his waist. There were silver acorn-shaped buttons on the coat, and it was adorned with gilt-worked cuffs and pocket flaps, and a satin collar. A lacquered hat completed a costume obsolete by nearly 100 years. A heavy cutlass hung at the wearer's hip.
"Conan!"
ejaculated both freebooters together, and Valenzo and Galbro caught their breath at that name.
"Who else?"
The giants strode up to the table, laughing sardonically at their amazement.
What do you here?"
stuttered the seneschal.
"How come you here, uninvited and unannounced?"
"I climbed the palisade on the east side while you fools were arguing at the gate," Conan answered. "Every man in the fort was craning his neck westward. I entered the manor while Strom was being let in at the gate. I've been in that chamber there ever since, eavesdropping."
"I thought you were dead," said Zorono slowly. 3 years ago, the shattered hull of your ship was sighted off a reefy coast, and you were heard of on the main no more."
"I didn't drown with my crew," answered Conan. "It'll take a bigger ocean than that one to drown me." Up on the stair, Tina was clutching Balessa in her excitement and staring through the balustrades with all her eyes.
"Conan! My lady, it is Conan! Look! Oh, look!"
Balessa was looking. It was like encountering a legendary character in the flesh. Who of all the sea folk had not heard the wild, bloody tales told of Conan, the wild rover, who had once been a captain of the Barachan pirates and one of the greatest scourges of the sea? A score of ballads celebrated his ferocious and audacious exploits. The man could not be ignored. Irresistibly, he had stalked into the scene to form another, dominant element in the tangled plot. And in the midst of her frightened fascination, Balessa's feminine instinct prompted the speculation as to Conan's attitude toward her. Would it be like Strom's brutal indifference, or Zorono's violent desire? Valenzo was recovering from the shock of finding a stranger within his very hall. He knew Conan was a Cimmerian, born and bred in the wastes of the far north, and therefore not amenable to the physical limitations which controlled civilized men. It was not so strange that he had been able to enter the fort undetected, but Valenzo flinched at the reflection that other barbarians might duplicate that feat. The dark, silent Picts, for instance.
"What do you want here?" he demanded. "Did you come from the sea?"
"I came from the woods." The Cimmerian jerked his head toward the east.
"You have been living with the Picts?"
Valenzo asked coldly. A momentary anger flickered bluely in the giant's eyes. "Even a Zingaran ought to know there's never been peace between Picts and Cimmerians, and never will be," he retorted with an oath. "Our feud with them is older than the world. If you'd said that to one of my wilder brothers, you'd have found yourself with a split head. But I've lived among you civilized men long enough to understand your ignorance and lack of common courtesy. The churlishness that demands his business of a man who appears at your door out of 1,000-mile wilderness. Never mind that." He turned to the two freebooters, who stood staring glumly at him. "From what I overheard," quoth he, "I gather there is some dissension over a map."
"That is none of your affair,"
growled Strom. "Is this it?" Conan grinned wickedly and drew from his pocket a crumpled object, a square of parchment marked with crimson lines. Strom started violently, paling.
"My map!" he ejaculated. "Where did you get it?"
"From your mate, Gallicus, when I killed him," answered Conan with grim enjoyment.
"You dog!"
raved Strom, turning on Zorono.
"You never had the map. You lied." "I didn't say I had it," snarled Zorono. "You deceived yourself. Don't be a fool. Conan is alone. If he had a crew, he'd have already cut our throats. We'll take the map from him."
"You'll never touch it," Conan laughed fiercely. Both men sprang at him, cursing. Stepping back, he crumpled the parchment and cast it into the glowing coals of the fireplace. With an incoherent bellow, Strom lunged past him, to be met with a buffet under the ear that stretched him half senseless on the floor. Zorono whipped out his sword, but before he could thrust, Conan's cutlass beat it out of his hand. Zorono staggered against the table, with all hell in his eyes. Strom dragged himself erect, his eyes glazed, blood dripping from his bruised ear. Conan leaned slightly over the table. His outstretched cutlass just touched the breast of Count Valenso. "Don't call for your soldiers, Count," said the Cimmerian softly. "Not a sound out of you. Or from you either, dog-face." His name for Galbro, who showed no intention of braving his wrath. "The map's burned to ashes, and it'll do no good to spill blood. Sit down, all of you." Strom hesitated, made an abortive gesture toward his hilt, then shrugged his shoulders and sank sullenly into a chair. The others followed suit. Conan remained standing, towering over the table, while his enemies watched him with bitter eyes of hate. "You were bargaining," he said. "That's all I've come to do." "And what have you to trade?" sneered Zorono. "The treasure of Tranikos." "What?" All four men were on their feet, leaning toward him. "Sit down!" he roared, banging his broad blade on the table. They sank back, tense and white with excitement. He grinned in huge enjoyment of the sensation his words had caused. "Yes, I found it before I got the map. That's why I burned the map. I don't need it. And now nobody will ever find it, unless I show him where it is." They stared at him with murder in their eyes. "You're lying," said Zorono without conviction. "You've told us one lie already. You said you came from the woods, yet you haven't been living with the Picts. All men know this country is a wilderness, inhabited only by savages. The nearest outposts of civilization are the Aquilonian settlements on Thunder River, hundreds of miles to eastward." "That's where I came from," replied Conan imperturbably. "I believe I'm the first white man to cross the Pictish wilderness. I crossed Thunder River to follow a raiding party that had been harrying the frontier. I followed them deep into the wilderness and killed their chief, but was knocked senseless by a stone from a sling during the melee, and the dogs captured me alive. They were wolf men, but they traded me to the Eagle clan in return for a chief of theirs the Eagles had captured. The Eagles carried me nearly 100 miles westward to burn me in their chief village, but I killed their war chief and 3 or 4 others one night, and broke away. I couldn't turn back. They were behind me and kept herding me westward. A few days ago I shook them off, and by Crom the place where I took refuge turned out to be the treasure trove of old Tranikos. I found it all, chests of garments and weapons. That's where I got these clothes and this blade. Heaps of coins and gems and gold ornaments, and in the midst of all, the jewels of Tothmekri gleaming like frozen starlight. And old Tranikos and his 11 captains, sitting about an ebon table and staring at the horde, as they've stared for 100 years. "What?" "Aye," he laughed. "Tranikos died in the midst of his treasure, and all with him. Their bodies have not rotted nor shriveled. They sit there in their high boots and skirted coats and lacquered hats, with their wine glasses in their stiff hands, just as they have sat for a century." "That's an unchancy thing," muttered Strom uneasily. But Zorono snarled, "What boots it? It's the treasure we want. Go on, Conan." Conan seated himself at the board, filled a goblet, and quaffed it before he answered. "The first wine I've drunk since I left Caughnawaga, by Crom. Those cursed eagles hunted me so closely through the forest I had hardly time to munch the nuts and roots I found. Sometimes I caught frogs and ate them raw because I dared not light a fire. His impatient hearers informed him profanely that they were not interested in his adventures prior to finding the treasure. He grinned heartily and resumed, "Well, after I stumbled onto the trove, I lay up and rested a few days, and made snares to catch rabbits and let my wounds heal. I saw smoke against the western sky, but thought it some Pictish village on the beach. I lay close, but as it happens, the loot's hidden in a place the Picts shun. If any spied on me, they didn't show themselves. Last night I started westward, intending to strike the beach some miles north of the spot where I'd seen the smoke. I wasn't far from the shore when that storm hit. I took shelter under the lee of a rock and waited until it had blown itself out. Then I climbed a tree to look for Picts, and from it I saw your carrack at Ankerstrom, and your men coming in to shore. I was making my way toward your camp on the beach when I met Galacus. I shoved a sword through him because there was an old feud between us. I wouldn't have known he had a map if he hadn't tried to eat it before he died. I recognized it for what it was, of course, and was considering what use I could make of it when the rest of you dogs came up and found the body. I was lying in a thicket not a dozen yards from you, while you were arguing with your men over the matter. I judged the time wasn't ripe for me to show myself then." He laughed at the rage and chagrin displayed in Strom's face. "Well, while I lay there listening to your talk, I got a drift of the situation, and learned from the things you let fall that Zorono and Valenso were a few miles south on the beach. So, when I heard you say that Zorono must have done the killing and taken the map, and that you meant to go and parley with him, seeking an opportunity to murder him and get it back—" "Dog!" snarled Zorono. Strom was livid, but he laughed mirthlessly. "Do you think I'd play fairly with a treacherous dog like you? Go on, Conan." The Cimmerian grinned. It was evident that he was deliberately fanning the fires of hate between the two men. "Nothing much, then. I came straight through the woods while you tacked along the coast, and raised the fort before you did. Your guess that the storm had destroyed Zorono's ship was a good one. But then, you knew the configuration of this bay. Well, there's the story. I have the treasure. Strom has a ship. Valenso has supplies. By crom, Zorono, I don't see where you fit into the scheme. But to avoid strife, I'll include you. My proposal is simple enough. We'll split the treasure 4 ways. Strom and I will sail away with our shares aboard the Red Hand. You and Valenso take yours and remain lords of the wilderness, or build a ship out of tree trunks, as you wish." Valenso blenched, and Zorono swore, while Strom grinned quietly. "Are you fool enough to go aboard the Red Hand alone with Strom?" snarled Zorono. "He'll cut your throat before you're out of sight of land." Conan laughed with genuine enjoyment. "This is like the problem of the sheep, the wolf, and the cabbage," he admitted. "How to get them across the river without their devouring each other." "And that appeals to your Cimmerian sense of humor," complained Zorono. "I will not stay here," cried Valenso, a wild gleam in his dark eyes. "Treasure or no treasure, I must go." Conan gave him a slit-eyed glance of speculation. "Well then," said he, "how about this plan? We divide the loot as I suggested. Then Strom sails away with Zorono, Valenso, and such members of the Count's household as he may select, leaving me in command of the fort and the rest of Valenso's men, and all of Zorono's. I'll build my own ship." Zorono looked slightly sick. "I have the choice of remaining here in exile, or abandoning my crew and going alone on the Red Hand to have my throat cut." Conan's laughter rang gustily through the hall, and he smote Zorono jovially on the back, ignoring the black murder in the buccaneer's glare. "That's it, Zorono," quoth he. "Stay here while Strom and I sail away. or sail away with Strom, leaving your men with me?" "I'd rather have Zorono," said Strom frankly. "You'd turn my own men against me, Conan, and cut my throat before I raised the Baraccans." Sweat dripped from Zorono's livid face. "Neither I, the Count, nor his niece will ever reach the land alive if we ship with that devil," said he. "You are both in my power in this hall. My men surround it. What's to prevent me cutting you both down?" "Not a thing," Conan admitted cheerfully, "except the fact that if you do, Strom's men will sail away and leave you stranded on this coast, where the Picts will presently cut all your throats, and the fact that with me dead you'd never find the treasure, and the fact that I'll split your skull down to your chin if you try to summon your men." Conan laughed as he spoke, as if at some whimsical situation, but even Balessa sensed that he meant what he said. His naked cutlass lay across his knees, and Zorono's sword was under the table, out of the buccaneer's reach. Galbro was not a fighting man, and Valenso seemed incapable of decision or action. "Aye," said Strom with an oath, "you'd find the two of us no easy prey. I'm agreeable to Conan's proposal. What do you say, Valenso?"
"I must leave this coast," whispered Valenso, staring blankly. "I must hasten. I must go. Go far. Quickly."
Strom frowned, puzzled at the Count's strange manner, and turned to Zorono, grinning wickedly. "And you, Zorono?"
"What can I say?" snarled Zorono. "Let me take my 3 officers and 40 men aboard the Red Hand, and the bargain's made."
"The officers and 30 men."
"Very well."
"Done!" There was no shaking of hands or ceremonial drinking of wine to seal the pact. The 2 captains glared at each other like hungry wolves. The Count plucked his mustache with a trembling hand, wrapped in his own somber thoughts. Conan stretched like a great cat, drank wine, and grinned on the assemblage, but it was the sinister grin of a stalking tiger. Balessa sensed the murderous purposes that reigned there, the treacherous intent that dominated each man's mind. Not one had any intention of keeping his part of the pact, Valenso possibly excluded. Each of the freebooters intended to possess both the ship and the entire treasure. Neither would be satisfied with less. But how? What was going on in each crafty mind? Balessa felt oppressed and stifled by the atmosphere of hatred and treachery. The Cimmerian, for all his ferocious frankness, was no less subtle than the others, and even fiercer. His domination of the situation was not physical alone, though his gigantic shoulders and massive limbs seemed too big even for the great hall. There was an iron vitality about the man that overshadowed even the hard vigor of the other freebooters.
"Lead us to the treasure," Zorono demanded.
"Wait a bit," answered Conan. "We must keep our power evenly balanced, so one can't take advantage of the others. We'll work it this way. Strom's men will come ashore, all but half a dozen or so, and camp on the beach. Zorono's men will come out of the fort and likewise camp on the strand, within easy sight of them. Then each crew can keep a check on the other, to see that nobody slips after us who go after the treasure, to ambush either of us. Those left aboard the Red Hand will take her out into the bay out of reach of either party. Valenso's men will stay in the fort, but will leave the gate open. Will you come with us, Count?"
"Go into that forest?"
Valenso shuddered and drew his cloak about his shoulders.
"Not for all the gold of Tranicos."
"All right. It'll take about 30 men to carry the loot. We'll take 15 from each crew and start as soon as possible." Balessa, keenly alert to every angle of the drama being played out beneath her, saw Zorono and Strom shoot furtive glances at one another, then lower their gaze quickly as they lifted their glasses to hide the murky intent in their eyes. Belessa saw the fatal weakness in Conan's plan, and wondered how he could have overlooked it. Perhaps he was too arrogantly confident in his personal prowess. But she knew that he would never come out of that forest alive. Once the treasure was in their grasp, the others would form a rogues' alliance long enough to rid themselves of the man both hated. She shuddered, staring morbidly at the man she knew was doomed. Strange to see that powerful fighting man sitting there, laughing and swilling wine, in full prime and power, and to know that he was already doomed to a bloody death. The whole situation was pregnant with dark and bloody portents. Zorono would trick and kill Strom if he could, and she knew that Strom had already marked Zorono for death, and doubtless also her uncle and herself. If Zorono won the final battle of cruel wits, their lives were safe. But looking at the buccaneer as he sat there chewing his mustache, with all the stark evil of his nature showing naked in his dark face, she could not decide which was more abhorrent, death or Zorono. "How far is it?" demanded Strom. "If we start within the hour, we can be back before midnight," answered Conan. He emptied his glass, rose, adjusted his girdle, and glanced at the Count. "Valenso," he said, "are you mad to kill a Pict in his hunting paint?" Valenso started.
"What do you mean?"
"Do you mean to say you don't know that your men killed a Pict hunter in the woods last night?" The Count shook his head.
"None of my men was in the woods last night."
"Well, somebody was," grunted the Cimmerian, fumbling in a pocket. "I saw his head nailed to a tree near the edge of the forest. He wasn't painted for war. I didn't find any boot tracks, from which I judged that it had been nailed up there before the storm. But there were plenty of other signs. Moccasin tracks on the wet ground. Picts have been there and seen that head. They were men of some other clan, or they'd have taken it down. If they happen to be at peace with the clan the dead man belonged to, they'll make tracks to his village to tell his tribe."
"Perhaps they killed him,"
suggested Valenso. "No, they didn't. But they know who did, for the same reason that I know. This chain was knotted about the stump of the severed neck. You must have been utterly mad to identify your handiwork like that." He drew forth something and tossed it on the table before the Count, who lurched up, choking, as his hand flew to his throat. It was the gold seal chain he habitually wore about his neck. "I recognize the Corzetta seal," said Conan. "The presence of that chain would tell any Pict it was the work of a foreigner." Valenso did not reply. He sat staring at the chain as if at a venomous serpent. Conan scowled at him and glanced questioningly at the others. Zorono made a quick gesture to indicate the Count was not quite right in the head. Conan sheathed his cutlass and donned his lacquered hat. "All right, let's go." The captains gulped down their wine and rose, hitching at their sword belts. Zorono laid a hand on Valenso's arm and shook him slightly. The Count started and stared about him, then followed the others out, like a man in a daze, the chain dangling from his fingers. But not all left the hall. Belessa and Tina, forgotten on the stair, peeping between the balusters, saw Galbro fall behind the others, loitering until the heavy door closed after them. Then he hurried to the fireplace and raked carefully at the smoldering coals. He sank to his knees and peered closely at something for a long space. Then he straightened, and with a furtive air, stole out of the hall by another door.
"What did Galbro find in the fire?"
whispered Tina. Belessa shook her head, then, obeying the promptings of her curiosity, rose and went down to the empty hall. An instant later she was kneeling where the seneschal had knelt, and she saw what he had seen. It was the charred remnant of the map Conan had thrown into the fire. It was ready to crumble at a touch, but faint lines and bits of writing were still discernible upon it. She could not read the writing, but she could trace the outlines of what seemed to be the picture of a hill or crag, surrounded by marks evidently representing dense trees. She could make nothing of it, but from Galbro's actions, she believed he recognized it as portraying some scene or topographical feature familiar to him. She knew the seneschal had penetrated inland further than any other man of the settlement. 5. The Plunder of the Dead. Bellessa came down the stair and paused at the sight of Count Valenzo seated at the table, turning the broken chain about in his hands. She looked at him without love, and with more than a little fear. The change that had come over him was appalling. He seemed to be locked up in a grim world all his own, with a fear that flogged all human characteristics out of him. The fortress stood strangely quiet in the noonday heat that had followed the storm of the dawn. Voices of people within the stockade sounded subdued, muffled. The same drowsy stillness reigned on the beach outside, where the rival crews lay in armed suspicion, separated by a few 100 yards of bare sand. Far out in the bay, the Red Hand lay at anchor with a handful of men aboard her, ready to snatch her out of reach at the slightest indication of treachery. The Carrack was Strom's trump card, his best guarantee against the trickery of his associates. Conan had plotted shrewdly to eliminate the chances of an ambush in the forest by either party. But as far as Bellessa could see, he had failed utterly to safeguard himself against the treachery of his companions. He had disappeared into the woods, leading the 2 captains and their 30 men, and the Zingaran girl was positive that she would never see him alive again. Presently she spoke, and her voice was strained and harsh to her own ear.
"The barbarian has led the captains into the forest. When they have the gold in their hands, they'll kill him. But when they return with the treasure, what then? Are we to go aboard the ship? Can we trust Strom?"
Valenzo shook his head absently.
"Strom would murder us all for our shares of the loot. But Zorono whispered his intentions to me secretly. We will not go aboard the Red Hand, save as her masters. Zorono will see that night overtakes the treasure party, so they are forced to camp in the forest. He will find a way to kill Strom and his men in their sleep. Then the buccaneers will come on stealthily to the beach. Just before dawn I will send some of my fishermen secretly from the fort to swim out to the ship and seize her. Strom never thought of that. Neither did Conan. Zorono and his men will come out of the forest, and with the buccaneers encamped on the beach, fall upon the pirates in the dark, while I lead my men-at-arms from the fort to complete the rout. Without their captain they will be demoralized and outnumbered, fall easy prey to Zorono and me. Then we will sail in Strom's ship with all the treasure." "And what of me?"
she asked with dry lips.
"I have promised you to Zorono," he answered harshly. "But for my promise, he would not take us off." "I will never marry him," she said helplessly. "You will," he responded gloomily, and without the slightest touch of sympathy. He lifted the chain so it caught the gleam of the sun, slanting through a window. "I must have dropped it on the sand," he muttered. "He has been that near. On the beach." "You did not drop it on the strand," said Bellessa, in a voice as devoid of mercy as his own. Her soul seemed turned to stone. "You tore it from your throat, by accident, last night in this hall, when you flogged Tina. I saw it gleaming on the floor before I left the hall." He looked up, his face gray with a terrible fear. She laughed bitterly, sensing the mute question in his dilated eyes. "Yes, the black man. He was here, in this hall. He must have found the chain on the floor. The guardsmen did not see him. but he was at your door last night. I saw him, padding along the upper hallway."
For an instant she thought he would drop dead of sheer terror. He sank back in his chair, the chain slipping from his nerveless fingers and clinking on the table.
"In the manor," he whispered. "I thought bolts and bars and armed guards could keep him out, fool that I was. I can no more guard against him than I can escape him. At my door! At my door!"
The thought overwhelmed him with horror.
"Why did he not enter?"
he shrieked, tearing at the lace upon his collar as though it strangled him.
"Why did he not end it? I have dreamed of waking in my darkened chamber to see him squatting above me, and the blue hell fire playing about his horned head. Why?"
The paroxysm passed, leaving him faint and trembling.
"I understand," he panted. "He is playing with me, as a cat with a mouse. To have slain me last night in my chamber were too easy, too merciful. So he destroyed the ship in which I might have escaped him, and he slew that wretched Pict and left my chain upon him, so that the savages might believe I had slain him. They have seen that chain upon my neck many a time. But why? What subtle deviltry has he in mind? What devious purpose no human mind can grasp or understand? Who is this black man?"
asked Bellessa, chill fear crawling along her spine.
"A demon, loosed by my greed and lust to plague me throughout eternity," he whispered.
He spread his long, thin fingers on the table before him, and stared at her with hollow, weirdly luminous eyes that seemed to see her not at all, but to look through her and far beyond to some dim doom.
"In my youth I had an enemy at court," he said, as if speaking more to himself than to her. "A powerful man who stood between me and my ambition. In my lust for wealth and power I sought aid from the people of the black arts. A black magician who, at my desire, raised up a fiend from the outer gulfs of existence and clothed it in the form of a man. It crushed and slew my enemy. I grew great and wealthy, and none could stand before me. But I thought to cheat my fiend of the price a mortal must pay, who calls the black folk to do his bidding. By his grim arts the magician tricked the soulless waif of darkness, and bound him in hell where he howled in vain, I supposed for eternity. But because the sorcerer had given the fiend the form of a man, he could never break the link that bound it to the material world, never completely close the cosmic corridors by which it had gained access to this planet. A year ago in Cordava, word came to me that the magician, now an ancient man, had been slain in his castle, with marks of demon fingers on his throat. Then I knew that the Black One had escaped from the hell where the magician had bound him, and he would seek vengeance upon me. One night I saw his demon face leering at me from the shadows in my castle hall. It was not his material body, but his spirit sent to plague me. His spirit which could not follow me over the windy waters. Before he could reach Cordava in the flesh, I sailed to put broad seas between me and him. He has his limitations. To follow me across the seas, he must remain in his man-like body of flesh. But that flesh is not human flesh. He can be slain, I think, by fire, though the magician, having raised him up, was powerless to slay him. Such are the limits set upon the powers of sorcerers. But the Black One is too crafty to be trapped or slain. When he hides himself, no man can find him. He steals like a shadow through the night, making naught of bolts and bars. He blinds the eyes of guardsmen with sleep. He can raise storms and command the serpents of the deep and the fiends of the night.
I hoped to drown my trail in the blue rolling wastes, but he has tracked me down to claim his grim forfeit." The weird eyes lit palely as he gazed beyond the tapestried walls to far, invisible horizons.
"I'll trick him yet," he whispered. "Let him delay to strike this night. Dawn will find me with a ship under my heels, and again I will cast an ocean between me and his vengeance."
"Hell's fire!" Conan stopped short, glaring upward. Behind him, the seamen halted. 2 compact clumps of them, bows in their hands, and suspicion in their attitude. They were following an old path made by Pictish hunters which led due east, and though they had progressed only some 30 yards, the beach was no longer visible. "What is it?" demanded Strom suspiciously. "What are you stopping for?" "Are you blind? Look there." From the thick limb of a tree that overhung the trail, a head grinned down at them. A dark, painted face, framed in thick black hair, in which a toucan feather drooped over the left ear. "I took that head down and hid it in the bushes," growled Conan, scanning the woods about them narrowly. "What fool could have stuck it back up there? It looks as if somebody was trying his damnedest to bring the Picts down on the settlement." Men glanced at each other darkly, a new element of suspicion added to the already seething cauldron. Conan climbed the tree, secured the head, and carried it into the bushes, where he tossed it into a stream and saw it sink. "The Picts whose tracks are about this tree weren't toucans," he growled, returning through the thicket. "I've sailed these coasts enough to know something about the sea-land tribes. If I read the prints of their moccasins right, they were cormorants. I hope they're having a war with the toucans. If they're at peace, they'll head straight for the toucan village, and there'll be hell to pay. I don't know how far away that village is, but as soon as they learn of this murder, they'll come through the forest like starving wolves. That's the worst insult possible to a Pict. Kill a man not in war paint, and stick his head up in a tree for the vultures to eat. Damn peculiar things going on along this coast. But that's always the way when civilized men come into the wilderness. They're all crazy as hell. Come on." Men loosened blades in their scabbards and shafts in their quivers as they strode deeper into the forest. Men of the sea, accustomed to the rolling expanses of gray water, they were ill at ease with the green, mysterious walls of trees and vines hemming them in. The path wound and twisted until most of them quickly lost their sense of direction, and did not even know in which direction the beach lay. Conan was uneasy for another reason. He kept scanning the trail and finally grunted, "Somebody's passed along here recently, not more than an hour ahead of us. Somebody in boots with no woodscraft. Was he the fool who found that Pict's head and stuck it back up in that tree? No, it couldn't have been him. I didn't find his tracks under the tree, but who was it? I didn't find any tracks there except those of the Picts I'd seen already. And who's this fellow hurrying ahead of us? Did either of you bastards send a man ahead of us for any reason?" Both Strom and Zorono loudly disclaimed any such act, glaring at each other with mutual disbelief. Neither man could see the signs Conan pointed out. The faint prints which he saw on the grassless, hard-beaten trail were invisible to their untrained eyes. Conan quickened his pace, and they hurried after him. Fresh coals of suspicion added to the smoldering fire of distrust. Presently, the path veered northward, and Conan left it, and began threading his way through the dense trees in a southeasterly direction. Strom stole an uneasy glance at Zorono. This might force a change in their plans. Within a few hundred feet from the trail, both were hopelessly lost, and convinced of their inability to find their way back to the path. They were shaken by the fear that, after all, the Cimmerian had a force at his command and was leading them into an ambush. This suspicion grew as they advanced, and it almost reached panic proportions when they emerged from the thick woods and saw just ahead of them a gaunt crag that jutted up from the forest floor. A dim path leading out of the woods from the east ran among a cluster of boulders and wound up the crag on a ladder of stony shelves to a flat ledge near the summit. Conan halted, a bizarre figure in his piratical finery. "That trail is the one I followed, running from the Eagle Picts," he said. "It leads up to a cave behind that ledge. In that cave are the bodies of Tranikos and his captains, and the treasure he plundered from Tothmekri. But a word before we go up after it. If you kill me here, you'll never find your way back to the trail we followed from the beach. I know you seafaring men. You're helpless in the deep woods. Of course, the beach lies due west, but if you have to make your way through the tangled woods burdened with the plunder, it'll take you not hours, but days. And I don't think these woods will be very safe for white men when the toucans learn about their hunter." He laughed at the ghastly, mirthless smiles with which they greeted his recognition of their intentions regarding him. And he also comprehended the thought that sprang in the mind of each. Let the barbarians secure the loot for them and lead them back to the beach trail before they killed him. "All of you stay here except Strom and Zorono," said Conan. "We three are enough to pack the treasure down from the cave." Strom grinned mirthlessly. "Go up there alone with you and Zorono? Do you take me for a fool? One man at least comes with me." And he designated his boatswain, a brawny, hard-faced giant, naked to his broad leather belt, with gold hoops in his ears and a crimson scarf knotted about his head. "And my executioner comes with me," growled Zorono. He beckoned to a lean sea-thief with a face like a parchment-covered skull, who carried a two-handed scimitar naked over his bony shoulder. Conan shrugged his shoulders. "Very well. Follow me." They were close on his heels as he strode up the winding path and mounted the ledge. They crowded him close as he passed through the cleft in the wall behind it, and their breath sucked greedily between their teeth as he called their attention to the iron-bound chests on either side of the short, tunnel-like cavern. "A rich cargo there," he said carelessly. "Silks, laces, garments, ornaments, weapons, the loot of the southern seas. But the real treasure lies beyond that door." The massive door stood partly open. Conan frowned. He remembered closing that door before he left the cavern. But he said nothing of the matter to his eager companions as he drew aside to let them look through. They looked into a wide cavern, lit by a strange blue glow that glimmered through a smoky, mist-like haze. A great ebon table stood in the midst of the cavern, and in a carved chair with a high back and broad arms, that might once have stood in a castle of some Zingaran baron, sat a giant figure, fabulous and fantastic. There sat bloody Tranikos, his great head sunk on his bosom, one brawny hand still gripping a jeweled goblet in which wine still sparkled. Tranikos, in his lacquered hat, his gilt-embroidered coat with jeweled buttons that winked in the blue flame, his flaring boots and gold-worked baldric that upheld a jewel-hilted sword in a golden sheath. And ranging the board, each with his chin resting on his lace-bedecked breast, sat the 11 captains. The blue fire played weirdly on them and on their giant admiral, as it flowed from the enormous jewel on the tiny ivory pedestal, striking glints of frozen fire from the heaps of fantastically cut gems which shone before the place of Tranikos. The plunder of Kemi, the jewels of Tothmekri, the stones whose value was greater than the value of all the rest of the known jewels in the world put together. The faces of Zorono and Strom showed pallid in the blue glow. Over their shoulders, their men gaped stupidly. "Go in and take them," invited Conan, drawing aside, and Zorono and Strom crowded avidly past him, jostling one another in their haste. Their followers were treading on their heels. Zorono kicked the door wide open and halted with one foot on the threshold at the sight of a figure on the floor, previously hidden from view by the partly closed door. It was a man, prone and contorted, head drawn back between his shoulders, white face twisted in a grin of mortal agony, gripping his own throat with clawed fingers.
"Galbro!"
ejaculated Zorono.
"Dead! What?"
With sudden suspicion, he thrust his head over the threshold into the bluish mist that filled the inner cavern, and he screamed, chokingly,
"There is death in the smoke!"
Even as he screamed, Conan hurled his weight against the 4 men bunched in the doorway, sending them staggering, but not headlong into the mist-filled cavern as he had planned. They were recoiling at the sight of the dead man and the realization of the trap, and his violent push, while it threw them off their feet, yet failed of the result he desired. Strom and Zorono sprawled half over the threshold on their knees, the boatswain tumbling over their legs, and the executioner caromed against the wall. Before Conan could follow up his ruthless intention of kicking the fallen men into the cavern and holding the door against them until the poisonous mist did its deadly work, he had to turn and defend himself against the frothing onslaught of the executioner, who was the first to regain his balance and his wits. The buccaneer missed a tremendous swipe with his headsman's sword as the Cimmerian ducked, and the great blade banged against the stone wall, spattering blue sparks. The next instant, his skull-faced head rolled on the cavern floor under the bite of Conan's cutlass. In the split seconds this swift action consumed, the boatswain regained his feet, and he fell on the Cimmerian, raining blows with a cutlass that would have overwhelmed a lesser man. Cutlass met cutlass with a ring of steel that was deafening in the narrow cavern. The 2 captains rolled back across the threshold, gagging and gasping, purple in the face and too near strangled to shout, and Conan redoubled his efforts in an endeavor to dispose of his antagonist and cut down his rivals before they could recover from the effects of the poison. The boatswain dripped blood at each step as he was driven back before the ferocious onslaught, and he began desperately to bellow for his companions. But before Conan could deal the finishing stroke, the 2 chiefs, gasping but murderous, came at him with swords in their hands, croaking for their men. The Cimmerian bounded back and leaped out onto the ledge. He felt himself a match for all 3 men, though each was a famed swordsman, but he did not wish to be trapped by the crews which would come charging up the path at the sound of the battle. These were not coming with as much celerity as he expected, however. They were bewildered at the sounds and muffled shouts issuing from the cavern above them, but no man dared start up the path, for fear of a sword in the back. Each band faced the other tensely, grasping their weapons, but incapable of decision. And when they saw the Cimmerian bound out on the ledge, they still hesitated. While they stood with their arrows nocked, he ran up the ladder of handholds niched in the rock near the cleft, and threw himself prone on the summit of the crag, out of their sight. The captains stormed out on the ledge, raving and brandishing their swords, and their men, seeing their leaders were not at sword strokes, ceased menacing each other and gaped bewilderedly.
"Dog!" screamed Zorono. "You plan to poison us! Traitor!"
Conan mocked them from above. "Well, what did you expect? You 2 were planning to cut my throat as soon as I got the plunder for you. If it hadn't been for that fool Galbro, I'd have trapped the 4 of you, and explained to your men how you rushed in heedless to your doom."
"And with us both dead, you'd have taken my ship and all the loot, too," frothed Strom.
"Aye, and the pick of each crew. I've been wanting to get back on the main for months, and this was a good opportunity. It was Galbro's footprints I saw on the trail. I wonder how the fool learned of this cave, or how he expected to lug away the loot by himself. But for the sight of his body, we'd have walked into that death trap," muttered Zorono, his swarthy face still ashy. "That blue smoke was like unseen fingers crushing my throat." "Well, what are you going to do?" their unseen tormentor yelled sardonically. "What are we to do?" Zorono asked of Strom. "The treasure cavern is filled with that poisonous mist.
though for some reason it does not flow across the threshold."
"You can't get the treasure," Conan assured them with satisfaction from his eyrie. "That smoke will strangle you. It nearly got me when I stepped in there. Listen, and I'll tell you a tale the Picts tell in their huts when the fires burn low. Once, long ago, 12 strange men came out of the sea and found a cave and heaped it with gold and jewels. But a Pictish shaman made magic and the earth shook, and smoke came out of the earth and strangled them where they sat at wine. The smoke, which was the smoke of hell's fire, was confined within the cavern by the magic of the wizard. The tale was told from tribe to tribe, and all the clans shun the accursed spot. When I crawled in there to escape the Eagle Picts, I realized that the old legend was true, and referred to old Tranikos and his men. An earthquake cracked the rock floor of the cavern while he and his captains sat at wine, and let the mist out of the depths of the earth. Doubtless out of hell, as the Picts say. Death guards old Tranikos' treasure. "Bring up the men," frothed Strom. "We'll climb up and hew him down." "Don't be a fool," snarled Zorono. "Do you think any man on earth could climb those handholds in the teeth of his sword? We'll have the men up here, right enough, to feather him with shafts if he dares show himself. But we'll get those gems yet. He had some plan of obtaining the loot, or he wouldn't have brought 30 men to bear it back. If he could get it, so can we. We'll bend a cutlass blade to make a hook, tie it to a rope, and cast it about the leg of that table, then drag it to the door." "Well thought, Zorono," came down Conan's mocking voice. "Exactly what I had in mind. But how will you find your way back to the beach path? It'll be dark long before you reach the beach, if you have to feel your way through the woods, and I'll follow you and kill you one by one in the dark."
"It's no empty boast," muttered Strom. "He can move and strike in the dark as subtly and silently as a ghost. If he hunts us back through the forest, few of us will live to see the beach." "Then we'll kill him here," gritted Zorono. "Some of us will shoot at him while the rest climb the crag. If he is not struck by arrows, some of us will reach him with our swords." "Listen! Why does he laugh?"
"To hear dead men making plots," came Conan's grimly amused voice.
"Heed him not," scowled Zorono,
and lifting his voice, shouted for the men below to join him and Strom on the ledge. The sailors started up the slanting trail, and one started to shout a question. Simultaneously there sounded a hum like that of an angry bee, ending in a sharp thud. The buccaneer gasped, and blood gushed from his open mouth. He sank to his knees, clutching the black shaft that quivered in his breast. A yell of alarm went up from his companions.
"What's the matter?"
shouted Strom.
"Picts!"
bawled a pirate, lifting his bow and loosing blindly. At his side, a man moaned and went down with an arrow through his throat.
"Take cover, you fools!"
shrieked Zorono. From his vantage point, he glimpsed painted figures moving in the bushes. One of the men on the winding path fell back, dying. The rest scrambled hastily down among the rocks about the foot of the crag. They took cover clumsily, not used to this kind of fighting. Arrows flickered from the bushes, splintering on the boulders. The men on the ledge lay prone at full length.
"We're trapped!"
Strom's face was pale. Bold enough with a deck under his feet, this silent, savage warfare shook his ruthless nerves.
"Conan said they feared this crag," said Zorono. "When night falls, the men must climb up here. We'll hold the crag. The Picts won't rush us."
"Aye," mocked Conan above them. "They won't climb the crag to get at you, that's true. They'll merely surround it and keep you here until you all die of thirst and starvation."
"He speaks truth," said Zorono helplessly. "What shall we do?"
"Make a truce with him," muttered Strom. "If any man can get us out of this jam, he can. Time enough to cut his throat later." Lifting his voice, he called, "Conan, let's forget our feud for the time being. You're in this fix as much as we are. Come down and help us out of it." "How do you figure that?" retorted the Cimmerian. "I have but to wait until dark, climb down the other side of this crag, and melt into the forest. I can crawl through the line the Picts have thrown around this hill, and return to the fort to report you all slain by the savages. Which will shortly be truth." Zorono and Strom stared at each other in pallid silence. "But I'm not going to do that," Conan roared. "Not because I have any love for you dogs, but because a white man doesn't leave white men, even his enemies, to be butchered by Picts." The Cimmerian's tousled black head appeared over the crest of the crag. "Now listen closely. That's only a small band down there. I saw them sneaking through the brush when I laughed, a while ago. Anyway, if there had been many of them, every man at the foot of the crag would be dead already. I think that's a band of fleet-footed young men sent ahead of the main war party to cut us off from the beach. I'm certain a big war band is heading in our direction from somewhere. They've thrown a cordon around the west side of the crag, but I don't think there are any on the east side. I'm going down on that side and get in the forest and work around behind them. Meanwhile, you crawl down the path and join your men among the rocks. Tell them to sling their bows and draw their swords. When you hear me yell, rush for the trees on the west side of the clearing." "What of the treasure?" "To hell with the treasure. We'll be lucky if we get out of here with our heads on our shoulders." The black-maned head vanished. They listened for sounds to indicate that Conan had crawled to the almost sheer eastern wall and was working his way down, but they heard nothing. Nor was there any sound in the forest. No more arrows broke against the rocks where the sailors were hidden, but all knew that fierce black eyes were watching with murderous patience. Gingerly, Strom, Zorono, and the boatswain started down the winding path. They were halfway down when the black shafts began to whisper around them. The boatswain groaned and toppled limply down the slope, shot through the heart. Arrows shivered on the helmets and breastplates of the chiefs as they tumbled in frantic haste down the steep trail. They reached the foot in a scrambling rush and lay panting among the boulders, swearing breathlessly. "Is this more of Conan's trickery?" wondered Zorono profanely. "We can trust him in this matter," asserted Strom. "These barbarians live by their own particular code of honor, and Conan would never desert men of his own complexion to be slaughtered by people of another race. He'll help us against the Picts, even though he plans to murder us himself. Hark!" A blood-freezing yell knifed the silence. It came from the woods to the west, and simultaneously an object arched out of the trees, struck the ground, and rolled bouncingly toward the rocks. A severed human head, the hideously painted face frozen in a snarl of death. "Conan's signal!" roared Strom, and the desperate freebooters rose like a wave from the rocks and rushed headlong toward the woods. Arrows whirred out of the bushes, but their flight was hurried and erratic. Only 3 men fell. Then the wild men of the sea plunged through the fringe of foliage and fell on the naked, painted figures that rose out of the gloom before them. There was a murderous instant of panting, ferocious effort, hand to hand, cutlasses beating down war axes, booted feet trampling naked bodies, and then bare feet were rattling through the bushes in headlong flight as the survivors of that brief carnage quit the fray, leaving 7 still, painted figures stretched on the blood-stained leaves that littered the earth. Further back in the thickets sounded a thrashing and heaving, and then it ceased, and Conan strode into view, his lacquered hat gone, his coat torn, his cutlass dripping in his hand. "What now?" panted Zorono. He knew the charge had succeeded only because Conan's unexpected attack on the rear of the Picts had demoralized the painted men and prevented them from falling back before the rush. But he exploded into curses as Conan passed his cutlass through a buccaneer who writhed on the ground with a shattered hip. "We can't carry him with us," grunted Conan. "It wouldn't be any kindness to leave him to be taken alive by the Picts. Come on." They crowded close at his heels as he trotted through the trees. Alone, they would have sweated and blundered among the thickets for hours before they found the beach trail, if they had ever found it. The Cimmerian led them as unerringly as if he had been following a blazed path, and the rovers shouted with hysterical relief as they burst suddenly upon the trail that ran westward. "Fool!" Conan clapped a hand on the shoulder of a pirate who started to break into a run, and hurled him back among his companions. "You'll burst your heart and fall within 1,000 yards. We're miles from the beach. Take an easy gait. We may have to sprint the last mile. Save some of your wind for it. Come on now." He set off down the trail at a steady jog trot. The seamen followed him, suiting their pace to his. The sun was touching the waves of the Western Ocean. Tina stood at the window from which Bellessa had watched the storm.
"The setting sun turns the ocean to blood," she said. "The carrack's sail is a white fleck on the crimson waters. The woods are already darkened with clustering shadows." "What of the seamen on the beach?" asked Bellessa languidly. She reclined on a couch, her eyes closed, her hands clasped behind her head. "Both camps are preparing their supper," said Tina. "They gather driftwood and build fires. I can hear them shouting to one another. What is that?"
The sudden tenseness in the girl's tone brought Bellessa upright on the couch. Tina grasped the windowsill, her face white.
"Listen! A howling far off, like many wolves."
"Wolves?"
Bellessa sprang up, fear clutching her heart.
"Wolves do not hunt in packs at this time of the year."
"Oh, look!" shrilled the girl, pointing. "Men are running out of the forest."
In an instant, Bellessa was beside her, staring wide-eyed at the figures, small in the distance, streaming out of the woods.
"The sailors!" she gasped. "Empty-handed. I see Zorono, Strom." "Where is Conan?" whispered the girl.
Bellessa shook her head.
"Listen!"
"Oh, listen!"
whimpered the child, clinging to her.
"The Picts!"
All in the fort could hear it now. A vast ululation of mad exultation and bloodlust from the depths of the dark forest. That sound spurred on the panting men, reeling toward the palisade.
"Hasten!"
gasped Strom, his face a drawn mask of exhausted effort.
"They are almost at our heels. My ship!" "She is too far out for us to reach," panted Zorono. "Make for the stockade. See, the men camped on the beach have seen us."
He waved his arms in breathless pantomime, but the men on the strand understood, and they recognized the significance of that wild howling, rising to a triumphant crescendo. The sailors abandoned their fires and cooking pots and fled for the stockade gate. They were pouring through it as the fugitives from the forest rounded the south angle and reeled into the gate, a heaving, frantic mob, half dead from exhaustion. The gate was slammed with frenzied haste, and sailors began to climb the firing ledge to join the men-at-arms already there. Bellessa confronted Zorono.
"Where is Conan?"
The buccaneer jerked a thumb toward the blackening woods. His chest heaved, sweat poured down his face.
"Their scouts were at our heels before we gained the beach. He paused to slay a few and give us time to get away."
He staggered away to take his place on the firing ledge, whither Strom had already mounted. Valenzo stood there, a somber, cloak-wrapped figure, strangely silent and aloof. He was like a man bewitched.
"Look!"
yelped a pirate, above the deafening howling of the yet unseen horde. A man emerged from the forest and raced fleetly across the open belt.
"Conan!"
Zorono grinned wolfishly.
"We're safe in the stockade. We know where the treasure is. No reason why we shouldn't feather him with arrows now."
"Nay!" Strom caught his arm. "We'll need his sword. Look!" Behind the fleet-footed Cimmerian, a wild horde burst from the forest, howling as they ran. Naked Picts, hundreds and hundreds of them. Their arrows rained about the Cimmerian. A few strides more, and Conan reached the eastern wall of the stockade, bounded high, seized the points of the logs, and heaved himself up and over, his cutlass in his teeth. Arrows thudded venomously into the logs where his body had just been. His resplendent coat was gone, his white silk shirt torn and blood-stained. "Stop them!" he roared as his feet hit the ground inside. "If they get on the wall, we're done for!" Pirates, buccaneers, and men-at-arms responded instantly, and a storm of arrows and quarrels tore into the oncoming horde. Conan saw Balessa, with Tina clinging to her hand, and his language was picturesque. "Get into the manor," he commanded in conclusion. "Their shafts will arch over the wall." "What did I tell you?" As a black shaft cut into the earth at Balessa's feet and quivered like a serpent head, Conan caught up a longbow and leaped to the firing ledge. "Some of you fellows prepare torches," he roared above the rising clamor of battle. "We can't fight them in the dark." The sun had sunk in a welter of blood. Out in the bay, the men aboard the carrack had cut the anchor chain, and the red hand was rapidly receding on the crimson horizon. 7. Men of the Woods. Night had fallen, but torches streamed across the strand, casting the mad scene into lurid revealment. Naked men in paint swarmed the beach. Like waves they came against the palisade, bared teeth and blazing eyes gleaming in the glare of the torches thrust over the wall. Toucan feathers waved in black manes, and the feathers of the cormorant and the sea-falcon. A few warriors, the wildest and most barbaric of them all, wore shark's teeth woven in their tangled locks. The sea-land tribes had gathered from up and down the coast in all directions to rid their country of the white-skinned invaders. They surged against the palisade, driving a storm of arrows before them, fighting into the teeth of the shafts and bolts that tore into their masses from the stockade. Sometimes they came so close to the wall they were hewing at the gate with their war-axes and thrusting their spears through the loopholes. But each time the tide ebbed back without flowing over the palisade, leaving its drift of dead. At this kind of fighting, the freebooters of the sea were at their stoutest. Their arrows and bolts tore holes in the charging horde. Their cutlasses hewed the wild men from the palisades they strove to scale. Yet again and again the men of the woods returned to the onslaught with all the stubborn ferocity that had been roused in their fierce hearts. "They are like mad dogs," gasped Sorono, hacking downward at the dark hands that grasped at the palisade points, the dark faces that snarled up at him. "If we can hold the fort until dawn, they'll lose heart," grunted Conan, splitting a feathered skull with professional precision. "They won't maintain a long siege. Look, they're falling back." The charge rolled back, and the men on the wall shook the sweat out of their eyes, counted their dead, and took a fresh grasp on the blood-slippery hilts of their swords. Like blood-hungry wolves, grudgingly driven from a cornered prey, the Picts skulked back beyond the ring of torches. Only the bodies of the slain lay before the palisade. "Have they gone?" Strom shook back his wet, tawny locks. The cutlass in his fist was notched and red. His brawny bare arm was splashed with blood. "They're still out there." Conan nodded toward the outer darkness which ringed the circle of torches, made more intense by their light. He glimpsed movements in the shadows, glitter of eyes, and the dull sheen of steel. "They've drawn off a bit, though," he said. "Put sentries on the wall and let the rest drink and eat. It's past midnight. We've been fighting for hours without much interval." The chiefs clambered down from the ledges, calling their men from the walls. A sentry was posted in the middle of each wall, east, west, north, and south, and a clump of men-at-arms were left at the gate. The Picts, to reach the wall, would have to charge across a wide, torch-lit space, and the defenders could resume their places long before the attackers could reach the palisade. "Where's Valenso?" demanded Conan, gnawing a huge beef bone as he stood beside the fire the men had built in the center of the compound. Pirates, buccaneers, and henchmen mingled with each other, wolfing the meat and ale the women brought them, and allowing their wounds to be bandaged. "He disappeared an hour ago," grunted Strom. "He was fighting on the wall beside me when suddenly he stopped short and glared out into the darkness, as if he saw a ghost. "Look," he croaked. "The Black Devil! I see him! Out there in the night!" Well, I could swear I saw a figure moving among the shadows that was too tall for a Pict. But it was just a glimpse, and it was gone. But Valenso jumped down from the firing ledge and staggered into the manor like a man with a mortal wound. I haven't seen him since." "He probably saw a forest devil," said Conan tranquilly. "The Picts say this coast is lousy with them. What I'm more afraid of is fire arrows. The Picts are likely to start shooting them any time. What's that? It sounded like a cry for help." When the lull came in the fighting, Balessa and Tina had crept to their window, from which they had been driven by the danger of flying arrows. Silently, they watched the men gather about the fire.
"There are not enough men on the stockade," said Tina.
In spite of her nausea at the sight of the corpses sprawled about the palisade, Balessa was forced to laugh.
"Do you think you know more about wars and sieges than the freebooters?" she chided gently. "There should be more men on the walls," insisted the child, shivering. "Suppose the black man came back."
Balessa shuddered at the thought.
"I am afraid," murmured Tina. "I hope Strom and Zerono are killed."
"And not Conan?" asked Balessa curiously.
"Conan would not harm us," said the child confidently. "He lives up to his barbaric code of honor, but they are men who have lost all honor."
"You are wise beyond your years, Tina," said Balessa, with the vague uneasiness the precocity of the girl frequently roused in her.
"Look!" Tina stiffened. "The sentry has gone from the south wall. I saw him on the ledge a moment ago. Now he has vanished."
From their window, the palisade points of the south wall were just visible over the slanting roofs of a row of huts which paralleled that wall almost its entire length. A sort of open-topped corridor, 3 or 4 yards wide, was formed by the stockade and the back of the huts, which were built in a solid row. These huts were occupied by the serfs.
"Where could the sentry have gone?"
whispered Tina uneasily. Balessa was watching one end of the hut row, which was not far from a side door of the manor. She could have sworn she saw a shadowy figure glide from behind the huts and disappear at the door. Was that the vanished sentry? Why had he left the wall, and why should he steal so subtly into the manor? She did not believe it was the sentry she had seen, and a nameless fear congealed her blood. "Where is the Count, Tina?" she asked.
"In the great hall, my lady. He sits alone at the table, wrapped in his cloak and drinking wine, with a face gray as death."
"Go and tell him what we have seen. I will keep watch from this window, lest the Picts steal to the unguarded wall." Tina scampered away. Balessa heard her slippered feet pattering along the corridor, receding down the stair. Then, abruptly, terribly, there rang out a scream of such poignant fear that Balessa's heart almost stopped with the shock of it. She was out of the chamber and flying down the corridor before she was aware that her limbs were in motion. She ran down the stair, and halted as if turned to stone. She did not scream as Tina had screamed. She was incapable of sound or motion. She saw Tina, was aware of the reality of small hands grasping her frantically. But these were the only sane realities in a scene of black nightmare and lunacy and death. dominated by the monstrous anthropomorphic shadow which spread awful arms against a lurid hellfire glare. Out in the stockade, Strom shook his head at Conan's question. "I heard nothing."
"I did."
Conan's wild instincts were roused. He was tensed, his eyes blazing. "It came from the south wall, behind those huts." Drawing his cutlass, he strode toward the palisade. From the compound, the wall on the south and the sentry posted there were not visible, being hidden behind the huts. Strom followed, impressed by the Cimmerian's manner. At the mouth of the open space between the huts and the wall, Conan halted, warily. The space was dimly lighted by torches flaring at either corner of the stockade, and about midway of that natural corridor, a crumpled shape sprawled on the ground.
"Brachus!"
swore Strom, running forward and dropping on one knee beside the figure.
"By Mitra, his throat's been cut from ear to ear!"
Conan swept the space with a quick glance, finding it empty save for himself, Strom, and the dead man. He peered through a loophole. No living man moved within the ring of torchlight outside the fort.
Who could have done this? He wondered.
"Zerono!" Strom sprang up, spitting fury like a wildcat, his hair bristling, his face convulsed. "He has set his thieves to stabbing my men on the back. He plans to wipe me out by treachery. Devils! I am leagued within and without." "Wait!" Conan reached a restraining hand. "I don't believe Zerono." But the maddened pirate jerked away and rushed around the end of the hut row, breathing blasphemies. Conan ran after him, swearing. Strom made straight toward the fire by which Zerono's tall, lean form was visible, as the buccaneer chief quaffed a jack of ale. His amazement was supreme when the jack was dashed violently from his hand, spattering his breastplate with foam, and he was jerked around to confront the passion-distorted face of the pirate captain. "You murdering dog!" roared Strom. "Will you slay my men behind my back while they fight for your filthy hide as well as for mine?" Conan was hurrying toward them, and on all sides men ceased eating and drinking to stare in amazement. "What do you mean?" sputtered Zerono. "You've set your men to stabbing mine at their posts!" screamed the maddened Barracan. "You lie!" Smoldering hate burst into sudden flame. With an incoherent howl, Strom heaved up his cutlass and cut at the buccaneer's head. Zerono caught the blow on his armored left arm, and sparks flew as he staggered back, ripping out his own sword. In an instant, the captains were fighting like madmen, their blades flaming and flashing in the firelight. Their crews reacted instantly and blindly. A deep roar went up as pirates and buccaneers drew their swords and fell upon each other. The men left on the walls abandoned their posts and leaped down into the stockade, blades in hand. In an instant, the compound was a battleground, where knotting, writhing groups of men smote and slew in a blind frenzy. Some of the men-at-arms and serfs were drawn into the melee, and the soldiers at the gate turned and stared down in amazement, forgetting the enemy which lurked outside. It had all happened so quickly, smoldering passions exploding into sudden battle, that men were fighting all over the compound before Conan could reach the maddened chiefs. Ignoring their swords, he tore them apart with such violence that they staggered backward, and Zerono tripped and fell headlong. "You cursed fools! Will you throw away all our lives?" Strom was frothing mad, and Zerono was bawling for assistance. A buccaneer ran at Conan from behind and cut at his head. The Cimmerian half-turned and caught his arm, checking the stroke in mid-air. "Look, you fools!" he roared, pointing with his sword. Something in his tone caught the attention of the battle-crazed mob. Men froze in their places with lifted swords, Zerono on one knee, and twisted their heads to stare. Conan was pointing at a soldier on the firing ledge. The man was reeling, arms clawing the air, choking as he tried to shout. Suddenly he pitched headlong to the ground, and all saw the black arrows standing up between his shoulders. A cry of alarm rose from the compound. On the heels of the shout came a clamor of blood-freezing screams, the shattering impact of axes on the gate. Flaming arrows arched over the wall and stuck in logs, and thin wisps of blue smoke curled upward. Then, from behind the huts that ranged the south wall, came swift and furtive figures racing across the compound.
"The Picts are in!" roared Conan.
Bedlam followed his shout. The freebooters ceased their feud. Some turned to meet the savages, some to spring to the wall. Savages were pouring from behind the huts, and they streamed over the compound. Their axes clashed against the cutlasses of the sailors. Zorona was struggling to his feet when a painted savage rushed upon him from behind and brained him with a war-axe. Conan, with a clump of sailors behind him, was battling with the Picts inside the stockade, and Strom, with most of his men, was climbing up on the firing ledges, slashing at the dark figures already swarming over the wall. The Picts, who had crept up unobserved and surrounded the fort while the defenders were fighting among themselves, were attacking from all sides. Valenzo's soldiers were clustered at the gate, trying to hold it against a howling swarm of exultant demons. More and more savages streamed from behind the huts, having scaled the undefended south wall. Strom and his pirates were beaten back from the other sides of the palisade, and in an instant the compound was swarming with naked warriors. They dragged down the defenders like wolves. The battle revolved into swirling whirlpools of painted figures surging about small groups of desperate white men. Picts, sailors, and henchmen littered the earth, stamped underfoot by the heedless feet. Blood-smeared braves dived howling into huts, and the shrieks that rose from the interiors where women and children died beneath the red axes rose above the din of the battle. The men-at-arms abandoned the gate when they heard those pitiful cries, and in an instant the Picts had burst it and were pouring into the palisade at that point also. Huts began to go up in flames.
"Make for the manor!"
roared Conan, and a dozen men surged in behind him as he hewed an inexorable way through the snarling pack. Strom was at his side, wielding his red cutlass like a flail.
"We can't hold the manor," grunted the pirate.
"Why not?" Conan was too busy with his crimson work to spare a glance.
"Because...
A knife in a dark hand sank deep in the Barachan's back.
"Devil eat you, bastard!"
Strom turned staggeringly and split the savage's head to his teeth. The pirate reeled and fell to his knees, blood starting from his lips.
"The manor's burning,"
he croaked, and slumped over in the dust. Conan cast a swift look about him. The men who had followed him were all down in their blood. The Pict gasping out his life under the Cimmerian's feet was the last of the group which had barred his way. All about him, battle was swirling and surging, but for the moment he stood alone. He was not far from the south wall. A few strides and he could leap to the ledge, swing over and be gone through the night. But he remembered the helpless girls in the manor, from which now smoke was rolling in billowing masses. He ran toward the manor. A feathered chief wheeled from the door, lifting a war-axe, and behind the racing Cimmerian, lines of fleet-footed braves were converging upon him. He did not check his stride. His downward sweeping cutlass met and deflected the axe and split the skull of the wielder. An instant later, Conan was through the door and had slammed and bolted it against the axes that splintered into the wood. The great hall was full of drifting wisps of smoke through which he groped half-blinded. Somewhere a woman was whimpering, little, catchy, hysterical sobs of nerve-shattering horror. He emerged from a whirl of smoke and stopped dead in his tracks, glaring down the hall. The hall was dim and shadowy with drifting smoke. The silver candelabrum was overturned, the candles extinguished. The only illumination was a lurid glow from the great fireplace and the wall in which it was set, where the flames licked from burning floor to smoking roof beams. And limned against that lurid glare, Conan saw a human form swinging slowly at the end of a rope. The dead face turned toward him as the body swung, and it was distorted beyond recognition. But Conan knew it was Count Valenzo, hanged to his own roof beam. But there was something else in the hall. Conan saw it through the drifting smoke. A monstrous black figure outlined against the hellfire glare. That outline was vaguely human, but the shadow thrown on the burning wall was not human at all. "Crom!" muttered Conan, aghast, paralyzed by the realization that he was confronted with a being against which his sword was helpless. He saw Bellessa and Tina, clutched in each other's arms, crouching at the bottom of the stair. The black monster reared up, looming gigantic against the flame, great arms spread wide. A dim face leered through the drifting smoke. Semi-human, demoniac, altogether terrible. Conan glimpsed the close-set horns, the gaping mouth, the peaked ears. It was lumbering toward him through the smoke, and an old memory woke with desperation. Near the Cimmerian stood a massive silver bench, ornately carven, once part of the splendor of Corzetta Castle. Conan grasped it, heaved it high above his head. "Silver and fire!" he roared, in a voice like a clap of wind, and hurled the bench with all the power of his iron muscles. Full on the great black beast it crashed, 100 pounds of silver winged with terrific velocity. Not even the Black One could stand before such a missile. He was carried off his feet, hurtled backward headlong into the open fireplace, which was a roaring mouth of flame. A horrible scream shook the hall, the cry of an unearthly thing gripped suddenly by earthly death. The mantel cracked, and stones fell from the great chimney, half hiding the black, writhing limbs at which the flames were eating in elemental fury. Burning beams crashed down from the roof and thundered on the stones, and the whole heap was enveloped by a roaring burst of fire. Flames were racing down the stair when Conan reached it. He caught up the fainting child under one arm and dragged Bellessa to her feet. Through the crackle and snap of the fire sounded the splintering of the door under the war axes. He glared about, sighted a door opposite the stair landing, and hurried through it, carrying Tina and half-dragging Bellessa, who seemed dazed. As they came into the chamber beyond, a reverberation behind them announced that the roof was falling in the hall. Through a strangling wall of smoke, Conan saw an open outer door on the other side of the chamber. As he lugged his charges through it, he saw it sagged on broken hinges. Lock and bolt snapped and splintered as if by some terrific force.
"The black man came in by this door," Bellessa sobbed hysterically. "I saw him, but I did not know."
They emerged into the firelit compound, a few feet from the hut row that lined the south wall. A Pict was skulking toward the door, eyes red in the firelight, axe lifted. Turning the girl on his arm away from the blow, Conan drove his cutlass through the savage's breast, and then, sweeping Bellessa off her feet, ran toward the south wall, carrying both girls. The compound was full of billowing smoke clouds that hid half the red work going on there. But the fugitives had been seen. Naked figures, black against the dull glare, pranced out of the smoke, brandishing gleaming axes. They were still yards behind him when Conan ducked into the space between the huts and the wall. At the other end of the corridor, he saw other howling shapes, running to cut him off. Halting short, he tossed Bellessa bodily to the firing ledge and leaped after her. Swinging her over the palisade, he dropped her into the sand outside and dropped Tina after her. A thrown axe crashed into a log by his shoulder, and then he too was over the wall, and gathering up his dazed and helpless charges. When the Picts reached the wall, the space before the palisade was empty of all except the dead. 8. A pirate returns to the sea. Dawn was tinging the dim waters with an old rose hue. Far out across the tinted waters, a fleck of white grew out of the mist, a sail that seemed to hang suspended in the pearly sky. On a bushy headland, Conan the Cimmerian held a ragged cloak over a fire of green wood. As he manipulated the cloak, puffs of smoke rose upward, quivered against the dawn, and vanished. Belessa crouched near him, one arm about Tina.
"Do you think they'll see it and understand?"
"They'll see it right enough," he assured her. "They've been hanging off and on this coast all night, hoping to sight some survivors. They're scared stiff. There's only half a dozen of them, and not one can navigate well enough to sail from here to the Barachan Isles. They'll understand my signals. It's the pirate code. I'm telling them that the captains are dead, and all the sailors, and for them to come inshore and take us aboard. They know I can navigate, and they'll be glad to ship under me. They'll have to. I'm the only captain left."
"But suppose the Picts see the smoke?"
She shuddered, glancing back over the misty sands and bushes to where, miles to the north, a column of smoke stood up in the still air. "They're not likely to see it. After I hid you in the woods, I crept back and saw them dragging barrels of wine and ale out of the storehouses. Already most of them were reeling. They'll all be lying around too drunk to move by this time. If I had 100 men, I could wipe out the whole horde. Look, there goes a rocket from the Red Hand. That means they're coming to take us off." Conan stamped out the fire, handed the cloak back to Belessa, and stretched like a lazy cat. Belessa watched him in wonder. His unperturbed manner was not assumed. The night of fire and blood and slaughter, and the flight through the black woods afterward, had left his nerves untouched. He was as calm as if he had spent the night in feast and revel. Belessa did not fear him. She felt safer than she had felt since she landed on that wild coast. He was not like the freebooters, civilized men who had repudiated all standards of honor and lived without any. Conan, on the other hand, lived according to the code of his people, which was barbaric and bloody, but at least upheld its own peculiar standards of honor.
"Do you think he is dead?"
she asked, with seeming irrelevancy. He did not ask her to whom she referred. "I believe so. Silver and fire are both deadly to evil spirits, and he got a bellyful of both." Neither spoke of that subject again. Belessa's mind shrank from the task of conjuring up the scene when a black figure skulked into the great hall, and a long-delayed vengeance was horribly consummated. "What will you do when you get back to Zingara?" Conan asked. She shook her head helplessly.
"I do not know. I have neither money nor friends. I am not trained to earn my living. Perhaps it would have been better had one of those arrows struck my heart." "Do not say that, my lady," begged Tina. "I will work for us both."
Conan drew a small leather bag from inside his girdle. "I didn't get Tothmekri's jewels," he rumbled. "But here are some baubles I found in the chest where I got the clothes I'm wearing." He spilled a handful of flaming rubies into his palm. "They're worth a fortune themselves." He dumped them back into the bag and handed it to her.
"But I can't take these,"
she began. "Of course you'll take them. I might as well leave you for the Picts to scalp as to take you back to Zingara to starve," he said. "I know what it is to be penniless in a Hyborian land. Now, in my country, sometimes there are famines, but people are hungry only when there's no food in the land at all. But in civilized countries, I've seen people sick of gluttony while others were starving. Aye, I've seen men fall and die of hunger against the walls of shops and storehouses crammed with food. Sometimes I was hungry too, but then I took what I wanted at sword's point. But you can't do that. So you take these rubies. You can sell them and buy a castle, and slaves and fine clothes. And with them, it won't be hard to get a husband, because civilized men all desire wives with these possessions.
But what of you?
Conan grinned and indicated the red hand drawing swiftly inshore. A ship and a crew are all I want. As soon as I set foot on that deck, I'll have a ship, and as soon as I can raise the Baraccans, I'll have a crew. The lads of the Red Brotherhood are eager to ship with me, because I always lead them to rare loot. And as soon as I've set you and the girl ashore on the Zangaran coast, I'll show the dogs some looting. Nay, no thanks. What are a handful of gems to me, when all the loot of the southern seas will be mine for the grasping? The Man-Eaters of Zambula. 1. A drum begins.
Peril hides in the house of Aram Baksh.
The speaker's voice quivered with earnestness, and his lean, black-nailed fingers clawed at Conan's mightily muscled arm as he croaked his warning. He was a wiry, sunburnt man with a straggling black beard, and his ragged garments proclaimed him a nomad. He looked smaller and meaner than ever in contrast to the giant Cimmerian with his black brows, broad breast, and powerful limbs. They stood in a corner of the sword-maker's bazaar, and on either side of them flowed past the many-tongued, many-colored stream of the Zambula streets, which is exotic, hybrid, flamboyant, and clamorous. Conan pulled his eyes back from following a bold-eyed, red-lipped Ganara, whose short slit skirt bared her brown thigh at each insolent step, and frowned down at his importunate companion. "What do you mean by peril?" he demanded. The desert man glanced furtively over his shoulder before replying, and lowered his voice.
Who can say? But desert men and travelers have slept in the house of Aram Baksh, and never been seen or heard of again. What became of them? He swore they rose and went their way, and it is true that no citizen of the city has ever disappeared from his house. But no one saw the travelers again, and men say that goods and equipment recognized as theirs have been seen in the bazaars. If Aram did not sell them, after doing away with their owners, how came them there?
"I have no goods," growled the Cimmerian, touching the shagreen-bound hilt of the broadsword that hung at his hip. "I have even sold my horse."
But it is not always rich strangers who vanish by night from the house of Aram Baksh, chattered the Zwagir. Nay, poor desert men have slept there, because his score is less than that of the other taverns, and have been seen no more. Once a chief of the Zwagirs, whose son had thus vanished, complained to the satrap, Jungir Khan, who ordered the house searched by soldiers.
"And they found a cellar full of corpses?" asked Conan in good-humored derision.
"Nay, they found not, and drove the chief from the city with threats and curses. But—" he drew closer to Conan and shivered. "Something else was found. At the edge of the desert, beyond the houses, there is a clump of palm trees, and within that grove there is a pit, and within that pit have been found human bones, charred and blackened, not once, but many times."
"Which proves what?" grunted the Cimmerian.
"Aram Baksh is a demon! Nay, in this accursed city which Stygians built, and which Hyrcanians rule, where white, brown, and black folk mingle together to produce hybrids of all unholy hues and breeds, who can tell who is a man, And who a demon in disguise? Aram Baksh is a demon in the form of a man. At night he assumes his true guise and carries his guests off into the desert, where his fellow demons from the waste meet in conclave.
"Why does he always carry off strangers?" asked Conan skeptically.
The people of the city would not suffer him to slay their people, but they care not for the strangers who fall into his hands. Conan, you are of the West, and know not the secrets of this ancient land. But since the beginning of happenings, the demons of the desert have worshipped Yog, the lord of the empty abodes, with fire, fire that devours human victims. Be warned, thou hast dwelt for many moons in the tents of the Zwagirs, and thou art our brother. Go not to the house of Aram Baksh."
"Get out of sight," Conan said suddenly. "Yonder comes a squad of the city watch. If they see you, they may remember a horse that was stolen from the satrap's stable." The Zwagir gasped and moved convulsively. He ducked between a booth and a stone horse trough, pausing only long enough to chatter.
"Be warned, my brother. There are demons in the house of Aram Baksh."
Then he darted down a narrow alley and was gone. Conan shifted his broad sword belt to his liking and calmly returned the searching stares directed at him by the squad of watchmen as they swung past. They eyed him curiously and suspiciously, for he was a man who stood out even in such a motley throng as crowded the winding streets of Zamboula. His blue eyes and alien features distinguished him from the eastern swarms, and the straight sword at his hip added point to the racial difference. The watchmen did not accost him, but swung on down the street while the crowd opened a lane for them. They were Pelishtim, squat, hook-nosed, with blue-black beards sweeping their mailed breasts. Mercenaries hired for work the ruling Turanians considered beneath themselves, and no less hated by the mongrel population for that reason. Conan glanced at the sun, just beginning to dip behind the flat-topped houses on the western side of the bazaar, and hitching once more at his belt, moved off in the direction of Aram Baksh's tavern. With a hillman's stride he moved through the ever-shifting colors of the streets, where the ragged tunics of whining beggars brushed against the ermine-trimmed khalats of lordly merchants, and the pearl-sewn satin of rich courtesans. Giant black slaves slouched along, jostling blue-bearded wanderers from the Shemetish cities, ragged nomads from the surrounding deserts, traders and adventurers from all the lands of the East. The native population was no less heterogeneous. Here, centuries ago, the armies of Stygia had come, carving an empire out of the eastern desert. Zamboula was but a small trading town then, lying amidst a ring of oases, and inhabited by descendants of nomads. The Stygians built it into a city and settled it with their own people, and with Shemite and Cushite slaves. The ceaseless caravans, threading the desert from east to west and back again, brought riches and more mingling of races. Then came the conquering Turanians, riding out of the east to thrust back the boundaries of Stygia. And now for a generation Zamboula had been Turan's westernmost outpost, ruled by a Turanian satrap. The babble of a myriad tongues smote on the Cimmerian's ears as the restless pattern of the Zamboula streets weaved about him, cleft now and then by a squad of clattering horsemen, the tall, supple warriors of Turan, with dark hawk faces, clinking metal and curved swords. The throng scampered from under their horses' hoofs, for they were the lords of Zamboula. But tall, somber Stygians, standing back in the shadows, glowered darkly, remembering their ancient glories. The hybrid population cared little whether the king who controlled their destinies dwelt in dark Keme or gleaming Agrapur. Jungir Khan ruled Zamboula, and men whispered that Nefertari, the satrap's mistress, ruled Jungir Khan. But the people went their way, flaunting their myriad colors in the streets, bargaining, disputing, gambling, swilling, loving, as the people of Zamboula have done for all the centuries its towers and minarets have lifted over the sands of the Karamun. Bronze lanterns, carven with leering dragons, had been lighted in the streets before Conan reached the house of Aram Baksh. The tavern was the last occupied house on the street, which ran west. A wide garden, enclosed by a wall where date palms grew thick, separated it from the houses farther east. To the west of the inn stood another grove of palms, through which the street, now become a road, wound out into the desert. Across the road from the tavern stood a row of deserted huts, shaded by straggling palm trees and occupied only by bats and jackals. As Conan came down the road, he wondered why the beggars, so plentiful in Zamboula, had not appropriated these empty houses for sleeping quarters. The lights ceased some distance behind him. Here were no lanterns, except the one hanging before the tavern gate. Only the stars, the soft dust of the road underfoot, and the rustle of the palm leaves in the desert breeze. Aram's gate did not open upon the road, but upon the alley which ran between the tavern and the garden of the date palms. Conan jerked lustily at the rope which depended from the bell beside the lantern, augmenting its clamor by hammering on the iron-bound teak-wood gate with the hilt of his sword. A wicket opened in the gate, and a black face peered through. "Open, blast you!" requested Conan. "I'm a guest. I've paid Aram for a room, and a room I'll have, by Crom." The black craned his neck to stare into the starlit road behind Conan, but he opened the gate without comment and closed it again behind the Cimmerian, locking it and bolting it. The wall was unusually high, but there were many thieves in Zamboula, and a house on the edge of the desert might have to be defended against a nocturnal nomad raid. Conan strode through a garden where great pale blossoms nodded in the starlight, and entered the tap-room, where a Stygian with the shaven head of a student sat at a table brooding over nameless mysteries, and some nondescripts wrangled over a game of dice in a corner. Aram Baksh came forward, walking softly, a portly man, with a black beard that swept his breast, a jutting hook nose, and small black eyes which were never still. "You wish food?" he asked. "Drink?" "I ate a joint of beef and a loaf of bread in the souk," grunted Conan. "Bring me a tankard of Ghazan wine. I've got just enough left to pay for it." He tossed a copper coin on the wine-splashed board. "You did not win at the gaming tables?" "How could I, with only a handful of silver to begin with? I paid you for the room this morning because I knew I'd probably lose. I wanted to be sure I had a roof over my head tonight. I notice nobody sleeps in the streets in Zamboula. The very beggars hunt a niche they can barricade before dark. The city must be full of a particularly bloodthirsty brand of thieves." He gulped the cheap wine with relish, and then followed Aram out of the tap-room. Behind him the players halted their game to stare after him, with a cryptic speculation in their eyes. They said nothing, but the Stygian laughed, a ghastly laugh of inhuman cynicism and mockery. The others lowered their eyes uneasily, avoiding each other's glance. The arts studied by a Stygian scholar are not calculated to make him share the feelings of a normal human being. Conan followed Aram down a corridor lighted by copper lamps, and it did not please him to note his host's noiseless tread. Aram's feet were clad in soft slippers, and the hallway was carpeted with thick Turanian rugs. But there was an unpleasant suggestion of innate stealthiness about the Zamboulan. At the end of the winding corridor, Aram halted at a door, across which a heavy iron bar rested in powerful metal brackets. This Aram lifted, and showed the Cimmerian into a well-appointed chamber. the windows of which, Conan instantly noted, were small and strongly set with twisted bars of iron, tastefully gilded. There were rugs on the floor, a couch after the Eastern fashion, and ornately carven stools. It was a much more elaborate chamber than Conan could have procured for the price nearer the center of the city, a fact that had first attracted him when, that morning, he discovered how slim a purse his roisterings for the past few days had left him. He had ridden into Zamboula from the desert a week before. Aram had lighted a bronze lamp, and he now called Conan's attention to the two doors. Both were provided with heavy bolts.
"You may sleep safely tonight, Cimmerian,"
said Aram, blinking over his bushy beard from the inner doorway. Conan grunted and tossed his naked broadsword on the couch. "Your bolts and bars are strong, but I always sleep with steel by my side." Aram made no reply. He stood fingering his thick beard for a moment as he stared at the grim weapon. Then silently he withdrew, closing the door behind him. Conan shot the bolt into place, crossed the room, opened the opposite door, and looked out. The room was on the side of the house that faced the road running west from the city. The door opened into a small court that was enclosed by a wall of its own. The end walls, which shut it off from the rest of the tavern compound, were high and without entrances, but the wall that flanked the road was low, and there was no lock on the gate. Conan stood for a moment in the door, the glow of the bronze lamp behind him, looking down the road to where it vanished among the dense palms. Their leaves rustled together in the faint breeze. Beyond them lay the naked desert. Far up the street in the other direction, lights gleamed and the noises of the city came faintly to him. Here was only starlight, the whispering of the palm leaves, and beyond that low wall the dust of the road and the deserted huts thrusting their flat roofs against the low stars. Somewhere beyond the palm groves, a drum began. The garbled warnings of the Zwagir returned to him, seeming somehow less fantastic than they had seemed on the crowded, sunlit streets. He wondered again at the riddle of those empty huts. Why did the beggars shun them? He turned back into the chamber, shut the door, and bolted it. The light began to flicker, and he investigated, swearing when he found the palm oil on the lamp was almost exhausted. He started to shout for Aram, then shrugged his shoulders and blew out the light. In the soft darkness, he stretched himself fully clad on the couch, his sinewy hand by instinct searching for and closing on the hilt of his broadsword. Glancing idly at the stars framed in the barred windows, with the murmur of the breeze through the palms in his ears, he sank into slumber with a vague consciousness of the muttering drum out on the desert. The low rumble and mutter of a leather-covered drum, beaten with soft, rhythmic strokes of an open black hand. 2. The Night Skulkers. It was the stealthy opening of a door which awakened the Cimmerian. He did not awake as civilized men do, drowsy and drugged and stupid. He awoke instantly, with a clear mind, recognizing the sound that had interrupted his sleep. Lying there tensely in the dark, he saw the outer door slowly open. In a widening crack of starlit sky, he saw framed a great black bulk, broad stooping shoulders and a misshapen head blocked out against the stars. Conan felt the skin crawl between his shoulders. He had bolted that door securely. How could it be opening now, save by supernatural agency? And how could a human being possess a head like that, outlined against the stars? All the tales he had heard in the Zwagir tents of devils and goblins came back to bead his flesh with clammy sweat. Now the monster slid noiselessly into the room with a crouching posture and a shambling gait, and a familiar scent assailed the Cimmerian's nostrils. but did not reassure him, since Zwagir legendary represented demons as smelling like that. Noiselessly, Conan coiled his long legs under him. His naked sword was in his right hand, and when he struck it was as suddenly and murderously as a tiger lunging out of the dark. Not even a demon could have avoided that catapulting charge. His sword met and clove through flesh and bone, and something went heavily to the floor with a strangling cry. Conan crouched in the dark above it, sword dripping in his hand. Devil or beast or man, the thing was dead there on the floor. He sensed death as any wild thing senses it. He glared through the half-open door into the starlit court beyond. The gate stood open, but the court was empty. Conan shut the door but did not bolt it. Groping in the darkness, he found the lamp and lighted it. There was enough oil in it to burn for a minute or so. An instant later, he was bending over the figure that sprawled on the floor in a pool of blood. It was a gigantic black man, naked but for a loincloth. One hand still grasped a knotty-headed bludgeon. The fellow's kinky wool was built up into horn-like spindles with twigs and dried mud. This barbaric coiffure had given the head its misshapen appearance in the starlight. Provided with a clue to the riddle, Conan pushed back the thick red lips and grunted as he stared down at teeth filed to points. He understood now the mystery of the strangers who had disappeared from the house of Aram Baksh, the riddle of the black drum thrumming out there beyond the palm groves, and of that pit of charred bones, that pit where strange meat might be roasted under the stars, while black beasts squatted about to glut a hideous hunger. The man on the floor was a cannibal slave from Darfar. There were many of his kind in the city. Cannibalism was not tolerated openly in Zamboula, but Conan knew now why people locked themselves in so securely at night, and why even beggars shunned the open alleys and doorless ruins. He grunted in disgust as he visualized brutish black shadows skulking up and down the nighted streets, seeking human prey, and such men as Aram Baksh to open the doors to them. The innkeeper was not a demon. He was worse. The slaves from Darfar were notorious thieves. There was no doubt that some of their pilfered loot found its way into the hands of Aram Baksh, and in return, he sold them human flesh. Conan blew out the light, stepped to the door and opened it, and ran his hand over the ornaments on the outer side. One of them was movable and worked the bolt inside. The room was a trap to catch human prey like rabbits. But this time, instead of a rabbit, it had caught a saber-toothed tiger. Conan returned to the other door, lifted the bolt, and pressed against it. It was immovable, and he remembered the bolt on the other side. Aram was taking no chances either with his victims or the men with whom he dealt. Buckling on his sword belt, the Cimmerian strode out into the court, closing the door behind him. He had no intention of delaying the settlement of his reckoning with Aram Baksh. He wondered how many poor devils had been bludgeoned in their sleep and dragged out of that room and down the road that ran through the shadowed palm groves to the roasting pit. He halted in the court. The drum was still muttering, and he caught the reflection of a leaping red glare through the groves. Cannibalism was more than a perverted appetite with the black men of Darfar. It was an integral element of their ghastly cult. The black vultures were already in conclave, but whatever flesh filled their bellies that night, it would not be his. To reach Aram Baksh, he must climb one of the walls which separated the small enclosure from the main compound. They were high, meant to keep out the man-eaters. But Conan was no swamp-bred black man. His thews had been steeled in boyhood on the sheer cliffs of his native hills. He was standing at the foot of the nearer wall, when a cry re-echoed under the trees. In an instant, Conan was crouching at the gate, glaring down the road. The sound had come from the shadows of the huts across the road. He heard a frantic choking and gurgling, such as might result from a desperate attempt to shriek, with a black hand fastened over the victim's mouth. A close-knit clump of figures emerged from the shadows beyond the huts and started down the road. 3 huge black men carrying a slender, struggling figure between them. Conan caught the glimmer of pale limbs writhing in the starlight, even as, with a convulsive wrench, the captive slipped from the grasp of the brutal fingers and came flying up the road, a supple young woman, naked as the day she was born. Conan saw her plainly before she ran out of the road and into the shadows between the huts. The blacks were at her heels, and back in the shadows the figures merged, and an intolerable scream of anguish and horror rang out. Stirred to red rage by the ghoulishness of the episode, Conan raced across the road. Neither victim nor abductors were aware of his presence until the soft swish of the dust about his feet brought them about, and then he was almost upon them, coming with the gusty fury of a hill wind. 2 of the blacks turned to meet him, lifting their bludgeons, but they failed to properly estimate the speed at which he was coming. One of them was down, disemboweled before he could strike, and wheeling cat-like, Conan evaded the stroke of the other's cudgel, and lashed in a whistling countercut. The black's head flew into the air. The headless body took 3 staggering steps, spurting blood and clawing horribly at the air with groping hands, and then slumped to the dust. The remaining cannibal gave back with a strangled yell, hurling his captive from him. She tripped and rolled in the dust, and the black fled in blind panic toward the direction of the city. Conan was at his heels. Fear winged the black feet, but before they reached the easternmost hut, he sensed death at his back, and bellowed like an oxen in the slaughter yards.
"Black dog of hell!"
Conan drove his sword between the dusky shoulders with such vengeful fury that the broad blade stood out half its length from the black breast. With a choking cry, the black stumbled headlong, and Conan braced his feet and dragged out his sword as his victim fell. Only the breeze disturbed the leaves. Conan shook his head as a lion shakes its mane, and growled his unsatiated bloodlust. But no more shapes slunk from the shadows, and before the huts the starlit road stretched empty. He whirled at the quick patter of feet behind him, but it was only the girl, rushing to throw herself on him and clasp his neck in a desperate grasp, frantic from terror of the abominable fate she had just escaped. "Easy, girl," he grunted. "You're all right. How did they catch you?" She sobbed something unintelligible. He forgot all about Aram Baksh as he scrutinized her by the light of the stars. She was white, though a very definite brunette, obviously one of Zambula's many mixed breeds. She was tall, with a slender, supple form, as he was in a good position to observe. Admiration burned in his fierce eyes as he looked down on her splendid bosom and her lithe limbs, which still quivered from fright and exertion. He passed an arm about her flexible waist and said reassuringly, "Stop shaking, wench. You're safe enough." His touch seemed to restore her shaken sanity. She tossed back her thick, glossy locks and cast a fearful glance over her shoulder, while she pressed closer to the Cimmerian, as if seeking security in the contact.
"They caught me in the streets," she muttered, shuddering, "lying in wait, beneath a dark arch. Black men, like great hulking apes. Set have mercy on me, I shall dream of it."
"What were you doing out on the streets this time of night?" he inquired, fascinated by the satiny feel of her sleek skin under his questing fingers. She raked back her hair and stared blankly up into his face. She did not seem aware of his caresses.
"My lover,"
she said.
"my lover drove me into the streets. He went mad and tried to kill me. As I fled from him, I was seized by those beasts."
"Beauty like yours might drive a man mad," quoth Conan, running his fingers experimentally through her glossy tresses. She shook her head, like one emerging from a daze. She no longer trembled, and her voice was steady.
"It was the spite of a priest, of Tutrasmek, the high priest of Hanuman, who desires me for himself, the dog."
"No need to curse him for that," grinned Conan. "The old hyena has better taste than I thought." She ignored the bluff compliment. She was regaining her poise swiftly.
"My lover is a young Turanian soldier. To spite me, Tutrasmek gave him a drug that drove him mad. Tonight he snatched up a sword and came at me to slay me in his madness, but I fled from him into the streets. The Negroes seized me and brought me to this. What was that?"
Conan had already moved. Soundlessly as a shadow he drew her behind the nearest hut, beneath the straggling palms. They stood in tense stillness, while the low mutterings both had heard grew louder, until voices were distinguishable. A group of Negroes, some 9 or 10, were coming along the road from the direction of the city. The girl clutched Conan's arm, and he felt the terrified quivering of her supple body against his. Now they could understand the gutturals of the black men.
"Our brothers are already assembled at the pit," said one. "We have had no luck. I hope they have enough for us."
"Aram promised us a man," muttered another, and Conan mentally promised Aram something.
"Aram keeps his word," grunted yet another. "Many a man we have taken from his tavern, but we pay him well. I myself have given him 10 bales of silk I stole from my master. It was good silk by set."
The blacks shuffled past, bare splay feet scuffing up the dust, and their voices dwindled down the road. "Well for us those corpses are lying behind these huts," muttered Conan. "If they look in Aram's death room, they'll find another. Let's be gone."
"Yes, let us hasten," begged the girl, almost hysterical again. "My lover is wandering somewhere in the streets alone. The Negroes may take him."
"A devil of a custom this is," growled Conan, as he led the way toward the city, paralleling the road, but keeping behind the huts and straggling trees. "Why don't the citizens clean out these black dogs?"
"They are valuable slaves," murmured the girl. "There are so many of them they might revolt if they were denied the flesh for which they lust. The people of Zamboula know they skulk the streets at night, and all are careful to remain within locked doors, except when something unforeseen happens, as it did to me. The blacks prey on anything they catch, but they seldom catch anybody but strangers. The people of Zamboula are not concerned with the strangers that pass through the city. Such men as Aram Baksh sell these strangers to the blacks. He would not dare attempt such a thing with a citizen."
Conan spat in disgust, and a moment later led his companion out into the road, which was becoming a street, with still unlighted houses on each side. Slinking in the shadows was not congenial to his nature. "Where do you want to go?" he asked. The girl did not seem to object to his arm about her waist.
"To my house, to rouse my servants," she answered, "to bid them search for my lover. I do not wish the city, the priests, anyone to know of his madness. He is a young officer with a promising future. Perhaps we can drive this madness from him if we can find him."
"If we find him," rumbled Conan. "What makes you think I want to spend the night scouring the streets for a lunatic?" She cast a quick glance to his face, and properly interpreted the gleam in his blue eyes. Any woman could have known that he would follow her wherever she led, for a while at least. But being a woman, she concealed her knowledge of that fact.
"Please,"
she began, with a hint of tears in her voice.
"I have no one else to ask for help. You have been kind."
"All right," he grunted. "All right. What's the young reprobate's name?"
"Why, Alaftahal. I am Zabibi, a dancing girl. I have danced often before the satrap Jungir Khan and his mistress Nefertari, and before all the lords and royal ladies of Zamula. Totrasmek desired me, and because I repulsed him, he made me the innocent tool of his vengeance against Alaftahal. I asked a love potion of Totrasmek, not suspecting the depth of his guile and hate. He gave me a drug to mix with my lover's wine, and he swore that when Alaftahal drank it, he would love me even more madly than ever, and grant my every wish. I mixed the drug secretly with my lover's wine, but having drunk, my lover went raving mad, and things came about as I have told you. Curse Totrasmek, the hybrid snake. Ah!"
She caught his arm convulsively, and both stopped short. They had come into a district of shops and stalls, all deserted and unlighted, for the hour was late. They were passing an alley, and in its mouth a man was standing, motionless and silent. His head was lowered, but Conan caught the weird gleam of eerie eyes regarding them unblinkingly. His skin crawled, not with fear of the sword in the man's hand, but because of the uncanny suggestion of his posture and silence. They suggested madness. Conan pushed the girl aside and drew his sword.
"Don't kill him," she begged. "In the name of Set, do not slay him. You are strong. Overpower him."
"We'll see," he muttered, grasping his sword in his right hand and clenching his left into a mallet-like fist. He took a wary step toward the alley, and with a horrible moaning laugh the Turanian charged. As he came, he swung his sword, rising on his toes as he put all the power of his body behind the blows. Sparks flashed blue as Conan parried the blade, and the next instant the madman was stretched senseless in the dust from a thundering buffet of Conan's left fist. The girl ran forward.
"Oh, he is not.
Conan bent swiftly, turned the man on his side, and ran quick fingers over him. "He's not hurt much," he grunted, "bleeding at the nose, but anybody's likely to do that after a clout on the jaw. He'll come to after a bit, and maybe his mind will be right. In the meantime, I'll tie his wrists with his sword belt. So. Now, where do you want me to take him?"
"Wait!"
She knelt beside the senseless figure, seized the bound hands and scanned them avidly. Then, shaking her head as if in baffled disappointment, she rose. She came close to the giant Cimmerian and laid her slender hands on his arching breast. Her dark eyes, like wet black jewels in the starlight, gazed up into his.
"You are a man. Help me. Totrasmek must die. Slay him for me."
"And put my neck into a Turanian noose?" he grunted.
"Nay."
The slender arms, strong as pliant steel, were around his corded neck. Her supple body throbbed against his.
"The Hyrcanians have no love for Totrasmek. The priests of Set fear him. He is a mongrel who rules men by fear and superstition. I worship Set, and the Turanians bow to Erlik. But Totrasmek sacrifices to Hanuman the accursed. The Turanian lords fear his black arts and his power over the hybrid population, and they hate him. Even Jungir Khan and his mistress Nefertari fear and hate him. If he were slain in his temple at night, they would not seek his slayer very closely."
"And what of his magic?" rumbled the Cimmerian.
"You are a fighting man," she answered. To risk your life is part of your profession."
"For a price," he admitted.
"There will be a price,"
she breathed, rising on tiptoes to gaze into his eyes. The nearness of her vibrant body drove a flame through his veins. The perfume of her breath mounted to his brain. But as his arms closed about her supple figure, she avoided them with a lithe movement, saying,
"Wait. First, serve me in this matter."
"Name your price," he spoke with some difficulty.
"Pick up my lover,"
she directed, and the Cimmerian stooped and swung the tall form easily to his broad shoulder. At the moment he felt as if he could have toppled over young Gir Khan's palace with equal ease. The girl murmured an endearment to the unconscious man, and there was no hypocrisy in her attitude. She obviously loved Alaftahal sincerely. Whatever business arrangement she made with Conan would have no bearing on her relationship with Alaftahal. Women are more practical about these things than men. What Alaftahal never knew would not hurt him.
"Follow me."
She hurried along the street while the Cimmerian strode easily after her, in no way discomforted by his limp burden. He kept a wary eye out for black shadows skulking under arches, but saw nothing suspicious. Doubtless the men of Darfar were all gathered at the roasting pit. The girl turned down a narrow side street and presently knocked cautiously at an arched door. Almost instantly a wicket opened in the upper panel, and a black face glanced out. She bent close to the opening, whispering swiftly. Bolts creaked in their sockets, and the door opened. A giant black man stood framed against the soft glow of a copper lamp. A quick glance showed Conan the man was not from Darfar. His teeth were unfiled, and his kinky hair was cropped close to his skull. He was from the Wadai. At a word from Zabibi, Conan gave the limp body into the black's arms, and saw the young officer laid on a velvet divan. He showed no signs of returning consciousness. The blow that had rendered him senseless might have felled an ox. Zabibi bent over him for an instant, her fingers nervously twining and twisting. Then she straightened and beckoned the Cimmerian. The door closed softly, the locks clicked behind them, and the closing wicket shut off the glow of the lamps. In the starlight of the street, Zabibi took Conan's hand. Her own hand trembled a little.
"You will not fail me?"
He shook his maned head, massive against the stars.
"Then follow me to Hanuman's shrine, and the gods have mercy on our souls."
Along the silent streets they moved like phantoms of antiquity. They went in silence. Perhaps the girl was thinking of her lover lying senseless on the divan under the copper lamps, or was shrinking with fear of what lay ahead of them in the demon-haunted shrine of Hanuman. The barbarian was thinking only of the woman moving so supplely beside him. The perfume of her scented hair was in his nostrils. The sensuous aura of her presence filled his brain and left room for no other thoughts. Once they heard the clank of brazen-shod feet, and drew into the shadows of a gloomy arch while a squad of Pelishtim watchmen swung past. There were 15 of them. They marched in close formation, pikes at the ready, and the rearmost men had their broad brass shields slung on their backs to protect them from a knife stroke from behind. The skulking menace of the black man-eaters was a threat even to armed men. As soon as the clang of their sandals had receded up the street, Conan and the girl emerged from their hiding place and hurried on. A few moments later they saw the squat, flat-topped edifice they sought looming ahead of them. The temple of Hanuman stood alone in the midst of a broad square, which lay silent and deserted beneath the stars. A marble wall surrounded the shrine, with a broad opening directly before the portico. This opening had no gate or any sort of barrier. "Why don't the blacks seek their prey here?" muttered Conan. "There's nothing to keep them out of the temple." He could feel the trembling of Zabibi's body as she pressed close to him.
"They fear Totrasmek, as all in Zambula fear him, even Yongir Khan and Nefertari. Come quickly, before my courage flows from me like water."
The girl's fear was evident, but she did not falter. Conan drew his sword and strode ahead of her as they advanced through the open gateway. He knew the hideous habits of the priests of the East, and was aware that an invader of Hanuman's shrine might expect to encounter almost any sort of nightmare horror. He knew there was a good chance that neither he nor the girl would ever leave the shrine alive, but he had risked his life too many times before to devote much thought to that consideration. They entered a court paved with marble, which gleamed whitely in the starlight. A short flight of broad marble steps led up to the pillared portico. The great bronze doors stood wide open as they had stood for centuries, but no worshippers burnt incense within. In the day, men and women might come timidly into the shrine and place offerings to the ape god on the black altar. At night, the people shunned the temple of Hanuman, as hares shun the lair of the serpent. Burning censers bathed the interior in a soft, weird glow that created an illusion of unreality. Near the rear wall, behind the black stone altar, sat the god with his gaze fixed forever on the open door, through which for centuries his victims had come, dragged by chains of roses. A faint groove ran from the sill to the altar, and when Conan's foot felt it, he stepped away as quickly as if he had trodden upon a snake. That groove had been worn by the faltering feet of the multitude of those who had died screaming on that grim altar. Bestial in the uncertain light, Hanuman leered with his carven mask. He sat not as an ape would crouch, but cross-legged as a man would sit, but his aspect was no less simian for that reason. He was carved from black marble, but his eyes were rubies, which glowed red and lustful as the coals of hell's deepest pits. His great hands lay upon his lap, palms upward, taloned fingers spread and grasping. In the gross emphasis of his attributes, in the leer of his satyr countenance, was reflected the abominable cynicism of the degenerate cult which deified him. The girl moved around the image, making toward the back wall, and when her sleek flank brushed against a carven knee, she shrank aside and shuddered as if a reptile had touched her. There was a space of several feet between the broad back of the idol and the marble wall with its frieze of gold leaves. On either hand, flanking the idol, an ivory door under a gold arch was set in the wall.
"Those doors open into each end of a hairpin-shaped corridor," she said hurriedly. "Once I was in the interior of the shrine. Once."
She shivered and twitched her slim shoulders at a memory both terrifying and obscene.
"The corridor is bent like a horseshoe, with each horn opening into this room. Totrasmek's chambers are enclosed within the curve of the corridor and open into it. But there is a secret door in this wall which opens directly into an inner chamber."
She began to run her hands over the smooth surface, where no crack or crevice showed. Conan stood beside her, sword in hand, glancing warily about him. The silence, the emptiness of the shrine, with imagination picturing what might lie behind that wall, made him feel like a wild beast nosing a trap.
"Ah!"
The girl had found a hidden spring at last. A square opening gaped blackly in the wall. Then, "Set!" she screamed, and even as Conan leaped toward her, he saw that a great misshapen hand had fastened itself in her hair. She was snatched off her feet and jerked head-first through the opening. Conan, grabbing ineffectually at her, felt his fingers slip from a naked limb, and in an instant she had vanished and the wall showed blank as before. Only from behind it came briefly the muffled sounds of a struggle, a scream faintly heard, and a low laugh that made Conan's blood congeal in his veins. 3. Black hands gripping. With an oath, the Cimmerian smote the wall a terrific blow with the pommel of his sword, and the marble cracked and chipped. But the hidden door did not give way, and reason told him that doubtless it had been bolted on the other side of the wall. Turning, he sprang across the chamber to one of the ivory doors. He lifted his sword to shatter the panels, but on a venture tried the door first with his left hand. It swung open easily, and he glared into a long corridor that curved into dimness under the weird light of censers similar to those in the shrine. A heavy gold bolt showed on the jamb of the door, and he touched it lightly with his fingertips. The faint warmness of the metal could have been detected only by a man whose faculties were akin to those of a wolf. That bolt had been touched, and therefore drawn, within the last few seconds. The affair was taking on more and more of the aspect of a baited trap. He might have known, Tatrasmek would know when anyone entered the temple. To enter the corridor would undoubtedly be to walk into whatever trap the priest had set for him, but Conan did not hesitate. Somewhere in that dim-lit interior, Zabibi was a captive, and, from what he knew of the characteristics of Hanuman's priests, he was sure that she needed help badly. Conan stalked into the corridor with a pantherish tread, poised to strike left or right. On his left, ivory arched doors opened into the corridor, and he tried each in turn. All were locked. He had gone perhaps 75 feet when the corridor bent sharply to the left, describing the curve the girl had mentioned. A door opened into this curve, and it gave under his hand. He was looking into a broad, square chamber, somewhat more clearly lighted than the corridor. Its walls were of white marble, the floor of ivory, the ceiling of fretted silver. He saw divans of rich satin, gold-worked footstools of ivory, a disc-shaped table of some massive metal-like substance. On one of the divans, a man was reclining, looking toward the door. He laughed as he met the Cimmerian's startled glare. This man was naked except for a loincloth and high-strapped sandals. He was brown-skinned, with close-cropped black hair and restless black eyes that set off a broad, arrogant face. In girth and breadth he was enormous, with huge limbs on which the great muscles swelled and rippled at each slightest movement. His hands were the largest Conan had ever seen. The assurance of gigantic physical strength colored his every action and inflection. "Why not enter, barbarian?" he called mockingly, with an exaggerated gesture of invitation. Conan's eyes began to smolder ominously, but he trod warily into the chamber, his sword ready. "Who the devil are you?" he growled. "I am Baal Petior," the man answered. "Once, long ago and in another land, I had another name. But this is a good name, and why Tatrasmek gave it to me, any temple wench can tell you." "So you're his dog," grunted Conan. "Well, curse your brown hide, Baal Petior. Where's the wench you jerked through the wall?" "My master entertains her," laughed Baal Petior. "Listen." From beyond a door opposite the one by which Conan had entered, there sounded a woman's scream, faint and muffled in the distance. "Blast your soul!" Conan took a stride toward the door, then wheeled, with his skin tingling. Baal Petior was laughing at him, and that laugh was edged with menace that made the hackles rise on Conan's neck, and sent an answering red wave of murder-lust driving across his vision. He started toward Balpatior, the knuckles on his sword hand showing white. With a swift motion, the brown man threw something at him, a shining crystal sphere that glistened in the weird light. Conan dodged instinctively, but miraculously, the globe stopped short in midair, a few feet from his face. It did not fall to the floor. It hung suspended, as if by invisible filaments, some 5 feet above the floor. And as he glared in amazement, it began to rotate with growing speed. And as it revolved, it grew, it expanded, it became nebulous. It filled the chamber, it enveloped him. It blotted out furniture, walls, the smiling countenance of Balpatior. He was lost in the midst of a blinding bluish blur of whirling speed. Terrific winds screamed past Conan, tugging, tearing at him, striving to wrench him from his feet, to drag him into the vortex that spun madly before him. With a choking cry, Conan lurched backward, reeled, felt the solid wall against his back. At the contact, the illusion ceased to be. The whirling titanic sphere vanished like a bursting bubble. Conan reeled upright in the silver-ceilinged room, with a grey mist coiling about his feet, and saw Balpatior lolling on the divan, shaking with silent laughter. "Son of a slut!" Conan lunged at him, but the mist swirled up from the floor, blotting out that giant brown form. Groping in a rolling cloud that blinded him, Conan felt a rending sensation of dislocation. And then room and mist and brown man were gone together. He was standing alone among the high reeds of a marshy fen, and a buffalo was lunging at him, head down. He leaped aside from the ripping scimitar-curved horns and drove his sword in behind the foreleg, through ribs and heart. And then it was not a buffalo dying there in the mud, but the brown-skinned Balpatior. With a curse, Conan struck off his head, and the head soared from the ground and snapped beast-like tusks into his throat. For all his mighty strength, he could not tear it loose. He was choking, strangling. Then there was a rush and roar through space, the dislocating shock of an immeasurable impact, and he was back in the chamber with Balpatior, his head once more set firmly on his shoulders, laughing silently at him from the divan. "Mesmerism," muttered Conan, crouching and digging his toes hard against the marble. His eyes blazed. This brown dog was playing with him, making sport of him. But this mummery, this child's play of mists and shadows of thought, it could not harm him. He had but to leap and strike, and the brown acolyte would be a mangled corpse under his heel. This time he would not be fooled by shadows of illusion. But he was. A blood-curdling snarl behind him, and he wheeled and struck in a flash at the panther crouching to spring on him from the metal-colored table. Even as he struck, the apparition vanished, and his blade clashed deafeningly on the adamantine surface. Instantly he sensed something abnormal. The blade stuck to the table. He wrenched at it savagely. It did not give. This was no mesmeristic trick. The table was a giant magnet. He gripped the hilt with both hands when a voice at his shoulder brought him about to face the brown man who had at last risen from the divan. Slightly taller than Conan, and much heavier, Balpatior loomed before him, a daunting image of muscular development. His mighty arms were unnaturally long, and his great hands opened and closed, twitching convulsively. Conan released the hilt of his imprisoned sword and fell silent, watching his enemy through slitted lids. "Your head, Cimmerian!" taunted Balpatior. "I shall take with my bare hands, twisting it from your shoulders as the head of a fowl is twisted. Thus the sons of Kosala offer sacrifice to Yajur. Barbarian, you looked upon a strangler of Yotapong.
I was chosen by the priests of Yajur in my infancy, and throughout childhood, boyhood, and youth, I was trained in the art of slaying with the naked hands. For only thus are the sacrifices enacted. Yajur loves blood, and we waste not a drop from the victim's veins. When I was a child, they gave me infants to throttle. When I was a boy, I strangled young girls. As a youth, women, old men, and young boys. Not until I reached my full manhood was I given a strong man to slay on the altar of Yotapong. For years I offered the sacrifices to Yajur. Hundreds of necks have snapped between these fingers.
He worked them before the Cimmerian's angry eyes.
Why I fled from Yotapong to become Totrasmek's servant is no concern of yours. In a moment, you will be beyond curiosity. The priests of Kosala, the stranglers of Yajur, are strong beyond the belief of men, and I was stronger than any. With my hands, barbarian, I shall break your neck!"
And like the stroke of twin cobras, the great hands closed on Conan's throat. The Cimmerian made no attempt to dodge or fend them away, but his own hands darted to the Kosalan's bull neck. Baal Petior's black eyes widened as he felt the thick cords of muscles that protected the barbarian's throat. With a snarl, he exerted his inhuman strength, and knots and lumps and ropes of thews rose along his massive arms. And then a choking gasp burst from him as Conan's fingers locked on his throat. For an instant they stood there like statues, their faces masks of effort, veins beginning to stand out purply on their temples. Conan's thin lips drew back from his teeth in a grinning snarl. Baal's eyes were distended. In them grew an awful surprise and the glimmer of fear. They stood motionless as images, except for the expanding of their muscles on rigid arms and braced legs. But strength beyond common conception was warring there. Strength that might have uprooted trees and crushed the skulls of bullocks. The wind whistled suddenly from between Baal Petior's parted teeth. His face was growing purple. Fear flooded his eyes. His thews seemed ready to burst from his arms and shoulders, yet the muscles of the Cimmerian's thick neck did not give. They felt like masses of woven iron cords under his desperate fingers. But his own flesh was giving way under the iron fingers of the Cimmerian, which ground deeper and deeper into the yielding throat muscles, crushing them in upon jugular and windpipe. The statuesque immobility of the group gave way to sudden frenzied motion, as the Kosalan began to wrench and heave, seeking to throw himself backward. He let go of Conan's throat and grasped his wrists, trying to tear away those inexorable fingers. With a sudden lunge, Conan bore him backward until the small of his back crashed against the table. And still farther over its edge Conan bent him, back and back, until his spine was ready to snap. Conan's low laugh was merciless as the ring of steel.
"You fool," he all but whispered. "I think you never saw a man from the West before. Did you deem yourself strong because you were able to twist the heads off civilized folk, poor weaklings with muscles like rotten string? Hell! Break the neck of a wild Cimmerian bull before you call yourself strong. I did that before I was a full-grown man. Like this!" And with a savage wrench he twisted Baal Petior's head around until the ghastly face leered over the left shoulder, and the vertebrae snapped like a rotten branch. Conan hurled the flopping corpse to the floor, turned to the sword again, and gripped the hilt with both hands, bracing his feet against the floor. Blood trickled down his broad breast from the wounds Baal Petior's fingernails had torn in the skin of his neck. His black hair was damp.
Sweat ran down his face, and his chest heaved. For all his vocal scorn of Baal Peteor's strength, he had almost met his match in the inhuman Kosalan. But without pausing to catch his breath, he exerted all his strength in a mighty wrench that tore the sword from the magnet where it clung. Another instant, and he had pushed open the door from behind which the scream had sounded, and was looking down a long, straight corridor, lined with ivory doors. The other end was masked by a rich velvet curtain, and from beyond that curtain came the devilish strains of such music as Conan had never heard, not even in nightmares. It made the short hairs bristle on the back of his neck. Mingled with it was the panting, hysterical sobbing of a woman. Grasping his sword firmly, he glided down the corridor. 4. A sword thrust through the curtain. When Zabibi was jerked head-first through the aperture which opened in the wall behind the idol, her first dizzy, disconnected thought was that her time had come. She instinctively shut her eyes and waited for the blow to fall. But instead, she felt herself dumped unceremoniously onto the smooth marble floor which bruised her knees and hip. Opening her eyes, she stared fearfully around her, just as a muffled impact sounded from beyond the wall. She saw a brown-skinned giant in a loincloth standing over her, and across the chamber into which she had come, a man sat on a divan, with his back to a rich black velvet curtain, a broad, fleshy man, with fat white hands and snaky eyes. And her flesh crawled, for this man was Tatrasmek, the priest of Hanuman, who for years had spun his slimy webs of power throughout the city of Zambula. "The barbarian seeks to batter his way through the wall," said Tatrasmek sardonically, "but the bolt will hold." The girl saw that a heavy golden bolt had been shot across the hidden door, which was plainly discernible from this side of the wall. The bolt and its sockets would have resisted the charge of an elephant. "Go open one of the doors for him, Baal Peteor," ordered Tatrasmek. "Slay him in the square chamber at the other end of the corridor." The Kosalan salaamed and departed by the way of a door in the side wall of the chamber. Zabibi rose, staring fearfully at the priest, whose eyes ran avidly over her splendid figure. To this she was indifferent. A dancer of Zambula was accustomed to nakedness, but the cruelty in his eyes started her limbs to quivering. "Again you come to me in my retreat, beautiful one," he purred with cynical hypocrisy. "It is an unexpected honor. You seem to enjoy your former visit so little that I dared not hope for you to repeat it. Yet I did all in my power to provide you with an interesting experience." For a Zambula dancer to blush would be an impossibility, but a smolder of anger mingled with the fear in Zabibi's dilated eyes.
"Fat pig! You know I did not come here for love of you."
"No," laughed Tatrasmek. "You came like a fool, creeping through the night with a stupid barbarian who cut my throat. Why should you seek my life?"
"You know why,"
she cried, knowing the futility of trying to dissemble.
"You are thinking of your lover," he laughed. "The fact that you are here seeking my life shows that he quaffed the drug I gave you. Well, did you not ask for it? And did I not send what you asked for, out of the love I bear you?" "I asked you for a drug that would make him slumber harmlessly for a few hours," she said bitterly. "And you sent your servant with a drug that drove him mad. I was a fool ever to trust you. I might have known your protestations of friendship were lies, to disguise your hate and spite."
"Why did you wish your lover to sleep?" he retorted. "So you could steal from him the only thing he would never give you, the ring with the jewel men call the Star of Korala, the star stolen from the Queen of Ophir, who would pay a roomful of gold for its return. He would not give it to you willingly.
because he knew that it holds a magic which, when properly controlled, will enslave the hearts of any of the opposite sex. You wish to steal it from him, fearing that his magicians would discover the key to that magic, and he would forget you in his conquests of the queens of the world. You would sell it back to the Queen of Ophir, who understands its power and would use it to enslave men, as she did before it was stolen.
And why did you want it? She demanded sulkily.
I understand its powers. It would increase the power of my arts.
Well, she snapped, you have it now.
I have the star of Coralla? Nay, you err.
Why bother to lie? She retorted bitterly. He had it on his finger when he drove me into the streets. He did not have it when I found him again. Your servant must have been watching the house and have taken it from him after I escaped him. To the devil with it! I want my lover back sane and whole. You have the ring. You have punished us both. Why do you not restore his mind to him? Can you?
I could, he assured her, in evident enjoyment of her distress.
He drew a phial from among his robes.
This contains the juice of the golden lotus. If your lover drank it, he would be sane again. Yes, I will be merciful. You have both thwarted and flouted me, not once, but many times. He has constantly opposed my wishes. But I will be merciful. Come and take the phial from my hand.
She stared at Totrasmek, trembling with eagerness to seize it, but fearing it was some cruel jest. She advanced timidly, with a hand extended, and he laughed heartlessly and drew back out of her reach. Even as her lips parted to curse him, some instinct snatched her eyes upward. From the gilded ceiling, 4 jade-hued vessels were falling. She dodged, but they did not strike her. They crashed to the floor about her, forming the 4 corners of a square. And she screamed, and screamed again. For out of each ruin reared the hooded head of a cobra, and one struck at her bare leg. Her convulsive movement to evade it brought her within reach of the one on the other side, and again she had to shift like lightning to avoid the flash of its hideous head. She was caught in a frightful trap. All 4 serpents were swaying and striking at foot, ankle, calf, knee, thigh, hip, whatever portion of her voluptuous body chanced to be nearest to them, and she could not spring over them or pass between them to safety. She could only whirl and spring aside and twist her body to avoid the strokes, and each time she moved to dodge one snake, the motion brought her within range of another, so that she had to keep shifting with the speed of light. She could move only a short space in any direction, and the fearful hooded crests were menacing her every second. Only a dancer of Zambula could have lived in that grisly square. She became herself, a blur of bewildering motion. The heads missed her by hair's breadths, but they missed, as she pitted her twinkling feet, flickering limbs, and perfect eye against the blinding speed of the scaly monsters her enemy had conjured out of thin air. Somewhere, a thin, whining music struck up, mingling with the hissing of the serpents, like an evil night wind blowing through the empty sockets of a skull. Even in the flying speed of her urgent haste she realized that the darting of the serpents was no longer at random. They obeyed the grisly piping of the eerie music. They struck with a horrible rhythm, and perforce her swaying, writhing, spinning body attuned itself to their rhythm. Her frantic motions melted into the measures of a dance compared to which the most obscene tarantella of Zamora would have seemed sane and restrained. Sick with shame and terror, Zabibi heard the hateful mirth of her merciless tormentor.
"The dance of the cobras, my lovely one," laughed Totrasmek. "So maidens danced in the sacrifice to Hanuman centuries ago, but never with such beauty and suppleness. Dance, girl, dance! How long can you avoid the fangs of the poison people? Minutes? Hours? You will weary at last. Your swift, sure feet will stumble, your legs falter, your hips slow in their rotations. Then the fangs will begin to sink deep into your ivory flesh.
Behind him, the curtain shook as if struck by a gust of wind, and Tatrasmek screamed. His eyes dilated, and his hands caught convulsively at the length of bright steel which jutted suddenly from his breast. The music broke off short. The girl swayed dizzily in her dance, crying out in dreadful anticipation of the flickering fangs. And then only 4 wisps of harmless blue smoke curled up from the floor about her, as Tatrasmek sprawled headlong from the divan. Conan came from behind the curtain, wiping his broad blade. Looking through the hangings, he had seen the girl dancing desperately between 4 swaying spirals of smoke, but he had guessed that their appearance was very different to her. He knew he had killed Tatrasmek. Zabibi sank down on the floor, panting. But even as Conan started toward her, she staggered up again, though her legs trembled with exhaustion.
"The phial!" she gasped. "The phial!"
Tatrasmek still grasped it in his stiffening hand. Ruthlessly she tore it from his locked fingers, and then began frantically to ransack his garments. "What the devil are you looking for?" Conan demanded.
"A ring. He stole it from Alaf Dahal. He must have, while my lover walked in madness through the streets. Set's devils!"
She had convinced herself that it was not on the person of Tatrasmek. She began to cast about the chamber, tearing up divan covers and hangings, and upsetting vessels. She paused and raked a damp lock of hair out of her eyes.
"I forgot Baal Petior."
"He's in hell with his neck broken," Conan assured her. She expressed vindictive gratification at the news, but an instant later swore expressively.
"We can't stay here. It's not many hours until dawn. Lesser priests are likely to visit the temple at any hour of the night, and if we're discovered here with his corpse, the people will tear us to pieces. The Turanians could not save us."
She lifted the bolt on the secret door, and a few moments later they were in the streets and scurrying away from the silent square where brooded the age-old shrine of Hanuman. In a winding street a short distance away, Conan halted and checked his companion with a heavy hand on her naked shoulder. "Don't forget there was a price."
"I have not forgotten."
She twisted free.
"But we must go to Alaf Dahal first."
A few minutes later, the black slave let them through the wicket door. The young Turanian lay upon the divan, his arms and legs bound with heavy velvet ropes. His eyes were open, but they were like those of a mad dog, and foam was thick on his lips. Zabibi shuddered.
"Force his jaws open,"
she commanded, and Conan's iron fingers accomplished the task. Zabibi emptied the phial down the maniac's gullet. The effect was like magic. Instantly he became quiet. The glare faded from his eyes. He stared up at the girl in a puzzled way, but with recognition and intelligence. Then he fell into a normal slumber.
"When he awakes, he will be quite sane,"
she whispered, motioning to the silent slave. With a deep bow he gave into her hands a small leathern bag, and drew about her shoulders a silken cloak. Her manner had subtly changed when she beckoned Conan to follow her out of the chamber. In an arch that opened on the street, she turned to him, drawing herself up with a new regality.
"I must now tell you the truth," she said. "I am not Zabibi. I am Nefertari. And he is not Alaf Dahal, a poor captain of the guardsmen. He is Jungir Khan, satrap of Zambula.
Conan made no comment. His scarred, dark countenance was immobile.
I lied to you because I dared not divulge the truth to anyone, she said. We were alone when Jungir Khan went mad. None knew of it but myself. Had it been known that the satrap of Zambula was a madman, there would have been instant revolt and rioting, even as Totrasmek planned, who plotted our destruction. You see now how impossible is the reward for which you hoped. The satrap's mistress cannot be for you. But you shall not go unrewarded. Here is a sack of gold.
She gave him the bag she had received from the slave.
Go now, and when the sun is up, come to the palace. I will have Jungir Khan make you captain of his guard, but you will take your orders from me secretly. Your first duty will be to march a squad to the shrine of Hanuman, ostensibly to search for clues of the priest's slayer. In reality, to search for the Star of Korala. It must be hidden there somewhere. When you find it, bring it to me. You have my leave to go now.
He nodded, still silent, and strode away. The girl, watching the swing of his broad shoulders, was piqued to note that there was nothing in his bearing to show that he was in any way chagrined or abashed. When he had rounded a corner, he glanced back, and then changed his direction and quickened his pace. A few moments later, he was in the quarter of the city containing the horse market. There he smote on a door until, from the window above, a bearded head was thrust to demand the reason for the disturbance. "A horse," demanded Conan. "The swiftest steed you have."
"I open no gates at this time of night,"
grumbled the horse trader. Conan rattled his coins.
"Dog's son, knave! Don't you see I'm white and alone? Come down before I smash your door."
Presently, on a bay stallion, Conan was riding toward the house of Aram Baksh. He turned off the road into the alley that lay between the tavern compound and the date palm garden, but he did not pause at the gate. He rode on to the northeast corner of the wall, then turned and rode along the north wall to a halt within a few paces of the northwest angle. No trees grew near the wall, but there were some low bushes. To one of these he tied his horse, and was about to climb into the saddle again, when he heard a low muttering of voices beyond the corner of the wall. Drawing his foot from the stirrup, he stole to the angle and peered around it. 3 men were moving down the road toward the palm groves, and from their slouching gait he knew they were Negroes. They halted at his low call, bunching themselves together as he strode toward them, his sword in his hand. Their eyes gleamed whitely in the starlight. Their brutish lust shone in their ebony faces, but they knew their 3 cudgels could not prevail against his sword, just as he knew it. "Where are you going?" he challenged. "To bid our brothers put out the fire in the pit beyond the groves," was the sullen, guttural reply. "Aram Baksh promised us a man, but he lied. We found one of our brothers dead in the trap chamber. We go hungry this night." "I think not," smiled Conan. "Aram Baksh will give you a man. Do you see that door?" He pointed to a small, iron-bound portal set in the midst of the western wall. "Wait there. Aram Baksh will give you a man." Backing warily away until he was out of reach of a sudden bludgeon blow, he turned and melted around the northwest angle of the wall. Reaching his horse, he paused to ascertain that the blacks were not sneaking after him, and then he climbed into the saddle and stood upright on it, quieting the uneasy steed with a low word. He reached up, grasped the coping of the wall, and drew himself up and over. There he studied the grounds for an instant. The tavern was built in the southwest corner of the enclosure, the remaining space of which was occupied by groves and gardens. He saw no one in the grounds. The tavern was dark and silent, and he knew all the doors and windows were barred and bolted. Conan knew that Aram Baksh slept in a chamber that opened into a cypress-bordered path that led to the door in the western wall. Like a shadow, he glided among the trees, and a few moments later he rapped lightly on the chamber door.
"What is it?"
asked a rumbling voice within.
"Aram Baksh," hissed Conan. "The blacks are stealing over the wall."
Almost instantly the door opened, framing the tavern keeper, naked but for his shirt, with a dagger in his hand. He craned his neck to stare into the Cimmerian's face.
"What tale is this? You!"
Conan's vengeful fingers strangled the yell in his throat. They went to the floor together, and Conan wrenched the dagger from his enemy's hand. The blade glinted in the starlight, and blood spurted. Aram Baksh made hideous noises, gasping and gagging on a mouthful of blood. Conan dragged him to his feet, and again the dagger slashed, and most of the curly beard fell to the floor. Still gripping his captive's throat, for a man can scream incoherently even with his tongue slit, Conan dragged him out of the dark chamber and down the cypress-shadowed path to the iron-bound door in the outer wall. With one hand he lifted the bolt and threw the door open, disclosing the three shadowy figures which waited like black vultures outside. Into their eager arms Conan thrust the innkeeper. A horrible, blood-choked scream rose from the Zambulan's throat, but there was no response from the silent tavern. The people there were used to screams outside the wall. Aram Baksh fought like a wild man, his distended eyes turned frantically on the Cimmerian's face. He found no mercy there. Conan was thinking of the scores of wretches who owed their bloody doom to this man's vile greed. In glee, the Negroes dragged him down the road, mocking his frenzied gibberings. How could they recognize Aram Baksh in this half-naked, blood-stained figure with a grotesquely shorn beard and unintelligible babblings? The sounds of the struggle came back to Conan, standing beside the gate, even after the clump of figures had vanished among the palms. Closing the door behind him, Conan returned to his horse, mounted, and turned westward, toward the open desert, swinging wide to skirt the sinister belt of palm groves. As he rode, he drew from his belt a ring in which gleamed a jewel that snared the starlight in a shimmering iridescence. He held it up to admire it, turning it this way and that. The compact bag of gold pieces clinked gently at his saddlebow, like a promise of the greater riches to come. "I wonder what she'd say if she knew I recognized her as Nefertari and him as Jongir Khan the instant I saw them," he mused. "I knew the Star of Korala, too. There'll be a fine scene if she ever guesses that I slipped it off his finger while I was tying him with his sword belt. But they'll never catch me with the start I'm getting." He glanced back at the shadowy palm groves, among which a red glare was mounting. A chanting rose to the night, vibrating with savage exultation. And another sound mingled with it, a mad, incoherent screaming, a frenzied gibbering in which no words could be distinguished. The noise followed Conan as he rode westward beneath the paling stars.
This is the end of the CD. The audiobook continues on the next CD.